I remembered. I finally remembered I'm muted. Sorry. Sorry I'm late. I woke up on time, but I stayed up until like 2 a.m. And part of it is that I gamed, and then I stayed up later, and then I listened to some of Ann Nelson's Shadow Network, and I'm exhausted, but I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm excited. As I was getting ready, I was watching these idiots. The PBD, I know, I'm so sleepy. Good morning, Jen. I'm eepy. I'm an eepy girl. That's what we say. I'm an eepy girl. Oh, I guess you can't really see me. Stay. All right, I'm just going to turn. Oops, that's not the right way. To my dirty. Well, actually, that's kind of weird. But anyway, I have to sit like over here. Wait, that doesn't really make any sense. There we go. Anyway, I'm sorry. So I'm a little discombobulated. I'm not very with it. But anyway, I was listening to these morons in the background. So I have a couple things. I actually wanted to play a clip of this guy, but I don't know if I'm going to get to it the right part. Where is he? Maybe it's this. Oh no, it's probably one of these guys. Maybe it's this one. Anyway, we're just going to listen to a minute of these guys, because then I have a speech.
You gotta go.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
And can I say one thing?
I want to stay.
Adam, and I know people are going to be upset. I'm pretty sure you'll agree with me. This whole female, I don't give a shit. You know who I want in charge of Secret Service? An ex-Navy SEAL sniper, like people that, what the hell has she done? Has she ever served? Has she ever been in combat? This is a security job. I don't want her doing shit, and I don't want 9 short midget Secret Service girls trying to cover my crotch. Like, it's unbelievable.
I think there's something here that we really need to look at.
Let
I
me
look
tell
at the
you what's
witness, and I look at the
unbelievable.
attitude
Good
of
morning,
witnesses,
Oak.
and I have watched a lot of congressional testimony.
All right. We're not going to watch a lot of them. They were on in my background, so I apologize for that. But no, we won't be watching that. So, good morning, everyone. Forgive me for being late. I just woke up late. I woke up late. Terrible. Good morning, Neil. Good morning, Pepper, Saltina, and Oomph and Jen. No one is going to cover your crotch. That's right. Your crotch is going to remain exposed, sir, so that people can kick you in it. That's right. Broadcast from Safe Deposit Bank Vault. That is a very good question, Oomph. This is their set for the Proud Boys dick sucking. They left the S off. But run away. But I do watch them once in a while. But I can only take them, and either they're in the background or I'm just watching a clippity clip. Your space never showed up in my shitter feed until it was over. That it was so short. It was just short. It was short. I'm sorry you missed it though. The recording is there, but of course that doesn't really mean anything. The recording is basically us just like describing. Me and Granny got on, and I did it. I think I did it too late. Wake and Bake with the troll random viewer got kind of saucy. I know, Neil. Sorry. Sometimes I can be real longshoreman, you know? Like, there's times when I can be like a super longshoreman type of nasty. And that's not really who I am. I don't walk around, talking about things like that. But as the example this morning proves, we have a lot of misogyny in the world, and yesterday yesterday's troll is just another example of men who can't take strong women. And this is like, you know, like this is this is the rub, you know, that it is the end of it's you know, when I heard this douchebag or the other douchebag, the shorter douchebag, say, I don't want 9 little midget girls protecting my crotch. Well, number one, there's no way in the world you would ever earn Secret Service protection on this planet or any other. So that's number one. He's basically, you know, like okay, so here's how I believe this podcast is. You know, the, hi Badger, hi Easily, how are you? I better get off of them because I don't want them to, like, I don't know if they strike you just because you're showing their thing. I don't want to deal with that. But they, I'm going to be honest with you. I actually am shocked that people are that fucking hateful. You know, I have had it with chuds. I'm absolutely done. To a really good point made by a friend of mine, they are not the audience I want. Sorry. And the channels that have like a lot of subs, first of all, are buying subs. If you go on Social Blade and you check the ups and downs of subs, if they're up and down in whole increments, someone is buying subs. That's just the way it is. I'm sorry. The math doesn't lie. So I don't want that. I don't want the eyes just for the eyes, because a bunch of channels have that. And they're not doing anything with it, so that's fine. And if anything, they're doing stupid stuff and spreading bad information or hate, or both. Well, usually both. So I am grateful that we have what we, you know, like we're building, like I'm trying to get smarter about the content. It's a slow move. It's a slow burn. But it's a burn nonetheless, and I'm not going to be distracted, you know, by especially stupid men. I'm sorry. You know, like here's the thing. What crap comment was that for that dude on video ranting about the Navy SEALs? Yeah, the what crap. No, totally. I have no idea what chuds are up to. Agree. Don't want to know. Easily, you don't. And I'm so glad that you're not, because it's the toxicity of what we left behind is really bad, like from stem to stern, right? I just can't believe the people that got involved with watching the convoy, from the 2 morons who tricked me into being friends with them so that they could then use that, to everyone else, all the nonsense. And yeah, I'm sick of it. I'm fucking sick of it. So to that point, I think what really is striking to me, is that this level of misogyny that we just heard, and the emphasis on the right to paint women as less than, is fucking ridiculous. And we should have left that far behind. But for some reason we didn't. And I think it's going to be really important, very important in the coming months to prepare yourself for a lot of fucking misogyny. It is going to bite them in the ass. It is going to bite them in the ass. So it is going to get a lot worse. Because I've seen what they've done to Kamala in the kind of Reddit type of, you know, incel world, if you will. It's disgusting. It was disgusting when she was merely running for president. And it was disgusting when she was running for Senate. And it was disgusting when she, you know what I mean? So, okay, here's a little bit, teeny tiny little background while we're waiting for this nonsense to start. The teeny tiny bit of backgrounds. Oh, this is oversight of the prisons. I wanted the oh, maybe this is the one. I'm not really, I thought it was the FBI. Hold on. Well, I'll find it. Anyway, the point is anything else playing? We should do a sound check first before I do anything. I should make sure that I have nothing playing. Hold on, let me just make sure of that. Sorry. I don't want it to be at all. Okay, great. All right. Anyway, sorry. Sorry for that, but I just automatically thought, oh my God, I did watch Elmo and Peterson. Oh, did you see? I tweeted about it, Badger. I don't know. I like that people predicting it finally, though. Yeah, I like that I see people predicting it. Yeah, I think it's great because I think we have been prepared for what they are throwing at Madam Vice President, and that's fine. I grew up, of course, I'm old, right? So I'm old. There's no dicing that a different way. I'm an old lady, and I started working in college in basically what they call on Wall Street, which doesn't mean I work on Wall Street. It means I work in a retail kind of a brokerage, a stockbroker, right? So I started as a phone operator, like a PBX, you know, the switchboard. We had a switchboard in our office, and so I started out of college as an operations in a stock brokerage firm, basically, if you want to make it that way. But I started as like the PBX operator, then I moved into kind of like the cashiering and like the operations side of it, accounts and the compliance and all that stuff in the branch. I was in a branch, so customer contact. And then I got my license and I became a broker, right? And that was in the 80s. So I worked in the financial services industry in the mid 80s on. So I know firsthand, as many of us do, what it's like to be in a male-dominated industry in the 80s, you know? And I recall extraordinary misogyny in that industry as I was coming up. There was a point in time where we weren't supposed to wear pants. We should have worn, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like there's a lot of stuff that was hanging over. And, you know, like we wore skirts and shit like that. Anyway, we were dressed. But pantyhose. I remember when we stopped wearing pantyhose. Thank God. God, that just seems like a million years ago. So I guess what I'm saying is from a young age, I was in a male-dominated industry for the first, 15 years or 11 years of my career, and in the 80s and the 90s. So I kind of feel like that's why I'm a little sensitive to this, is because I remember a lot of dismissive stuff. And I was in a company that was a little more progressive, if you want. I mean, so I was part of something that was even not a it was a fresher Wall Street firm. It wasn't, like Merrill Lynch or something like that. God, does Merrill Lynch even exist anymore? I don't even think they exist. Anyway, so I think that what's interesting is that, let me try and find our stuff while I'm doing this, is that I to see this kind of, much like racism, misogyny goes somewhat, not underground because, you know, racism and misogyny are kind of part, but there's it's muted in some instances, or has been, right? Because it's not publicly acceptable to be a misogynist, to be a racist. It shouldn't. Oh, they do. Okay, they're part of BMA, which they were when I was, or they were merging. Bank of America was merging with them or something at that point. Hated pantyhose. Oh my God. A girdle. Jesus Christ. Can you imagine? I remember those. I didn't wear a girdle, but, you know, wasn't that old. I wasn't able to wear jeans until I was 16. Corduroy or polyester for pants. Oh, crazy. So I guess what I'm saying is I really was having, as many of you, been on the front lines of misogyny. I'm going to tell you, oh my God, such bullshit. I was one of the only women in the whole company working the graveyard shift, stocking shelves. I cried for the first year, then I became better at the job than them. I mean, that's part of what the hunger is, right? Is that you're all, as with many people, you're constantly having to prove yourself a little bit more than the next guy, right? Man, there's some morons on Wall Street, let me tell you. There's some pretty horrible, stupid dudes. I know polyester is itchy. Hi, butterflies. How are you? Sorry I didn't say hello before you came in, as you came in. So anyway, I am not willing to go back there to the open hostility. And I am going to be really fucking pissy about it if people try. So that's the thing. It's just, I really think it would be a great strategy. Oh, whoops. Sorry. Hold on. It would be a great strategy if people really stood up to the misogyny that comes through. Like, I mean, full-throated. Because I think if you shout down the bigotry in some instances, or if there's enough people standing up saying, hey, that's not acceptable, okay? That's not okay. I think if there's enough people doing that, it really makes it socially unacceptable to say things like that flesh bag said, which is, I don't want a bunch of girls protecting my crotch. Well, number one, there's nothing to protect. Number two, I just, you know, like it's just time. It's time for all of it, right? Like all the racism, all the nonsense, it has to stop. It is not acceptable. It never was acceptable. And we allowed it to exist. And so no more. Like, no. The more perfect union includes everybody. And I'll do it even for the misogynists, but they're going to have to figure themselves out. Either you figure out that you're hurting and wrong, or you shut up about it. Because for a long time, many racists, for example, might have shut up about it. And now, for some reason, because of the orange guy, they think it's okay to be openly racist, even though inside they're always racist. I piled on one this morning. I might regret later, but you know what? It's okay. All right? It's okay. Because on wholesale, women are really, really pretty fucking awesome, you know. And actually, we're really good when we do things. And I bet you those Secret Service agents could probably lift that guy and his crotch if they had to. Now, do they want to? No. I piled on one this morning. I might regret later. Did you hear what he said to Jesse Waters? He pulled people off his detail for Biden. Yeah, I know. They started that. They started that. I don't know why, because Biden only draws flies. You know, here's the thing. The reason they say shit like that, butterflies, is because they lost. And they know they're going to lose. The right... I mean, wait for it, girls. Wait for it. Because the boys are going to lose their collective shit as this fall goes on. Do you want to see Jordan Peterson's head explode? I do. His head's going to explode with how much women power and girl power comes down his fucking scraggly throat. So they're going to get real mad. Anyway, let me see. Let me find the hearing that I want to make sure I don't fuck up on the hearing. Oh, I guess it is the Federal Bureau of Prisons. Who has, they don't have, who has, okay, these guys have, of course the Democrats have the fucking, of course they have the, goddamn captions. Kind of select for authoritarian types. Apparently the U.S. Secret Service is super Republican. I mean, I think that's the way I've always considered actually the Secret Service to kind of like, you know, do their job. I don't think of them as necessarily political. Maybe they're conservative because of the law enforcement background, and then traditionally that could be a more conservative position. So, I mean, if that's the case. So, gimme, Jen. I want to see Jordan Peterson choke on his spit. Kind of select for authoritarian types. What does that mean? I don't remember. I forgot what we were talking about. I mean, you know, if it related to something specific. The course they have to pass for Secret Service is brutal. Yes! Your son-in-law passed it? Oh my God, butterflies. Not only that, they go back every year to retrain. Yeah, I can imagine. Like, I can imagine this is a pretty good fucking team. And they were like, oh, your agency ranked, you know, wait, this is not the right one. God damn bless America. Jesus. Why do you... International Trade Commission. Nobody cares. No, I'm just kidding. Everybody cares. I'm just kidding. All right. Well, then we'll have to watch it without fucking captions. I'm sorry about that. Normally I would avoid the whining chuds at work, but I'm looking for them now so I can witness the tears. I mean, and you know what? It's going to be an up and down, all right? We're going to have moments when we're like, this is terrible, you know, blah, blah, blah. So I guess maybe I'm just giving myself the pep talk. It might be. Straws, all they have is straws. Yeah, they just have straws. They don't actually have anything. She's been in the public eye a real long fucking time. And she has dealt with this misogyny probably since, the 90s? So talk about someone who's been seasoned in kind of misogynistic waterfalls. She has been dealing with this shit from the jump. 45 million a month. Well, who's giving him the 45 million? That's what I want to know. Who's giving you your 45 million? I don't know. I'm super excited about Kamala. Yeah, for her whole life. I mean, I remember hearing about this stuff when I was in California. I lived in San Francisco. So I know. And they're really fucking pissy about it. Anyway. So get ready, because the tears are about to flow. Mama, mama. Yeah, totally. So I guess I'm just feeling, and I think this whole, the fuckwad position that they're talking about, which is DEI, that's another conversation. So here's the beautiful part. Here's the beautiful part of where we are right now politically. Sorry, I know there's sound from outside. I need to figure that out. Maybe I have a screen or something I could put up. Anyway. Oh, God, I forgot what I was going to say. Damn it. Oh, well, doesn't matter. Let me close this window a little bit so it's not. So all the helicopters that are flying by in Los Angeles don't And my poor neighbor. I don't want my neighbor to suffer because of me. I'm excited. I'm excited. Oh, that's great, Pep. I actually was really excited when he picked her for VP. I thought it was a great pick. And yeah, I thought it was great. And I don't even like all of her, like her record, you know, in terms of like, you know, tough on crime and stuff like that. We can argue that, sure. Yeah. DEI is great unless proponents convince anyone. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Hoist the bigot petard. I want to find that. I was kind of want to find this thing of let me pull this over here because I want to find this clip, the Jordan Peterson Elon Musk clip. Oh my god. I'm telling you. Oh my god, I'm telling you. Oh my god. Let me see where the fucking oh wait, what's he saying? Oh, well, here, let me show you my, all my buddies. Oh, the boys love me. I'll tell you, let me tell you about the boys in Lolo. They love the Lolo. Okay, so Ron Perlman, who I would definitely, oops, oh, yeah. Ron Perlman of Sons of Anarchy, etc. fame. Yo, Elon, you sweating yet? Is your sphincter as tight as your vision? Are you starting to understand what it's going to feel like to be whooped by a woman who is anything but white? I love Ron Perlman. Mayo. Oh, I'm a Scrooge. Yeah, I don't like mayo anymore. But anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. I mean, I'm just like, if you promote certain people, that makes me mad. And so that's just a personal thing. Okay. So, and then Viva Fry, who's a Canadian asshole, right? The boyfriend was fired up about Doug. Yay! Second gentleman. He'll be the first gentleman. Yeah, baby. She did go to high school in Montreal. I didn't know that. Oh, I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. She's secretly a Canadian sympathizer. She's gonna give our government to Canada. Anyway, Viva Fry is a fucking asshole. He is a fucking asshole. He's a lawyer in Canada, I guess. And I'd like to see it. And a lawyer in Canada who is like a right-wing nut job and was into, you know, like the Freedom Convoy up in Canada and all that stuff. So he's a fucking asshole. And he has a show and he's just a fucking asshole. Anyway, so he said, it's pretty weird for you to be asking about the tightness of Elon's sphincter. And I said, not as weird as you simping for Nazis. And then Hawks and Bluff, who I guess doesn't really like me. I don't know what that is, though. Oh, I see. He's using the R word in a meme. Isn't that funny? Wow, what a dick. Anyway, so that's the there's your more. I don't know what that is. What is that? Is that like part of a toilet system or something? I'm not sure. I don't know. I thought mine was pretty funny. I didn't think it was showing anything different than that. Come on now. I do. LB's fired up too. I like that. Oh yeah, I was gonna find that. Wait. Oh, I haven't even shown you it. I'm sorry. I thought it was on the screen. Oh, fucking hell. God damn it. Okay, hold on. I'm so dumb. Comments seem to be 5 minutes behind live chat. What? What? 5 minutes? Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Where's, oh, this isn't even, okay. Sorry. I'm like really stupid today. I think that's really what it is. One. I'm not very bright. I can see it in time. Try refreshing your page, Neil. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Gosh, Max. Neil, I'm sorry if it's not working. You counted 7 seconds. Just also consider operator error. Okay, wait. Is this? No, this is... Okay, the Bureau of Prisons. Is that today? Yeah. Right? Is it fucking today? I think that's it, right? Okay, here we go. I think we've got it now. I think it's happening. Yeah. Okay, so today it's Federal Bureau of Prisons. Anyway. Andy Bashir called out JD. I don't know if I saw that, but I saw some tweet in reference to Andy Bashir. I wasn't sure what I saw. But also wasn't live until refresh. Oh. God dang it. Damn noise. You don't have to be quiet. You don't have to be quiet at all. I'm stoked for a president that's going to be a giant kick to white patriarchy or WS patriarchy in the nuts. Oh, kick. Yeah, this is a big blow to patriarchy, isn't it? It's going to be a big blow. And it's interesting, I was listening to Shadow Network last night and the book by Ann Nelson, which I really think of all the wonderful books, which of course I haven't read many of them. I'm sorry. This is probably a dumb thing to say. But anyway, I'm just feeling like Ann Nelson's Shadow Network is an extremely good primer on how this all happened. And it, to me, hits on some really relevant points that I think change the game for normies, And I think that's the kicker, is that I want to make sure that normal voters who don't spend time on Twitter, don't understand kind of the lore, I want this to be a time when people's eyes are really opened into just how driven and violently it seems like it might be lagging. Randy Rainbow. Oh yeah, I will easily. I love Randy Rainbow. Kamala's mother took a cancer research job in Montreal when Kamala was in her teens. Hence, she was high schooled in Montreal. Wow, so cool. So cool. Yeah, is it a new one? That's cool. Of course, she speaks French. This is great. This is a great thing. I don't know. So anyway, I hope that somehow this will be a time when we wholesale reject hatred and bigotry. And so, all right, Neil's testing 7:05. That's when you put that note there, Neil. Let's see when you hear my voice. How long until you hear my voice? Are you talking about the video being live? I'm confused a little bit, but that's nothing new. And I'm probably really tired. I just shouldn't stay up. Anyway, Ann Nelson's Shadow Network is really fucking on point when it comes to describing the dynamics.
The
Ooh.
Crime Subcommittee and Government Surveillance Subcommittee is called to order. We welcome everyone to today's hearing on the Federal Bureau of Prisons. Before we begin today, I want to
the sound is terrible.
Acknowledge the passing of our friend and colleague, Sheila Jackson Lee, a longtime member of this committee and of the United States House of Representatives. Ranking Member Jackson Lee was first elected to the House 30 years ago, and she previously served as chairman of this subcommittee, and I had the opportunity to be her ranking member, and then we swapped positions, and it was always a cordial professional relationship.
Wait, what? Oh, lilies.
While we may not have seen eye to eye on every issue, on most issues, in fact, I admired her, and
appreciated her tenacity and commitment. We had many frank discussions expressing sincerely held positions. She was a fierce and loyal advocate for her constituents. She leaves behind her husband, her 2 children, and 2 grandchildren, and she will be missed by members on both sides of the aisle. Before we take a moment of silence, I'm going to yield time to Representative McBath.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. This is terrible.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, and I'd like to take a moment to honor my friend, mentor, and my sister, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. She was a true powerhouse who fought for the betterment of our country and all its people. She was a genuine force to be reckoned with. Always focused
Great point.
on
When you were
making
talking,
this country safer, more equitable, and more just. She was the first woman appointed ranking member of this subcommittee and went on to fearlessly serve as chair in the 117th Congress. Her leadership on civil rights issues will continue to be felt in
The assassination
Congress
attempt.
and all across this country. She uplifted marginalized communities, championed human rights, and tirelessly defended our democracy. As a mentor, Congresswoman Jackson Lee showed me the ropes. She took me under her wing during my freshman year. She was one of my first friends on Capitol Hill and offered her support for me even before I came to Washington. And I thank God I had the chance to know her and receive her precious guidance. We served together as moms determined to make a better world. And I will do everything that I can in my power to keep that work going. I want to take this time to thank Congresswoman for everything that she has done for all of us, the least of us, the least of these, and for her fighting spirit to the very end. I am praying for her family, her staff, and for all of us feeling the impact of this loss. Sheila is one of a kind, the only Sheila Jackson Lee. I yield back.
Thank you.
That
Let's
was
pause now
beautiful.
for a moment of silence to remember.
I do have, hold on, I'm going to move us to the Homeland Security hearing is taking place. And so let me get rid of that. But I'm glad Andy did that. I think that's very good. I'm very happy he did that.
Yet what we saw after those shots rang out should also encourage everyone. We saw a leader under fire, rising up to show the attacker had failed. We saw brave
Okay,
Secret
let's
Service
calm
agents who
down
put
on
their
that.
bodies in harm's way. And we see Americans across this nation refuse to let this thwart their participation in our democratic process. At the same time, however, we also witnessed a massive security failure by the Secret Service and the Department of Homeland Security. The closest someone has been to taking the life of a president or presidential candidate since Ronald Reagan was shot in 1981, more than 40 years ago. We must be committed in our determination to ensure that this never happens again. That is why the House Committee on Homeland Security is demanding full transparency and accountability. That's why we made a trip to Butler, Pennsylvania yesterday to see the site for ourselves. I'm grateful to the ranking member and the 11 other members who were able to come yesterday. And I want to share with the American people some of what we saw yesterday. I, for one, was struck by how close the unsecured building from which Thomas Crooks took his shot was to the stage where President Trump was standing. What we saw yesterday only raises more questions about how this roof was unsecured. And after several of our committee members climbed on the roof, let me tell you, any excuse about the roof being too steep to post a counter sniper team up there is pure nonsense. Protecting the President of the United States and presidential nominees is the Secret Service's mission. There can be no room for mistakes. Unfortunately, that was not the case here. In order to prevent a repeat of this, we must first thoroughly gather and assess the facts. And that's why we're here today. Most importantly, to obtain answers for the American people from officials in the best position to provide those answers. And like tens of millions of Americans, our list of questions is extensive. Why was the rooftop which the shooter fired multiple rounds not secured? Who made the decision not to post a counter sniper personnel on the roof or in a place better to cover the roof? Were warnings from private citizens in attendance about a shooter on top of the building heard by federal law enforcement? And if so, why was nothing done to respond? How did the shooter access the rooftop despite reported federal and local law enforcement presence in and around the building? Were there communication breakdowns that prevented law enforcement officials from effectively communicating with each other in response to alerts and threats? The shooter was spotted and designated as a suspicious person prior to President Trump taking the stage. Why wasn't President Trump moved to a secure location until the Secret Service could investigate? The shooter visited the rally site multiple times before the actual rally. Reports indicate he even flew a drone on a reconnaissance trip to the rally site on the day of the attack. Why wasn't the site secure? Following the rally, the Secret Service said that reports President Trump's security detail requested additional security resources were false. However, then backtracked and told the Washington Post that the Secret Service had learned new information, indicating the Secret Service headquarters
I don't think that's true.
may have in
that's
fact
not new
denied
information.
some requests.
They just were being
Why
specific.
and when were those requests denied? These are just some of the most pressing questions we have and expected to hear answers from Secretary Mayorkas and Director Wray and Director Cheadle. We also expect to hear answers and questions about the shooter's motivation and what the FBI has found in its investigation, including information collected from the shooter's various devices. Unfortunately and unacceptably, they have refused to appear before the committee today.
Are we doing the investigation
Director
in public?
Cheadle
Is
testified
that what we're
yesterday
doing?
before another committee.
Is that what we're
But
doing?
many
We do that
questions
now?
remain. Yesterday,
We take
she provided
big
wholly unacceptable
investigations
responses
that are
to members of the
complex
House Oversight Committee and
and-
completely failed to address the lack
And
of
just do
confidence
the investigation right
both
here
sides
on the
of the aisle
dais?
have
Is
in
that
her
what we should do?
leadership
Should we
of the
lay out
Secret
all
Service.
the evidence on the dais?
Her appearing before one committee
me a
yesterday
break,
also
Dick.
does not absolve her of her responsibility before this committee. In any case, make no
Did
mistake,
you see Mike
we will
Flynn?
continue to
Mike
push for
Flynn,
answers.
the day of the shooting,
While
I think,
these
or maybe the next morning
Federal
was
officials
like,
refused to testify
President
today.
Trump
We're
needs
grateful
me
for the
and
opportunity
my
to speak with
buddies
law
to
enforcement
protect
members
him.
about the events of that tragic day.
Weird flex,
Their
Mike.
testimony will be critical to putting together this complicated puzzle, understanding coordination efforts, and getting to the truth.
Maybe
about
they
what
want to
happened.
undermine the Secret Service.
Before
I
I
think
conclude,
they want to
however,
blame
I have to
they
urge
want to blame the
the
Biden
ranking member
administration for the
to
attempt.
reconsider his
Period. Full
legislation
stop.
that was clearly
They are
intended to strip
chomping
Secret
at the
Service
bit
protection from President Trump.
to
While I understand the
blame
legislation
Biden
would not have
administration
applied
for
in
this.
this instance,
So
it was
this is
clear
what
to
this is
everyone
really
that
all
it was
about.
directed toward former president.
Is they're trying to
We all
build
introduced
some
messaging bills.
line of
This one
culpability.
should be withdrawn. Today's
which is
hearing is
stupid
critical so we can
and
ensure
very
that our
political.
children
And
and
I don't even
grandchildren
think
will
people
grow
did
up
that
in a
in
free
when
nation where
Reagan
every
got
American
shot.
can participate in the democratic process.
I remember when Reagan
hope
got
every
shot.
member
I
will
don't
join
remember
me in
this
getting to the bottom of
nonsense.
what happened so that it doesn't happen again. I now recognize the ranking member, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, for his opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to
I haven't seen
everyone.
Benny Thompson in a long
It's
time.
been 10 days since a 20-year-old took his father's AR-15 rifle to a campaign event in Butler, Pennsylvania, shot the former president and two others, and took the life of an innocent bystander who died protecting his family. We're grateful for the brave law enforcement officers
They're
who
already saying it,
responded
Neil.
to the
They're already
heinous
saying it out
attack.
loud.
And our thoughts and prayers continue to be with the victims.
Yeah, there was
and their
C-SPAN then.
families.
I
Let
think.
me be clear at the
Was it
outset of
C-SPAN
today's
1979
hearing.
or something weird? I
The
don't know why
Secret
that sticks in
Service
my
has
head.
a no-fail mission, and there must be answers and accountability for what occurred. The security failures must be identified and addressed to ensure that they never, ever happen again. That work is already well underway. The Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Pennsylvania State Police have active and ongoing criminal investigations. The Secret Service has begun an internal investigation. Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro
you're right.
Mayorkas,
Sorry.
has announced a bipartisan independent law enforcement review.
Now I wanna
And later
know.
this week,
Hinckley
Congress will
and Bush
vote on a
families were close
resolution to
friends.
establish
Bum, bum,
a task
bum.
force on the attempted assassination. This committee also has begun its oversight as well. Yesterday, as the chairman indicated, I joined a bipartisan group of committee members on a visit to the Butler Farm show grounds. We walked the site where the attack occurred. We saw the layout, buildings, and
1979.
infrastructure for ourselves.
1979.
We met
Oh
with
my God,
local
I don't know
officials
why I remember that.
and the
I
county
don't know why I
sheriff.
remember that.
Today's hearing
I
is
remember
the
my
next
dad
step
watching
in
C-SPAN.
our oversight.
Fucking
And I hope it
endlessly.
will be a productive one in keeping
And I used to say,
with the
"Are you watching that
seriousness
nut job
of the
call-in
issue
show
at
again?"
hand. We must understand what happened in Butler and take corrective action to ensure the security of every Secret Service protectee.
My dad would wake up at 4
I
a.m.
hope
or
to
whatever
hear from our witnesses
and
today
watch that
about
call-in
how
show on
state and local
C-SPAN.
law enforcement
Oh my
work
God.
with the
He
Secret
loved that
Service
shit.
and
I don't know
other
why.
federal
Now I
agencies
guess I do, but
at these events and where
I
coordination
miss
and
my dad.
communication
I miss my dad.
must be improved. While we can have policy differences as Americans, we must be united in condemning political violence in all its forms. There simply is no place for it in our democracy. The attempted assassination is another tragic example of the threat high-powered weapons like the AR-15 pose to our communities and to police officers trying to keep us safe. These weapons have killed regular Americans from all walks of life.
Well, he thought so too,
Concert-goers,
Max. So you
churchgoers,
probably would have
moviegoers,
actually liked my dad a
grocery
lot.
shoppers,
Just the little that I know
workers,
about you.
and yes,
I
even
think you would
school
have
children.
liked him and
I'm
appreciated
an
his
avid
quirkiness.
hunter
But yeah,
and
he really
law-abiding gun
fucking
owner,
loved that nut job
but
call-in show,
believe
and we just make fun
strongly
of it.
that
So
we must
I
do
know not
more
everyone's nut
to
job.
keep these weapons
You know what I mean?
off our streets and
There's
out
a
of
fair
the
amount of
wrong
nut jobs
hands.
calling in.
As we continue our oversight of the events of July 13th, I hope the committee will work at the terrible toll that these weapons are taking and look at them and make some kind of policy decisions to keep them out of the hands of a lot of people who don't deserve them. They are military-style weapons. We use them to our men and women to defend people on the battlefield. Our neighborhoods and our communities are not battlefields. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for holding this hearing and the witnesses for being here today. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record, and without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, is permitted to sit on the dais and ask questions to the witnesses. I will say that votes just got called, and so what we'll do is let our witnesses do each of their 5 minutes, then we'll go into recess and come back with questions following our vote series. Does that sound good to you, Ranking Member? I'm pleased to have an important panel of witnesses before us today. I ask that our witnesses please rise and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before the Committee on Homeland Security of the United States of Representatives will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated. Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. I would now like to formally introduce our witnesses. Colonel Christopher Parris serves as the Commissioner for the Pennsylvania State Police. In this role, he exercises command, administrative, and fiscal authority over the Pennsylvania State Police, the 10th largest police agency in the United States. Commissioner Paris has served in the Pennsylvania State Police since his enlistment in 1999. Thank you for the support getting to the site yesterday. Mr. Patrick Yos currently serves as the President, National Fraternal Order of Police. In this role, Mr. Yos leads the order and its more than 367,000 law enforcement members in representing police officers and the profession. Prior to taking his current role, Mr. Yos served an impressive 36 years as an active law enforcement officer. I thank the witnesses for being here today, and I now recognize Colonel Paris for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Chairman Green, Ranking Member Thompson, Homeland Security Committee members, good morning. I am Colonel Christopher Paris, Commissioner of the Pennsylvania State Police. I would like to take this opportunity to offer our condolences on the passing of Congresswoman Lee. I would also like to take this opportunity to express our condolences to the Comparator family and offer our continued prayers to Mr. Dutch, Mr. Copenhaver, as well as former President Trump as they continue to recover. I'm humbled to be here today and testify about a tragic incident which has deeply impacted the Butler community, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and our nation. I would like to dedicate my testimony here today to the approximately 6,400 women and men, civilian and enlisted, of the PSP who work tirelessly for Pennsylvania, and it is my honor to lead them. I'd like to offer a perspective that this is very much an ongoing, complex, and dynamic investigation. And each day, as we arrive at day 10 today, I learn multiple new facts as we uncover new information as the investigation progresses. I'd like to offer a point of clarification affirmatively about PSP's role. Prior to the shooting, our role was to support the Secret Service with personnel and assets that they requested. Our operation plan completed to fulfill this responsibility consisted of 32 members, and we had two main responsibilities: a motorcade operation for the transportation with the Secret Service of former President Trump, as well as manning and staffing security posts inside the secure area of the Butler County Farm Show. Additionally, we provided two marked cars with uniformed troopers outside of the secure perimeter to provide roving duties, as the name implies, responding to incidents that may occur as a large gathering of people were moving to the venue.
I always thought Attorney General meant it's just like a general attorney.
I had a conversation with the FBI.
Equate it with general in
the FBI is the responsible investigating agency for the attempted assassination
Great
of
branding.
a former president under federal law.
I'm just kidding. Hey, Teresa.
The same actions that led to that also led to the homicide of one Pennsylvanian and the attempted homicide of two additional, as well as the use of force by the Secret Service counter-sniper to neutralize the threat of Mr. Crooks, thus necessitating an officer-involved shooting investigation. So the PSP currently is conducting a criminal investigation parallel to and in concert with the FBI to identify any and all parties criminally culpable under Pennsylvania state law for the homicide and for the attempted homicides. And as I said, we are additionally conducting an investigation into the U.S. Secret Service counter-sniper who neutralized the threat posed by Crooks after he opened fire. I've been recently briefed about the Department of Homeland Security's commissioned after-action report. I can tell you that the Pennsylvania State Police will fully cooperate with that investigation, and it's my hope that I can answer some questions here today without sacrificing that ongoing investigation and prove to be of value to the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colonel Paris. I now recognize Mr. Yos for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Good morning, Chairman Green, Representative Thompson. and distinguished members of the House Committee on Homeland Security. My name is Patrick Hughes, and I'm the National President of the Fraternal Order of Police, the nation's oldest and largest law enforcement labor organization.
Oh my
I'd like to
God.
first take this opportunity to
This
recognize
guy's a
long-term
fucking
member of
cop
Congress and a member
union.
of this committee,
They're
Sheila Jackson Lee,
bullshit.
for her
Cop
contribution
unions are
to
bullshit.
great work done here in Washington. I want to thank you for providing me with an opportunity to appear before you today on behalf of the 377,000 members of the Fraternal Order of Police as this committee examines the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump just 10 days ago. Before I begin my testimony, I want to express my admiration for the Secret Service agents who jumped into action and protected the former president. Rarely does the public witness just how selfless these agents are, placing themselves between flying bullets and their protectee. They, along with state and local law enforcement officers on the scene that day, demonstrated extraordinary courage. I also want to extend my thoughts and prayers to the family of Corey Comparator and the others who were injured that day. My testimony today will not be specific to the attempted assassination of President Trump. Instead, I hope to provide a perspective of state and local law enforcement when providing support and assistance to these events. We must remember that the law enforcement mission is a shared mission, and agencies at every level routinely cooperate and collaborate with one another. Law enforcement in our country is highly decentralized, with more than 90% of services provided by state and local agencies through more than 18,000 different jurisdictions. State and local agencies would not be effective without the support of their federal colleagues, and our federal partners would be unable to perform their functions without the assistance of state and local agencies. Anyone suggesting that the United States Secret Service not rely on state and local agencies at these events is simply uninformed. At these events, local law enforcement works under the direction of the United States Secret Service, which must ensure that all agencies involved at the event have a clear understanding of their roles and responsibility. Law enforcement agencies provide valuable community insight that can be crucial in identifying potential risk and issues. They contribute resources, personnel, and support that augments the capabilities of the U.S. Secret Service to ensure that there's adequate staffing and all contingencies are covered. Local law enforcement should be part of the command post and communications center to facilitate real-time information sharing and rapid response to emerging situations. This collaborative planning process ensures that all potential risks are identified and mitigated, and that local officers are fully integrated into timely and coordinated responses. Our presence is a vital part of the security matrix, but the United States Secret Service ultimately is responsible and is the final arbiter of any security matters affecting their protectee and the public. Clear and constant communication between participating agencies and the United States Secret Service is crucial to ensure the security of the protectee and everyone at the event. All this said, there were critical failures of security at the event in Butler. It is important that we learn from these failures to better provide safety and security for our leaders moving forward, as in public also attending these events. In the coming election, we will have extraordinary challenges placed on our Secret Service as they provide security at sites all across this nation over the next 4.5 months. And I'm confident that state and local law enforcement agencies are well prepared and ready to assist the United States Secret Service in this mission. I want to pause for a moment, and I want to flag another issue that often creates unnecessary obstacles for agencies within working together in real time, and that being interoperable communications. In the aftermath of 9/11, Congress wisely established FirstNet to address the voice and data communication failures faced by officers, partners, and first responders. To facilitate full use of FirstNet's advanced capabilities, we strongly urge Congress to ensure that our nation's public safety organizations at all levels of government are aware of and fully leverage the critical communication lifeline. Further, Congress and the FCC must take all necessary steps to guarantee FirstNet's continued success and evolution. In conclusion, close collaboration between Secret Service and their advanced teams and in local law enforcement agencies provide indispensable support that ensures the safety and security of our nation's leaders and the public. These collaborative efforts should exemplify the very best in our interagency cooperation and underscore our collective commitment to national security. I want to thank you for the opportunity to appear here today, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Yos. And Colonel Paris, I just want to make sure I say this. You feel comfortable at any time to say, I'm sorry, this could compromise the investigation. These guys get this all the time. This is classified information. They're accustomed to that. So just, you know, they're gonna be cool with that, I assure you. Members will be recognized by order of seniority when we come back from votes, but we will take a recess and return 10 minutes after the last vote.
All right. Well, Juan on Twitch, I'm going to have to say goodbye to you. I'm so sorry. Nobody wants to see me naked, actually. If you want to be honest about it, literally nobody wants to see me naked. Trust and believe. Any gunshot wound treated in Pennsylvania has to be reported to the state police. Where is the gunshot wound report for Trump? I agree with that. I think there's not enough transparency coming from the Trump campaign. My goodness. Let me tell you how depressed Mr. Trump is. Okay? Can I tell you how depressed he is right now? He sees so much writing on the wall, it might as well be ketchup. So, that's what I'm saying. Let me, actually, I'm going to go ahead and do this. Hold on. Let me pull up Twitter. Let me pull up Twitter. Oops. Oh, dear. Oh, dear me. Okay. Let me pull up the Twitters. Let's see. Down, 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 down. Bow. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Let me see. Hold on just a minute. Meet George Jetson, his boy Elroy, Jane, his wife, daughter Judy. Gosh, I do remember the song. Okay. Anyway, I wanted to find that. Oh, here, let me go to mine because I think I this is funny. Mike Johnson. She will not be tougher to beat.
She will not be tougher to beat. No, not at all. We are excited about Kamala being at the top of the ticket.
She'll be tougher to beat.
She will not be tougher to beat.
Oh, he's so... I'm ready for my robot maid. Fuck yeah. Hey, Jim. They stuck Trump with the male equivalent of... Well, okay, Jim. No, I don't agree with you. J.D. Vance is fucking... He's a smart fucker. Okay? He's not a dumb fucker. He's a smart fucker. He just happens to be the extension of Peter Thiel. That's really who's in office. It's not J.D. Vance. He's a skin bag. And he's actually... What's everyone doing? Oh, okay, they turned it off. Okay. Anyway. Oh, that's Viva Fry. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I thought this was very good. Thank you, Norby.
Here we go. I talk about the problem with white women because, number one, I am a white woman. Therefore, I feel comfortable talking to my fellow white women. And number two, electorally, we are the problem, which means we can be the solution. And if you say, not all white women, I always vote blue. That's great. But you know what you have access to as a blue voting white woman? Other white women who sometimes don't vote, or other white women who vote red because they were raised to believe that the Republicans were the party of family values. We get our shit together and get in line and stand shoulder to shoulder with black women. So how do I know there's a problem with white women? I didn't just invent this. I'm also not the only person talking about this, but the problem is clear and the data don't lie. In 2016, 47% of white women voted against a white woman for president and instead voted for Donald Trump. In 2018, 48% of us voted for Republicans. In 2020,
Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
of us voted for Republicans. 2022, 55% of us voted for Republicans. So there is a problem with white women. So what do we have to do? We have to get outside of our social media bubbles because we all agree that we want to send Vice President Kamala Harris to the White House as president in November. But if we're going to do that, we have to take these videos, take the posts that resonate with us and share them outside of our social media bubble. Share them with people who are not so online, those people who still touch grass every once in a while. For me, it's all about our kids. I know that President Kamala Harris will continue progress on gun safety, fight climate change as the existential crisis that it is. She will work to preserve our democracy. She believes it is important to lift children out of poverty. She will strengthen, not attack, our public education system. She will continue the work that has already begun to lower prescription drug prices and make healthcare affordable for every child in this country. Do your work. Enough of this, not all white women. Like, just buckle down, do it. We need to get comfortable with the fact that we are the problem, and then we need to fix the problem. Period. Thank you.
Brilliant. So brilliant. Brilliant. Oh, here. This is the Peter Thiel. I'm not. The Peter Thiel thing is so boring and dumb. I'm not even going to play it for you.
Woke mind virus.
Wait, here we go.
Your son is dead. So my son Xavier is dead. Killed by the woke mind virus.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I can't imagine what that would be like.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and there's lots of people in that situation now.
Right.
It's not pretty, and lots of demolished kids.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's a good reason to be the final straw. All right, so let's.
So I vowed to destroy the woke mind virus after that. And we're making some progress.
Join the club.
Yeah. Your son is dead.
God damn. He's so fucking weird. So fucking weird. Here's another. Please listen to Oomp's new music. Like this is okay. So let's look at this picture. Okay, I'm sure you guys have seen this kind of floating around, but I screen capped this because this was the moment when J.D. Vance. I know. What is that jacket, Neil? I actually kind of like that. Oh, she did resign. So Cheadle, according to Badger, Cheadle just resigned, which was probably coming. I mean, seriously, that jacket's pretty amazing, though. I mean, I'm going to say that jacket is pretty amazing. It's okay. Oh, my dog is barking. Oh, you're at the wrong moment, doggy. We don't have anything to play while I'm going to walk you. Well, actually, you know what? I could find another hearing. And then you guys can hold on just a minute. Hold on, pup. Don't leave mommy. Don't leave your mommy. Hold on, let's find something entertaining. Oh, this one is one I was gonna watch, which is full committee hearing on Congress in a post-Chevron world. So it's in recess. Everybody's in recess, bitches. Of course they are, because they're all voting. I'm dumb, I'm dumb, I'm dumb, I'm dumb, I'm dumb. I'm not that smart. La 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 la. Wait, what about the guys who were like off-site, man? They don't. Oh, everybody's in recess. What are they doing? Running to something? No. Ways and means? No. God dang it. Well, okay. I'll leave you with music, and I'll walk the dog so fast. He's very fast. And that is when I took a sacred vow to destroy the imaginary thing. Because I'm sad. Because I don't know why I'm sad. I'm just sad because I didn't get my way. That's what he's sad about. He didn't get his way. All right, here's a little music for you. Oh, no problem. He's so fast. My dog is so... He's like, I need to just go, and then I want to go back to bed. That's literally what he does. He's almost 14. Okay, I'll be RB. Okay, bye.
Oh, is that right?
It is a hot one out there. Holy shit. Holy. Oh, I never turned that on, did I? Oh, maybe I did. Anyway, I'm sorry. Oh my God. It's so hot out there. I mean, Nelly needs to create a song for it. It's so fucking hot. Oh, Jesus Christ. Two very insecure and messed up guys. Absolutely, Pep. Elon Musk's stepsisters. Oh, really? Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. I don't know. Yeah, look at the clown. Imagine if they had coping skills. Oh my God. And that is when I took a sacred vow to destroy the imaginary thing. Anyway, okay. I know he's an old man, but he's so good. Oh my God. He is the best dog. Like, he is literally the best dog. Anyone else get an email to donate $7 to Harris to win a I didn't see that. That sounds like fun. Isn't it weird? Hey, Carla, you're not showing up on... Are you on YouTube? This is so weird. I see you on the screen, but I don't see you in the... It's so weird. YouTube is weird. Okay, wait. I got to go back and see if we have the thing. Hold on. Anyway, I just want you to look at this face. Look at this mug. Look at this mug right here. The Trump's mug on that picture just screams to me somebody who is like, I don't run my own life anymore. Oh, you're on YouTube? Okay, so now you showed up, but your other comment, it's weird. I don't know. Oh, maybe, no, I'm on live chat. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad I see you. Regardless of where I see you. He knows, and this is the same face that he's had for over a week now, or 2 weeks, because he knows that he didn't make it. He didn't make this choice. The man sitting next to him is taking over. And Trump is despondent about it. He knows that the deal he made to get to this point and possibly escape all of the, can you imagine all of the debt, all of the criminality, everything bad that Trump has created for himself in his life will go away if he wins. Poof. It'll just go away. So he made all these deals, right? Ann Nelson talks about the deal that he made with, Family Research Council and Tony Perkins and the evangelical community. Same deal he's making here in some ways. But on the deal here, he has to be more of a back player. And that's going to drive him nuts because even though he doesn't want to be president, he likes the trappings of being president. And he doesn't want anyone else. Like, he hated Mike Pence. Mike Pence was foisted on him by the evangelical community and said, he will be your running mate. And this time, Peter Thiel said, J.D. Vance will be your running mate or you won't get our money. And Elon committed that $45 million a month to the campaign because of it. Manafort picked Pence. Well, but I think also it was because of the evangelical community. And the deal that he made, that the judgeships and Roe and all that stuff. So I think that, let me say, Pence played to the evangelicals. So you're right. It might not be that they foisted it. It might be Manafort, but he really represented something, another choice not made by Trump. Kalimnik and Wallnow in a jacuzzi. Wow. Wow. I'm sorry. Let me make sure that, oh God. You know how sometimes you get memberships to channels just because you had it on at one point for a minute that you would accept memberships from channels, and then all of a sudden you find yourself a member of a really stupid channel that you don't even actually watch? How does that happen? Oops. Hold on. Anyway, sorry. So let me go back. So we'll have that teed up. Yeah. Kalimnik and Wallnow sitting in a tree. Yeah, Wallnow. And Paul Weyrich. Paul Weyrich probably, right? Probably him more than other people. So I think this is a man who, the man is defeated. I think he understands that perhaps he thought that this time he would be able to pick whoever he wanted and pick whoever he wanted and, just kind of do his thing. Like, I think he would have picked his fucking, like, daughter. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like he would have picked someone super sycophant. And you can see JD is not that. JD Vance, in interviews like the one that I showed you the picture of, he dominates the conversation. In the clip that I showed, or the little screen grab that I showed you, he was telling the reporter that he was, basically he made it about him and his family and the fact that it now made him and his family less safe. And you could see the look on Trump's face like, this is not about you. This is about me. It was so weird. I really encourage you to, I'm sure that clip is everywhere. And maybe and maybe we can watch it. Hold on. I don't think I actually clipped the clip. So hold on. Let me see what's going on. Okay. Oh, wait, Fox, Trump, Vance. I think it was Fox.
Made
oh, wait.
about Donald Trump.
Hold on. I want to show you this. Let's look at this. Okay.
This is an evolution, and I know you've been asked about this before, about past comments that you've made about Donald Trump. You've said, I'm a never Trump guy, never liked him, terrible candidate, idiot if you voted for him, might be America's Hitler, might be a cynical a-hole, cultural heroine, noxious and reprehensible. Those are things this is an evolution, and I know you've been asked about this before.
Oh, I wanted to hear what he said. Damn it.
About past comments that you've made
Damn it.
about
I wanted
Donald
to hear
Trump.
what he said. Let's see. J.D. Vance selection is going over like a lead balloon. That's funny. Where's the damn... Okay, wait. Does he get to the part where he's...
If you voted for him, might be America's Hitler.
Okay, it's not. Okay. I wanted to hear what J.D. Vance said to that. God damn it. Oh, wait. Is this... No, that's not it. Oh, my gosh. Look at this. I didn't see this. I don't watch Fox.
On Wall Street, who's saying that he's likely to spend a lot of time in arguably the three most important electoral college states, two of which border Ohio, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. That must be a positive there. But I wonder, because this analyst is asking the question, Vance's potential blue-collar populist appeal could backfire in the suburbs, like Philadelphia, Detroit, Milwaukee, with his staunch feelings about some of these issues. Your thoughts?
I think, again, J.D. Vance is a tremendous asset to the ticket. I mean, President Trump is at the top of the ticket. He is the leader of our party. It's his brand that is really on the ballot.
Who's
but
she?
I think, again, you know, I loved Tucker Carlson said this yesterday. He said all the bad people in
Caroline
DC that I knew
Sunshine.
don't like J.D. Vance, and that's why I think he's the perfect pick for this ticket. So I think...
Analyst on Wall Street who's saying that he's likely to spend a lot of time in arguably the three most important electoral...
That's interesting. I haven't met Carolyn before. Caroline. Oh, I wish I could find that clip. Damn. It was so like Trump penis. Make me gag. That's funny. That's funny. Well, I guess I can't find it. It doesn't really matter. Anyway, sorry. Didn't mean to focus and search. But if you see that clip, which it has been going around, it was posted yesterday. It's just like a little moment where you just see Trump's face kind of fall even further, if you will. Well, I meant those things as a compliment, you know. I don't watch Dr. Phil. What do you mean, Teresa? I don't watch Dr. Phil. He did on Jesse Waters, Dirty Doctors. Dr. Phil is not a doctor. Trump does not like being called anybody's heroine. I used to have a crush on Maria Bartiromo before she went sour. Isn't she weird? See, I remember. Okay, Neil, maybe you remember this too. Hi, Clark. Oh my God. I know. Clark, you and I both, right? We were both, I mean, you liked a tweet of mine in like the middle of the night. So I feel like I went to bed at like, well, I fell asleep around 2:30 in the morning. It was stupid. Dumb. But here we are. I'll take a nap after. But what was I going to say? Shoot. Darn it. Oh, Maria Bartiromo. Do you remember Nightly Business Report on PBS? It was so dumb. I know. I couldn't go to sleep. I don't know what it was. I played games too long. I played game for like 4 hours. Madness. Who stays up that late? I have no idea. And is a fully functioning adult during the daytime. Yeah, I know. For which I'm grateful, actually, because I enjoy the lighting up of the phone. I invite more of them. More. Yeah, I just could not get to sleep. Finally, I put on Ann Nelson's Shadow Network, and I literally fell asleep. Ann Nelson really is a great bedtime story. When I can't get to sleep, I turn to Benadryl. I don't know. That's probably not funny, but it is kind of funny. Max, you're so cute. I love you. What was I going to say? Scheitenheimer. Yeah. Oh, so do you remember Nightly Business Report, Neil? On Caroline Sunshine is an actress turned White House intern in 2018. Oh, okay, Carla. Sure she is. Sure she was. She looks like that girl that spoke at the convention. You remember Nightly Business Report? I loved that fucking show. I loved that fucking show. I can't remember any. Wasn't one of the other Fox people was on that? Brett Baer or someone? No, it wasn't Brett Baer. Anyway, Phil is to interview Daniel Miller of Texit. Oh. Did he already interview him? Texit. Where are they going to exit to? Where are they exiting to? Maybe it was Lou Dobbs, Neil. I know I can't. It must be Lou Dobbs. But they were like serious financial reporters. She was a serious financial reporter in those days. Like, I don't know what happened to her, or maybe nothing happened to her and she's just like nutso. But they didn't talk about politics, I don't recall. I don't recall that being a very political show. It was much more about, like, it was just more about the market. That's why I watched it, because I was working in the market. And I enjoyed it. I thought it was good analysis. It was kind of dispassionate, which is welcome when it comes to the fucking stock market. I like some dispassion. I'm here for the dispassion. Such an emotional beast and horrible. Business news is like business time. What's that? Do you guys watch Flight of the Conchords? Please tell me you watched it. It was on HBO, I think. Maybe not. I don't know. But Flight of the Conchords, did you guys watch that? I literally downloaded all the songs. Those guys are so good. I never did see them in concert. They did do tours and stuff like that. That would have been great. But they had that song, Business Time. Wait. Yeah, Business Time. It's business time. Don't have cable scene clips. Oh my God, it's so funny. If you can find clips on YouTube, probably they're all over. Oh my God, so funny. So funny. I remember she didn't seem political, right? Neither did Dobbs. Yes. Then Dobbs started. Yes, it really was. It was, this was like 40 years ago. I'm not saying this wasn't yesterday. This was a long fucking time ago. Long fucking time ago. But it still was something that, I don't know, people just, I don't know, it just didn't seem that political to me. It was on HBO. Yes, Pepper. Yes. You're my friend. You're not my friend. You're my friend. You're not my friend. and more. Okay, I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry. I love that show. I love the absurdity. I love absurd comedy. I definitely love absurd comedy. Anyway, I don't know. Let's see. The other thing is that Oh, Kamala raised like $231 million in like 24 hours. So that's good news. As I said in the beginning, I'm just ready for the ups and downs of the next few months. But here we are. And I have two of those. And one thing I haven't heard, which I didn't expect to hear, but it would be nice this week to hear what's happening in Jack Smith's world. I'd just like to know. I think he filed the appeal to Canon's dismissal. And I don't know. I need to. Well, actually, fuck, man. Let's fucking do it. Let's fucking do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's check the master calendar. Oh, yeah, they totally stopped. All right, here we go. So, August 12th was the defendant's proposed trial commencement date. Okay, so that's not happening. Nope, that's not happening. What's this? Well, I guess there's nothing scheduled. Although, isn't there a hearing scheduled in September for Chutkin? I thought there was a hearing for Chutkin in September. What? Damn. Damn, girl. DC Trump case. All right, well, let's go to the docket. Let's go to the docket. Indictment of Don. Okay, so this is like, I need this to be not sorted that way. Oh, here we go. Descending. Here we go. All right, February 6th was the last one. Wasn't there a Wasn't there a hearing? Wasn't she going to schedule a hearing for September? Didn't we? That didn't happen. Did I dream that? Filing notice of appeal reported. Yes, that I believe I saw, but I don't have any. Yeah, there's nothing. Seems to be a common thing. Economics financial reporters rub up against our right-wing oligarchs a lot and then start agreeing with right-wing ideas. Happens in Canada. Yeah, traditionally, I mean, even people that I really like in finance. Is there a Bragg interview? Wait, I missed that. Teresa, did you send me something on that? I'm sorry if I missed that. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, finance was a very, very right, conservative, whatever. I wasn't, and probably that's why I didn't last, although I was pretty much pushed out by men because I had a child out of wedlock. That's why I was pushed out of the organization. But nonetheless, that neither here nor there. He agreed to one. I think September is when Chutkin has to do the immunity determination. Right. I thought there was a hearing set, and I'm kind of surprised. I guess they're just not updating this website, which, I don't begrudge them that. Let me just see if I have any. Oh. Well, here's something from Kyle Cheney. Not related to that, but the Justice Department has been in touch with Special Counsel Bob Hur and located a partial transcript of Joe Biden's interviews with his ghostwriter, Mark Zwanitzer, which it previously claimed it didn't have. Oh, who cares? I mean, do we really care? Is this going to be a whole, destroy Joe Biden thing? I'm not here for that. The man fucking pulled out of the race. We're done. Move on. Move on. Like, who cares? I'm sorry, who cares? You're going to tell me, this is my argument. You're going to tell me that you are so hell-bent on finding every single misdeed, if any. I don't know what is in the transcript. Who cares? Like, I hope he exercises it too. I really fucking do. I really fucking do. Now I know he's sick right now. Anyway. But I'm telling you, I know. That's right. Yeah, they're trying. I mean, every little thing is coming out. And the whole, let's blame the Biden administration for the assassination attempt and all that nonsense. That is obfuscation for the fact that their nominee tried to stop the peaceful transfer of power, working with his little friends. And not only that, he cooked his books. He raped a woman, one that we know of, probably more, and there's good reason to believe he might have raped a child. And he took documents from the White House that he knows he couldn't have, and we still don't know where some of them are. That is that guy. All the stuff I just said, that's that guy. Documented in a court of law. Oh, and the topping for that, the whipped cream on top of that, is that the lawyers around him are losing their licenses because of what they did in service to him. Literally. So, talk about adjudicated. What we know about that fat fuck has already been adjudicated. Already. That's it. Game over. And so I don't even want to hear one fucking thing about the transcript, the this, the that. No, I want to hear only, or I want to hear more about the ongoing insurgency. Report on Peter Thiel's influence in this election. Report on something that is actually going to help voters make a fucking decision. Guess what? You got your wish, media. Joe Biden is not on the ballot. You did it. Good for you. But no more. No. I'm tired. I'm tired of the lying. I'm tired that lying gets some kind of pass because freedom of speech or something, I'm tired. Lies are not freedom. Lies are not speech. I mean, they are speech, but they shouldn't be. And they most certainly shouldn't be if they convince people to believe the lie. You see what I mean? There's actual damage that has come from the lie upon lie upon lie upon lie. I mean, don't believe me. So I don't want to hear about I don't care. Just move on. You're going to do enough to try and not make this a more perfect union. And the thing about it is I'm not convinced necessarily that the Republicans don't want to be rid of him. I mean, obviously they kind of do, although he's very convenient for the base. And now he's doubly convenient because he's a fucking martyr. Yeah, butterflies. All of the stories of this man tell us exactly who he is. He took out an entire ad in the paper to demand the death penalty for teenagers who were later exonerated for the crime they had been accused of. But Donald Trump put out an ad to get the death penalty for those teenagers. He's a terrible, terrible man. He has been, his father or him, I can't remember if I think it was his father, was cited for not only, discrimination, housing discrimination. He comes from terrible stock, and he is a terrible man. And he actually, if you want to complain, say, well, but the tax cut, well, but the this, but do the math. It wasn't a tax cut for you, but you didn't do the math. I did the math. And I paid more. So I guess none of the stuff that they say happened. The border isn't open. What, I'm tired of the lies. I'm just tired. I'm tired. I don't mind having disagreements. I do mind. Yeah, thank you, Teresa. It was his father. I do mind that people believe and vehemently vote against a more perfect union. That I have a problem with. So, I don't know. What about, it wasn't too long ago that McCarthy was saying they need to remove Trump with a tweet. Right? Remember those? I remember those days too. I remember that too. Oops, sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I remember that too. Let me fix the filters on this while we're here. Right. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. What do I know? Oh, I think they're back. I can hear the little peanuts coming back in the room. Everybody had a nice little poop. No, I'm kidding. Sorry. I don't mean to talk about poop so much. I'm not like, it's not like a Jungian thing or whatever. What is that, Freud? Who's the one that talks about poop? Is it Freud or Jung? I can't remember. I think it's Freud, right? Who's the one that talks about poop? I don't know. I know this. I mean, I just can't wait for November to be over. I know that November doesn't end it. Yeah, I know, right, Clark? I have a 5-year-old. It's all poop here. I get it. So much poop. I don't know. It seems like the most human thing to accuse someone of doing. That's why, if you want to know the backstory of why I say, oh, they must be pooping, it's because that to me is one of the most vulnerable and human things that one can do, I guess. I don't know. Or it just is a very vulnerable thing and it makes someone very human. So I tend to do that when I'm punching up. The other women are afraid. They know that Trump will ruin them. Exactly. And yeah. That's right, butterflies. They won't step forward because he's been so threatening, and he's probably followed through just in terms of ruining some people. Freud, thank you. Thanks, Pepper. I thought it might be Freud, but then I thought, what if it's Jung and I just got it wrong? As long as he's not one of the poop throwing monkeys. Hello, holla. I remember I worked at a zoo, and the chimpanzees are like really, really evil. Like the chimpanzees are very mean. Oh, yes. Okay. First of all, Charlie XCX has a video called Brat. Or is it Brat Summer or is it Brat? Anyway, We're all brats now. I love that. I fucking love that trope. I'm going to tell you right now. Let me see if I can find something where we don't get copywritten, so don't copyright. I'm copywritten, so don't copyright me. Hold on, let me find. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. Let me see if I can find it. I don't think I've even listened to the song yet, although I might have heard it and I just don't realize it. Where I'm gonna follow Charlie XCX Brat, and it's the same, but there's 3 more songs. Whoop whoop whoop. All right, let's see if we can. Here, I'll show you this. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Brat this summer. 15 songs. Yeah, baby. Charlie XCX. I like Charlie XCX actually. Let me see if I can. Oh man, can I not find? You don't have a bit of your song? Wait.
Yes.
Okay, wait. Oh wait, I'm coming back. Hold on, I'm coming back.
The committee will come to order. Members will be recognized in order of their seniority for their 5 minutes of questioning. An additional round of questioning may be called.
All right, later. We'll
after
do later.
all members have been recognized.
Poop is
I now
important.
recognize myself for 5 minutes
Makes
of
the
questioning.
world go around. Bra, bra.
Colonel Paris.
All right, I'm going to stop.
Typically, these events, do they typically have 2 control rooms or 2 sort of tactical operations areas where the Secret Service is in their sort of spot and the local law enforcement is in their sort of command center? Is that how it's typically done?
I would say from my experience and from state police operations, to include this event as planned in our operations plan,
Me too.
we had integrated communications by having our PSP personnel in the Secret Service command post.
So your person was in there, in that command post on this event?
Speaking of pooping,
Yes, sir.
I don't have to poop, but
Do
I
you
have
know
to
if the
pee.
local sheriff had anybody or the deputies that were also provided, the local guys?
I would be remiss at this point to say I knew an exact
okay.
listing of everyone in that command post.
The sheriff yesterday told us he did not. Would you expect him to have had somebody there?
So I would say generally, there's a lot of talk about interoperability and communications. The state police, for example, operate our own statewide radio network. So we have the ability to, if we have an incident, a long protracted incident, for example, where we need to patch other agencies in, we have the capability to do that. However, Secret Service, for example, maintains some additional encrypted communications. So the best way to integrate unified command
Is physically present in the
correct,
command
that
site.
would be our.
Yeah,
I
that's
would
how the
expect-
Army does it in the military.
I would expect our commanders to have personnel in there so that we could have radio communication as well as a redundancy in the operations plan with a telephonic backup.
Do you know if in this particular case, I mean, normally they sweep these sites with dogs. Was a K-9 team used here for this event?
I do not know. I have not seen the Secret Service operations plan. I've asked for it. I have yet to receive it. I did double check. That was something that PSP could typically offer to the Secret Service if they requested it. And I did verify that in this event, we did not provide any dogs.
Okay. As I understand it, there wasn't one, but you'd expect one in a situation like this.
So I want to be clear that when the Secret Service interfaces with the state police for whatever protectee and level of protection they're endeavoring to provide, the Secret Service is the lead agency. So as per the earlier statement of 18,000 law enforcement agencies across the United States, it would be very difficult, I would assert, for the Secret Service to operate all across the United States and have each individual agency telling the Secret Service how the operation should be run. They're the lead agency. If that was something that their protocols called for during the initial meeting when preliminary steps and agencies were brought together, that would be something that would be discussed typically.
The AGR building, did your guys on the ground there ever voice concerns to the Secret Service for not putting somebody on that building?
So I suppose the best sequence of events that I can give you is that PSP was notified by email on July 5th about this event. There was an initial planning meeting where we had commanders present on Monday, July 8th. So over Tuesday the 9th and Wednesday the 10th. Those commanders that we designated, basically our orders are from the front office, my team on down. You know, we work collaboratively with the Secret Service, collaborate, give them what we can. The final walkthrough occurred on the 11th. Present at that meeting were the two commanders that were tasked with both staffing the security checkpoints on the interior of the secure perimeter, as well as the commander who was going to be in charge of the motorcade. But in addition to that, a PSP area commander was on that walkthrough, holding the rank of major.
Could you share a little bit of insight? I appreciate the timeline, but could you share a little bit, because I only have about a minute.
I apologize.
Yeah, the specific to the AGR building.
So on that walkthrough, our area commander asked specifically who was responsible for the AGR building, and we were told that Butler ESU was responsible for that area by several Secret Service agents on that walkthrough.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
All right. One last quick question.
Poor Butler.
Real quick, I mean, I'll let you comment about it. The slope of the roof.
He
Would that have
doesn't
prevented a
seem
sniper from
to
being
have
up there?
liked that answer.
I don't believe so, sir.
Okay.
He thought
Thank
that
you.
Secret Service
I yield.
was
I
in
now
charge of
recognize
it.
the ranking member for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Ouch.
Thank you very much.
That seems like an
Commissioner
important
Parrish,
detail.
you talked about your tenure with the Pennsylvania State Police. Have you worked other events where a presidential candidate or the president has come to Pennsylvania?
Yes, I have, sir.
So this would not have been an unusual occurrence to participate?
I ran the numbers. We typically do about 20 missions a year, the low 20s a year in a regular year. We're already in the low 20s this year, being an election year. So our commanders in the field who interface with the Secret Service to plan and provide support are on a routine basis. I wouldn't say an everyday occurrence, but a fairly routine basis.
Okay. So can you walk us through the Pennsylvania State Police's interaction with the Secret Service? You kind of started off giving us from the point of contact that an occurrence was about to happen. Was there anything particular about the Butler, Pennsylvania event that stands out as regular, irregular, or anything?
I would say, not to my knowledge, based on our discussions with our commanders who planned it, it progressed along a normal timeline. They attempted to give the Secret Service, and I believe provided the Secret Service with everything they were requested.
So your role on that day in terms of the state police was what?
So I would classify it as in a support role, and the two main areas of responsibility for the state troopers that were assigned that day were those participating in the motorcade to get former President Trump from his point of landing to the venue in Butler County and back, with several other additional entities that were requested by the Secret Service. And then on site, we had to staff security posts that were determined by the Secret Service. All of those posts were inside of the secure perimeter of the Butler County Farm show.
I guess I was one of those individuals who traveled to Butler. Just for my information, have you had any interaction with the FBI or anything as they look into the investigation as to what you or your men observed on that day?
Poor people.
Yes, we're conducting an investigation.
Let's stop gender. Gender's
largely
stupid.
in concert
Okay,
with and
can we
parallel to the
gender is a
Bureau,
construct? Can we move
because
beyond
the
gender,
actions of,
please?
Crooks have federal legal implications
Tired of
and state law implications.
Okay, thank you.
This creates othering, and I'm done
President
with that.
Yost, in your comments, you talked about the need for communication. You talked about FirstNet. And so we have federal, state, and local law enforcement at an event like what we're talking about in Butler. But in our conversation with some of the locals, not state police, but the sheriff's department and the chief of police in Butler yesterday, those individuals did not have communication with actually state police or Secret Service. Would that, in your professional opinion, be a vulnerability for managing an event like this?
Well, I think we can go back to 9/11 when we identified at that time that the interoperability of
What does this
different
guy have
agencies
to say
be able
about
to communicate
anything? I'm
really,
sorry.
really was a hindrance.
Can we stop?
There's an infrastructure in place now to address these, interoperabilities, but at the same time, they're not always utilized in every event. I do not have any direct knowledge whether that was the issue here, but I can tell you it is a common issue.
Then why
in
are
law
you
enforcement
here?
and ability for our
Why
agencies
are
not
you
to be able
here?
to communicate. Not that the technology is not necessarily there; it's because that they're not always.
You weren't there. You have nothing to do with
Yeah.
this. Who the fuck are you?
We passed legislation mandating, obviously, FirstNet interoperability, and we tied funding to make sure that that happens. But here we are looking at this situation, and we picked up some valuable information that we're still not where we need to be on that. I would think that Colonel, the role of the state police is invaluable, but it appeared in talking with some of the local officials, as you say, it's just, you're not primary, you're kind of secondary in that role, that we need to somehow, as a committee, look at how do we enhance the overall mission so that we have no gaps. So I look forward to the work of this committee, identifying the gaps, look at the after-action review to close those gaps. So just to tell you one.
Can we just say a thing? Say the
Butler,
thing.
Pennsylvania has no permitting process for events of that size. So you can announce it and hold it, and local government doesn't really have anything to do with it. And we were assured by local government that they would try to fix that. That they said we have to be more involved in events of this size, so that if this was not the best venue, then that permitting could have gotten engaged and suggested an alternate venue, those kind of things. So thank you very much. I yield back.
Yikes.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize
ask direct
Chairman
questions,
McCall for 5
please.
minutes of questioning.
We wanna
Thank you,
know.
Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank you for the site visit that we had at Butler, Pennsylvania yesterday. It was very eye-opening, educational. I agree with the ranking member's comments.
Isn't that a little
in
early for
terms
Dr.
of,
Pepper?
After 9/11, after 9/11, connecting the dots and federal, state, and local working together was the answer. I led a joint terrorism task force when I worked at the Department of Justice, and I also was involved in national security events, so I kind of know how these things operate. My question is to Colonel Paris.
Nobody cares. Nobody
It's
cares,
standard
McCall.
practice that the lead federal agency will come in and meet with the state and locals regarding the security plan before the event, prior to the event. Sir, did you participate or did your department participate in that?
So I did not participate. As I stated earlier, there were two commanders dedicated to those two primary roles, the motorcade and the staffing of the posts on site within the secure perimeter, as well as a state police area commander. So just as a way of background, our area commander that covers multiple troops in that area of the
Brilliant.
state.
Carla says they were out of Diet
5,000
Mountain Dew,
troopers, there
which
are
is
only
a
4 area
brilliant
commanders.
answer.
So
And Neil
that
says
major
maybe
was
it's
present
product
for the
placement on behalf
walkthrough
of a campaign
on,
donor.
the 11th.
And were your troopers assigned inside the perimeter or outside?
Inside, sir.
Inside. And was
With
the
the
outside within the jurisdiction of the local police?
So just as a point of clarification, there were two, on the operations plan, there were two marked cars that were assigned roving duties, which would primarily, as the name implies, be outside of the secure perimeter on roadways, responding to incidents that potentially could occur as a result of a congregation of that many people. But
So we saw, we actually walked onto the roof where the sniper was. A clear, eyes-on, clear shot of the president. A tree blocked the Secret Service's view. This kid did some investigation. He had a drone out there days prior, got an aerial surveillance of the premises. And that position was probably the best position outside the perimeter, as far as I could tell. There was also a water tower that would have been a perfect spot for Secret Service. Were you aware of any presence of Secret Service in this water tower?
I was not.
And you're aware of what I'm talking about?
I am familiar. I physically flew out there on Saturday the 13th. It was still very much an active crime scene, so I did not walk the roofs, but I did.
On the adjacent building, we got a tour of that as well, where I believe the local police were positioned. There were 3 windows. The first one had a plain view of where the sniper would be. However, they were stationed in the second and third windows. Are you familiar with this at all?
I am not, from the standpoint that I have not seen the Secret Service's operations plan, and our deference would be to them to assign Butler ESU
right.
According
and
to.
They were apparently local counter snipers. Do you know if they should have been assigned to the rooftop?
I would defer to there are many ways that you can cover. Obviously, positioning people on the rooftop would be one of those.
No, and going to the actual site,
but don't
way
you
too
think?
close.
Don't you think they
He should
have
never have been allowed to get on top of that building? And I don't know how. And I know he was on your radar.
ESU is
inside
probably
the
Butler ESU is
you
on
seem
the hot
to
seat
have
now, which is
lost him,
terrible.
And somehow he finds his way up to the rooftop unimpeded until a local law enforcement officer crawls on top of the roof and looks at him, and he points his AR-15 at him. My question to you is, what was the communication like that day? Typically, Secret Service has one channel for them, the other channel for state and locals. Was there any communication to identify, hey, this is not a local police officer, this is in fact an unidentified individual on the rooftop? Was that communicated to the Secret Service?
So my belief, as I sit here today, is that we did have integrated communications from members that were inside of the Secret Service command post. Completely deferential to the ongoing nature of the investigation. I have an understanding of a sequence of events, but I would like to draw a distinction between a sequence of events, meaning.
So my theory is that they thought maybe he was an officer, but then they find out he's not. The thing I find interesting is that the counter sniper Secret Service, within seconds of the shots on the president, kills the suspect. That tells me he had him in his sights. Maybe he was not aware of who the individual was not identified.
I don't think so.
But I know within seconds after the shots were fired at the president,
I don't think that's what that means.
The threat was eliminated. And
seems like a stretch.
Lastly, I just want to end with this. This was actually astonishing, and I want to get your confirmation. He had a detonation device with him, and 2 of his bombs were located in his car that was parked on the other side of the perimeter. Seems to me a good theory would be that he was going to kill the president and then detonate his car, causing a diversion, and then escape from the crime scene. Are you aware of any of this?
I am aware of the presence of the device on his person. We were aware of that very early on, and that was a serious tactical consideration in the hours in the immediate aftermath as we worked that crime scene. But to your point about his ultimate theory or what his ultimate motivation was, that remains under investigation.
And he had a rangefinder on him as well. That's a big red flag. I yield back.
Big red flag.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Violence has never been the answer. And I thank both of you for your service in law enforcement and testifying today. Violence has never been the answer. Not on a certain day in January and not on a day in July. I remember I was 12 years old and my dad, I was on the way to school on a cold day in January, and my dad, who was a cop, stopped me as I was about to leave, and he wanted me to watch the television. His guy had just lost a presidential election, and some young kid from Arkansas was about to be sworn in as the new president of the United States. My dad was burned. He really liked George Bush. He did not like Bill Clinton. But he told me to stop and watch the television coverage of the inauguration because he said, look at that, son. He said, that's what makes us so special. My guy lost, this guy's getting sworn in, and not a shot has been fired. That's what makes us different. Violence has never been the answer. It's despicable that somebody thought they could take a shot at the former president and change the course of history. We don't know much about the political beliefs of this individual. We know he was a 20-year-old male, registered Republican, gun enthusiast, also had researched the DNC, also had researched President Biden, also had researched Leader Hakeem Jeffries. We don't know what led this madman to try and kill the former president, but it's despicable. And the people who went to that rally deserved to hear, without violence, the candidate that they were supporting. Commissioner Paris, I'm sorry this happened to your community. I'm sorry this happened to the person who died and the persons who've been wounded. I just want to understand, though, because we are a country that is armed to the teeth, how many firearms were within the perimeter, just by back of the envelope estimate?
The only firearms of which I'm aware that were inside of the perimeter were those in the possession of law enforcement.
And would you estimate that was hundreds or dozens?
I would only feel comfortable not having seen the Secret Service operations plan about the PSP members that were inside of the perimeter.
Okay. How many rounds did the shooter fire before he was killed? Do you know?
I believe that the number is 8. 8 casings have been recovered.
Okay. I also understand the emotions around this assassination
This is
attempt.
the Committee on Homeland Security, and they're interviewing the Pennsylvania State Police Chief.
The chairman of this committee is a
and
serious
some fucking cop
legislator
union
who
guy,
wants
so
answers.
ignore him. But
Some are not.
Pennsylvania State
And some
Police
are trying to
testifying
rewrite
about
what
the
has happened in our
assassination
country
attempt.
over the last 8 years, erase what happened in this building on January 6th. One member of this body in Congress said the Republican district attorney in Butler County should immediately file charges against Joseph Biden for inciting assassination. Another said Congressman Scalise, Justice Kavanaugh, and now President Trump, for years Democrats and their allies have recklessly stoked fears, calling President Trump and others threats to democracies. Another said Democrats and liberals in the media have called Trump a fascist. They've compared him to Hitler. They've tried to lock him up. A radical shift in what has really happened in our country. In fact, the former president's current vice presidential nominee is the one who said that Donald Trump might be America's Hitler, might be a cynical
Baby, I'm
a-hole,
over the moon for
cultural heroine he's
future President Harris.
nauseous and reprehensible.
I'm ready. I'm ready to rock. I'm ready to support her.
In seeking unity
I'm
as
going
the
to walk
antidote
precincts
to
for
political
her.
violence.
I'm going to gather as many
Unity
fucking white
as the
women to
antidote
vote
to
the right
political
way
violence.
this time.
But we're not going to erase
That's what we're
and
going to do.
rewrite and allow some to reincarnate
the poster from
themselves
Tim Scott
as victims.
and then 2 other
of what
Republicans that I don't
We
really
can't let
recognize
this
their
ever
names
happen
at best.
again. We
They're
must
good.
arm law enforcement
I don't really
and have
recognize
better
them that
security
well.
perimeters.
Oh, sorry.
But
Is that
in this
really
country,
weird?
violence has never been the answer. I yield
But
back.
yeah, I'm excited.
Gentleman yields. I'll now recognize
about
the Vice Chairman of the Committee,
Madam President.
Mr. Guest, for his 5 minutes. Mr. Guest, for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and gentlemen, thank you for both being here today. You both classified as what happened on July 13th
I'm so
as
happy.
critical failures.
I'm ready. I'm
I
ready
would
to
expand
rock.
that and
Man,
say it was a colossal
I know
failure.
her history. I know it.
And
I know
think
what
you have both
they throw at
stated
her.
that the ultimate responsibility
and
for what
I
occurred that
am
day
ready
falls upon the Secret
to
Service.
stand up.
Colonel
And
Paris, I know that your
I hope I
officers
bring
were
as
there
many
in a
white
support
women
role.
with me as possible.
You were following the operational plan set out by
So
Secret
I'm
Service.
very excited.
You
I'm so
testified
glad.
that the primary
I love
responsibilities
the
for
and
your
even
officers
I
were
noticed Gen
motorcade
Z are excited.
and then the interior
you know?
perimeter, and that
Like
you had
my
2
Gen
roving
Zer
officers
is excited.
there,
I mean,
really
she
just out there
doesn't
to
necessarily
provide
like the cop stuff.
support if
'Cause she's very
necessary and called
F12,
upon.
so I understand
You
that.
mentioned
But
earlier
she sees the
that
importance
you
and
went to the
knows
scene on the
that-
13th,
that,
and thank you for going there
Vice
and
President
being a part
Harris
of that.
is extraordinarily capable, and
you
she
also
understands what the Biden
testified, earlier
administration
that you have
has
not been
accomplished and
provided
will
the
accomplish.
operational
So,
plan by the Secret Service. Is that correct?
Roland Martin, I love Roland Martin.
That's correct. We haven't received it yet.
When did you request that?
Oh, that's amazing.
I'd have to go back and,
Fuck,
check in
man.
the earlier part of the investigation.
I'm
That was just
glad.
something
I'm
that we
really
asked for as a
glad.
matter
I
of
hope
course. We were
everyone's
not told-
excited. I really
No,
do.
we just,
I hope we
to
stand up
date
and
have yet
stand
to
for
receive
her too.
And
You
that
know
would
what
be
I mean?
important, would it not? If you're going to investigate what happened on that day, the operational plan, that is
Hey,
the starting
dude,
point
he didn't
for all
do
the
it,
events
okay?
that,
Calm
that later
down.
transpired. Is that
Anyway,
correct?
I'm excited.
Well,
I'm
I don't want to
ready.
overstate the
I'm
role of the
ready.
state police here is to investigate the 3
I can't
Pennsylvanians
even
that were
tell
shot
you.
and the use of force by the Secret Service counter sniper.
This
To
is,
the extent that we
it's
need
history,
to know
it's
the
the
sequence
right
of events
thing.
leading up to that, we obviously would like to know as much as we can,
And
but it's not our
her
role to do
prosecutor
an
nature
after-action
might
report
come
on
in
the
handy.
Well, but all the shootings occurred simultaneously. The same shot that struck President Trump.
That's great. I really love
one of those
Roland
shots
Martin.
killed one of your fellow citizens,
I
and
subscribe
2
to
others
his
were injured.
channel.
And so you can't
I didn't see
separate
that
the
yesterday,
two.
though.
This is one
Was it
investigation
yesterday?
into a shooting that occurred
last night,
in
yeah.
which one of your citizens were killed, 2
Oh, I'm
more
ready.
were
I'm
fatally
ready.
injured.
I mean, I would have
in
been
which
ready
the
anyway,
president
baby.
himself was struck.
But I'm telling you
and
right
so
now,
the fact that the Secret
I think
Service
this is
is stonewalling
the
your
moment.
investigation,
It
that they're
is-
not
it is the
providing you
right
this
time
information.
to push
We saw the
forward, and it's-
testimony yesterday from the Secret Service director,
And
where
we
she
all need to be
refused to
behind
answer
that,
questions
you know?
and has now resigned. I find that to
GA, how are
be especially
you?
troubling. We
Yeah,
have
I'm
the
ready.
Secret Service not wanting
Ready
to
to rock,
cooperate
Madam
with
Vice
Congress, not
President.
wanting to cooperate with a fellow
That's
law
right.
enforcement
Everyone I've
agency.
talked to is ready, baby.
And I personally find that troubling.
Would you do a stream
as
of
we
Kamala's
look,
greatest
and
hits from
as
Senate
you are
hearings? I
aware from
posted a
speaking
couple
to
with her
your
grilling bar-
officers
Yes.
that were there physically on the scene
Yes.
that day, did Secret Service,
I'm
did
gonna
they
walk
have any
precincts
drones in
for
the
Kamala,
air so
man.
that
I'm
they
walking
could
precincts
have
here
an
in
eye
Southern
the sky
California.
and see what was happening to your knowledge?
To my knowledge,
I'm
I
gonna
am
go
not
find
aware
those
that they
white
were using
women.
drones.
I'm gonna
but
find
that-
those
I
white
haven't
women.
seen the operations.
And does your agency have drones?
More perfect
We do
union.
maintain some drones.
So if Secret Service would have requested
Long
your
overdue.
agency to fly drones that day, you would have been able to do so. Is that correct?
We would have endeavored to try to honor that request, yes, sir.
And you testified that you've been to the scene of the shooting. Did you see the water tower that's located approximately
Oh,
100
for
yards
fuck's sake,
from
this
the
fucking
building
water tower.
where the shooter fired those shots?
I did see
Yeah,
it, sir.
I will
And
look,
would it have
Teresa,
been
at your
possible
account.
to have put
I wasn't
an
at
officer,
first.
and again, that's
I
not
had
your
fear white women
responsibility
wouldn't
to
vote
do
for
that,
her
that's
field,
the
but I'm
Secret
glad.
Services.
I feel
But
better about
would
it, too.
have it been possible
hear
to
what
put
you're
an
saying,
officer
baby. I
there
really do.
looking down
Tens of
on
millions
the
of
scene of the
more Gen Z
rally and the
voting
building
age
where the
infantry.
shooter occurred? Would
Now,
that have
I
been something
understand
that
that
would have been
Kamala's
possible to do?
AG past might be
Presuming that,
challenging for
there's
some of the Gen
a way to
Zers.
access the water tower. I
Okay,
didn't
so
walk
that's
over. I was
something that I'm aware of.
Probably several hundred yards away,
So
so I can't say that I
but
could.
And if you had an officer up there,
I look
that
at
would
my
have
daughter
provided
as
you
kind of one of
a
those like
strategic viewpoint of the events that were
anti-cop and stuff
transpiring
like
below.
that.
Correct?
And
I would agree. Tactics height gives a tactical
she
advantage. Yes, sir.
she just
and then
sees
I
the
want to ask
wisdom.
you also
first
about
of all,
the
of
roof where the shooter was located.
Of
You said
Kamala
you didn't go on the
deserving
roof,
this
but you
and
viewed the
being
roof. Is that
brilliant
correct?
and prepared
The Secret
and
Service
ready.
Secret Service director,
So there's that,
prior
regardless
to her
of her being a
resignation,
woman
said
or
that she
black
did not
or
put
Southeast-
anybody on the
South
roof
Asian or
because
whatever.
it had a sloped roof that
she
would
is
have
qualified
created
to
a
do the
safety
job.
concern. I was in Butler, Pennsylvania yesterday
And
with
she
many
does.
members
She-
of this
she
committee.
really
My
she
fellow
stands on
member,
her own,
Carlos
and-
Jimenez, who is 70 years years old, and I guess he doesn't mind me saying that
Misogyny
since
is
he has put that information
gonna
out
make
there.
everybody's head blow,
There's
and
video
I'm
of him
here for it.
easily transversing the roof, walking across the roof, and even though he is some 50 years older than the shooter. And so my question is, do you agree with the assessment
I think she's going to be an
of the
amazing
former
president.
Secret Service
I don't
director
care. You know,
that the
it's
roof
not.
was
It's not
so
just the
so
historic
sloped
nature
that
of
it
her
created safety
presidency. I
concerns?
think she's going to be a great
I
president.
can't agree with that statement, sir.
All right, thank you very much. I'm out of
I
time.
really
I yield
do.
back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr.
She
Correa
will be a
for
great
5 minutes
president.
of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you and the ranking member for putting together the trip to
So
Butler
we just
yesterday.
need to take a beat,
Good
take a
eye-opening,
minute, but really prepare to do the right thing.
Trip, and
The brat outreach is huge.
Colonel Paris,
Bobo
thank you
mentioned
for
it.
hosting
She's
us
like,
out
Charlie
there.
XCX, called, you know,
I
Kamala
certainly
Harris
hope
a
that
brat,
the
but that's a
Secret
good
Service
thing.
does
'cause
cooperate
blah,
with
blah,
us in
blah.
our
It was
investigation
great.
as to what
It's
went
great.
wrong. Secret Service has to be
great.
100% correct all the time. There's small force,
I
2,300
cried.
plus
Oh my
maybe
God, I cried too,
1,300.
baby. Oh my God.
So you local,
I'm-
state, local
and I would have been
police
in,
officers
but
are the force
I
multiplier.
literally became super
And to hear
excited
you say that
when they announced that she would take
miscommunication
the nomination. I generally
was
felt
an
a
element
sense of
here is
pure
unacceptable.
excitement.
We talked earlier
So-
to the fact that FirstNet was put
She's gonna
together
restore some
post
rights.
911.
She
a
might
little bit over
push
20
voting.
years
I want her to
ago.
push voting rights.
And to hear that we still don't have the technology for people on the ground to talk with each other,
I think we do,
is of
sir.
concern.
They're called walkie-talkies.
it's even of greater concern to me when I was taking a
My
tour of those
31-year-old daughter is saying
that
she is a
farm
cop, Mom.
in Butler, Pennsylvania yesterday.
Yeah,
I had
well,
local law enforcement officers.
you know what, though? I remember her in
local
San
electeds
Francisco, okay?
coming to me, whispering
Yeah,
to
exactly,
me,
Pepper. She
there's
can't
more here to
campaign
the
on
story.
the way Biden couldn't.
We need to talk about what actually happened.
Okay, well, that's great. That's why
You
you're
have
here.
people that were on the ground there.
I'm going to turn him down a little
concerned,
bit. Okay, but anyway, let's talk
afraid
about
of
Kamala.
stepping forward is
It's called cell
unacceptable.
phones. It's called fucking.
tell us
they have
of other failures
walkie-talkies.
that maybe
Literally,
this
the guy
committee does not
before
know
him just
about
said
yet.
everybody was in communication.
They were part of what happened
The communication might have
in Butler,
failed,
Pennsylvania.
but
is
they were
unacceptable.
communicating. I know cops don't
I
like
asked
nobody.
one of the
Yeah, so whatever. The point
officers,
is, it's all misogyny, and
officers,
from the jump.
Could you talk?
From the jump. Hey, totally.
The
But
Secret Service
mine is ACAB too.
said,
My
"No,
daughter's
we
ACAB,
can't
and she is
Took us
down
15 minutes
with
to
this. She,
communicate with
I mean, I think Gen Z understands
local elected official who said,
the,
"I have other stories that I need to
the
talk to you
removal of
about
rights.
when you
I
have a
think they
moment."
understand that. I think they
Ladies and
understand
gentlemen,
that it
we're
is
4.5
important
months
that
away
we
from this election.
have leaders who represent
Pennsylvania
the
is a
country,
battleground state.
right?
You will have
And,
these kinds of events again.
Oh, really? Cardi
and
B?
to know that we
Cardi
don't have
B
the
or
facts, let alone execute a plan to fix the holes.
Clooney can fuck
is
off. I
unacceptable
don't give a shit about
to our
a
democracy
rich
and
dude
to
that
our
lives in
country.
Italy. I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter. He loses
can talk
nothing.
about
He
the
loses
facts.
nothing.
The facts are a
if
lot
Trump
of things
wins.
went wrong.
So fuck George
Let's
Clooney.
talk about how to fix it.
And Cardi
Fix
B,
it
I
now.
hope she fucking
think we
comes
start
around.
with
I'm disappointed, and
accepting
I
the
love
fact
her
that
music.
Things went wrong.
But I'm
and that
fucking
we need
sick of
more
it.
resources.
Thank you, Teresa. I'm glad Cardi came around.
Colonel
I hope
Paris,
she sticks in
your
there.
volunteers, your
We
officers
need women,
that you put on the
minorities,
line
and
to
Gen
help the
Z
Secret
to
Service,
just vote.
Are
We
they
come
actually
out and we
compensated somewhere for their overtime,
we
their
need
extra
white
time they're out
women
there?
to fucking get their heads
They're
out
on
of their
paid status,
asses.
Yes, they're not. We assign them to the.
That's
to those
what
duties, and if
is
they
it.
incur
Hi,
overtime
Peace
as a
Love. How are
result
you?
of
Welcome.
The contractual bargaining agreement. we
Okay,
pay
sorry. I'll go ahead and
let me
turn him
ask
back
you
up. I'm so
something in the
sorry.
minute
But
and a half
that, I'm
I have
excited.
left.
I'm ready to rock.
One of the
Let's fucking
local
do this. Let's fucking go.
officers there.
Let's make some history.
After
and
we
get a
spoke
great
a while,
president.
I said,
You know
well, let
what I
me
mean?
summarize what you just told me.
Yeah.
You're
I'm
asking me
excited.
who's in charge.
We come out
And he
and
asked
we win.
me, I want to know who's in charge.
We totally do. Yep.
I said, well,
And we take the Senate and the House.
let's talk some more. And he said, Lou, we don't know if it's the campaign or the Secret Service that's in charge here. Said, if I called for a row of dump trucks to be put up behind the stand, it wouldn't happen because the optics would not be good for a campaign rally. I want to know who's in charge protecting our national candidates.
Fucking vote.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd
Fucking
like to
vote,
see
because
if we can
people
ask those
died
tough questions.
for the right to
This is
vote.
not a Democrat or Republican
and
issue.
Roe is gone
This is about
because of
trying to
Republicans.
come up with
So
some
there's
rules,
literally no reason
protocol
for you to even
to
consider
make sure this does
voting
not
for
happen
a
again.
fucking Republican.
After
There's no
the
reason.
events, we can sit here, we can point fingers at each other
55%.
and talk
we showed
about
a little video
partisanship.
clip earlier, Wonder Baby.
It's not going to fix
on,
our democracy
on Twitter,
our electoral
of a
system.
woman, kind
Mr.
of
Chairman,
gathering
I
her
do hope
cousins, if
we
you
go
will, and
back
putting
and
out the
talk to a
message
lot of
that
those
white
folks
women need to fucking step
who are
up.
not here today,
And
who
they
wanted to
are
talk,
like the percentages
who weren't
of women
invited,
voting.
and a lot of people, even if we invite them, are
is
not
dis-
going to
for,
talk.
for Trump, for
Because
fascism,
frankly
is
speaking,
fucking disgusting.
They want to keep their heads down
Fucking disgusting.
as the shooting continues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield.
I think we just need to get real, like, we're doing this. No one's stopping us.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Bishop for 5 minutes of
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Paris, are you aware whether any law enforcement officer or officers was or were posted in the second floor window of the AGR building?
I am aware, yes, sir.
And what is the answer?
To my knowledge, there were
I got it.
2 posted there from Butler ESU.
And you said Butler ESU. What is the acronym ESU stand for?
Emergency Services Unit. It's a team that's comprised of multiple agencies that pool resources on a county or several county basis in order to enhance capabilities and training and be able to respond. Basically, a mutual aid agreement is my understanding of it.
Is it sort of like a SWAT team?
They are trained in SWAT tactics.
So how many ESU officers were posted to that second floor window?
So I am aware that 2 were in the building, but again, I have not seen the Secret Service operations plan.
Do you know, well, you say in the building, were they in a window, a window out onto the scene?
From briefings that I have been given,
it's not a myth, it's not a scare tactic,
Did they remain on
what they put out as
post?
their policy.
I was told
Period.
that at a certain point, they began searching along with other local officers in the immediacy after Crooks had been identified as suspicious by them.
By them?
My understanding is that they identified Crooks for not matriculating. He never, to my knowledge, Crooks never made it through the secure perimeter into the venue space itself. He was identified by those members as suspicious, in part because of that. And then at some point, he produced the rangefinder, which heightened that suspicion.
So Representative Crane took a video on site yesterday. I'd like staff to put that up. It's just very short. There's a few seconds. They can do that. If I understand correctly, this is from the second story window of the AGR building. You can see that window comes out from the sash and swings out to the right. There's an aerial photo right after Crooks was killed, where Crooks' body's on the roof, and that window was open. Was it from this vantage point that those ESU officers spotted Crooks?
I don't know that particular window, but my understanding is from a second-story window is where he was initially spotted.
Okay, so are you then saying that, to your knowledge, those ESU officers left the location where they could look out the window to go in search of this person?
That is my understanding.
Okay.
Sometime between the time he was spotted on the ground and identified as someone suspicious, until the shooting, they had left that post to go look for him. Is that what you're saying?
My understanding is, yes, along with other municipal officers that responded to that area.
Okay.
And that's based on interviews that we've conducted, and I want to be very clear that
where was he? Was he on the roof at that point, or was he just down?
Minute by minute, because we don't have that yet.
I think that's revelatory. I haven't heard that information. I did hear before that and there's a local news station. Well, there's a local news station report from July 17 that says that local law enforcement were told they couldn't be responsible for securing the AGR building during the Trump rally. And of course, you've testified a moment ago or earlier in this hearing, that it was your understanding that the meeting with the Secret Service on the site was that ESU was going to handle the AGR building. Which is it? Do you know?
My understanding is what my initial answer was.
Okay. You also, in response to Mr. McCall, you started to say something. You were saying that you did have integrated comms. And you were saying you were deferring to the ongoing investigation, but you have an understanding of the sequence, and then he cut you off and went on to another question. Do you know what you were about to say? Do you remember that?
This must have been
just
before
that we had
that,
members
right?
of PSP inside of the Secret Service command post, and we were maintaining communication with our people.
Okay.
Had ESU maintained position in that window overlooking the roof, isn't it true that they would have had a clean shot at Mr. Crooks as he was ascending the roof to his shooting position?
I'm not prepared to say that because I don't know the exact timeline of events.
But it's your understanding that they were no longer in that room
investigation? That's what I
where
wanna
they had
know.
been previously
Where's that
overlooking the
investigation?
building at the time he was ascending the
Yeah,
roof.
right.
Is that correct?
That's how I
Could you
remember.
repeat that
But I do
question?
remember that
They-
clip,
the
baby.
ESU officers were no longer in that
remember how
room
early
where
that
they
was.
could look out the window and oversee the roof as that video shows.
I think Trump's
I believe they were
realizing that
actively
he
searching
almost
along
died.
with additional municipal officers for Mr. Crooks.
And that it
Thank
could
you,
have
Mr.
been
Chairman. My
avoided.
time's expired.
I think that's
Gentleman
part
yields.
of
I now
Trump's
recognize
depression.
Mr. Carter.
Thank you,
for
Mr.
5
Chairman.
minutes.
I don't know.
And
That's
thank
what I'm
you
guessing.
to our witnesses for joining us today as we convene to discuss the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump and its profound implications on our nation's political landscape. It is imperative that we recognize the growing threats to our homeland.
I don't know.
The failure of the Secret
That I
Service
don't
to
know,
protect
Teresa.
former President Donald Trump
Bye,
must be
Carla.
thoroughly investigated and addressed
And Guai
to
Industries.
ensure such an
We'll have a
incident
Guai day.
never happens again.
Question is this: why didn't
Violence
they have
has
someone
no
on?
place
Hello.
and political discourse,
Hello.
regardless of our philosophical differences,
Hello,
our parties,
you're right,
or our
baby.
beliefs.
Why?
We must stand united against such actions
Why didn't they
and uphold the
stop him
principles
from coming out?
of
I don't
democracy
know.
and respect.
Dumb.
What happened on that day was an incredible breach, a threat to our nation because one of our leaders were
mic.
placed
Hot mic.
in harm's way. Secret Service has a principal role, and that is to provide protection for our party leaders, whether they're Republican, Democrat, or other. Rather, they are someone that we agree with or someone we disagree with. It's not a luxury. It's a necessity. It's an imperative. And while we all have lots of questions, it appears abundantly clear that the two of you, and while we appreciate you being here, own no responsibility to the breach. And I respect the fact that the questions that are coming to you are very difficult for you to answer because you have limited facts.
Trump's depends.
But I do appreciate your presence. I appreciate your
know, he's a
leadership. I
wannabe,
appreciate
but
what you
he
do.
leads some
And for
morals.
all the men and women in uniform,
Teresa,
we
no,
thank
he
you
was
for,
climbing up and had
putting
to
your lives
duck
on the line to
when
protect
spotted
us.
by the
I
shooter.
will ask this general
He
question.
couldn't shoot him because he was still
If
climbing
you
up.
were in
Oh,
charge,
right. Okay.
Can you say what you might have done differently?
Uh-oh. I don't like, this is probably a bad
I
question.
would defer to the Secret Service
Yeah.
from the standpoint that our expertise
like
in the Pennsylvania
hypotheticals.
State Police is not primarily focused
GA,
on
one of my friends is a crochet machine.
I would
She makes blankets
endeavor
for the
generally to try
NICU
and
in Pennsylvania
put whatever
by the
resources
dozens
and
and
partnerships in
projects
place to
for
make sure-
sweaters,
maintain and ensure
baby
the
outfits.
safest
That's
event
so
we possibly
great. I wish I could do that.
Do
My
you
hands, you know,
believe
I can't,
that
my,
the
I have
coordination
arthritis and it doesn't really,
between,
like, I can still move my hands,
agencies?
but I could tell
Again, I
over
can only
time,
comment
like,
on,
I
the
could
state
tell my
police
hands would
portion
get
at
worn
this
down.
point. We continue to learn more 10
I'm
days in, and
even
I have not seen
gaming.
the Secret Service operations.
Mr. Yost, can you join us and share any
I guess I could
light in your
crochet. If I can
expertise
game, I
on
should
where
probably
we are
be
and
able
how
to
can
crochet.
we make sure this absolutely never happens again,
That's one of
regardless
those
of who might
hobbies I've tried to
be
take up
at the
multiple
podium.
times and never
A president
succeeded.
is a president is a president.
I cannot agree with you
But
more.
I admire
In
it
this
so
situation,
much.
if I'm speaking on behalf of local law
I just
enforcement,
admire it.
or
And
state
what a
law enforcement,
lovely
I would
way
say
to do
again,
that.
The primary responsibility
people
of
on
making
every
these calls,
fucking
making these
roof.
decisions, and making the operations plans. is
Tell
going to
you
be the Secret
what, they
Service.
better fucking
As I
protect the
mentioned
fuck
earlier,
out
there are
of
some
Vice
19,000
President Harris.
agencies across this country. It would be
I
impossible to have
know.
any continuity.
I think they
or
are
any
trying to
consistency with what we do in
pin
protecting,
it on
you
Secret
know, our
Service.
leaders. So Secret
But I
Service
think
would
the
have to play a
ESU is
huge
going to
role
come
in
under
this
some
part.
heat.
If you're asking me personally what I would have done different,
And
obviously
yeah,
I look at a
and we're not done with this. I'm
an
done.
assessment
Over
of the
500
situation and look at
hats.
all
I'm
of the
into
elevated
crop tops
positions
and
that were in
halter
place.
tops.
They should have been part
Fun.
of a contained area.
Fun.
That's just my own personal view
What
of
a
not
fun idea. I never even thought.
seeing
Yeah.
news reports and
I
not
love
physically being
crocheted
on
tops.
site.
That's great.
I have never served in any form of law enforcement, but I think I would have figured that that perimeter should have been tighter. I think I could have figured out that there's no way that that building where the shooter sat, laid, and aimed should not have had snipers on top of it as well, negating any opportunity for a shooter to be there. Notwithstanding that there should have been a sweep of the area, we should have had our people on that building
I
as
don't
a point
know,
of view
Teresa.
for
Very
a former
good.
president. And as I
Very
said, a
good
president,
question.
a president, a
I know,
president,
Jen,
a former
people with
president, a former
patience
president, former
crochet.
president, a cabinet secretary, a leader. We deserve to have answers to these questions, because when we don't have answers, those who would rather divide
Why isn't Mayorkas
and
there? I just have a
create
dumb question.
theater by saying things that aren't true and they know aren't true, distorting facts, and trying to suggest that somehow
Why is everyone yelling?
people played an active role.
I've
Listen, the
got zero
American people deserve the
patience. I
truth.
started because of
and
lockdown.
so I'm imploring that we have somebody at
Good
these tables
one.
that can answer the questions, the good, the tough, the uncomfortable, the comfortable, because the American people deserve to know. This is something that should have never happened. And we as a committee,
I wish I
in a
was a
most
neighbor.
bipartisan
Okay.
fashion, should stand
Mhm.
together to make sure that we send a message always
Bye,
that we will always
baby.
protect
Thanks for
our leaders,
stopping in.
whether
It's so
we
good
agree
to
with them
see you.
or
Bye,
not.
babe.
Mr.
Have a good
Chairman,
one, okay? I'm so glad you came
Gentleman
in.
yields. I now recognize
Yeah, get
the
that
gentleman
school
before
stuff
Mr.
organized.
Jimenez
Oh, it's
for
almost time for you to go back to school.
Thank you,
Ugh,
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry.
Colonel Paris.
I know you love it,
You
though.
said the United States Secret
See you later,
Service,
girl.
Penn State Police was
Oopsie,
there,
dropped my
Butler
weed.
ESU
Ooh, I
was
dropped
there.
my weed.
Any other law enforcement agency there?
According to the operations plan that PSP put together, there were elements from Butler County Sheriff.
You can't
Deputy
afford
sheriffs
indoor
were on
rallies.
some of those interior posts, and thus they were on our.
I just need the answer.
I apologize. There are the one additional ones that I could name.
Don't
would
be rude. Don't snap your fucking fingers at him.
Butler County
He's
Sheriffs.
a fucking
were
human.
in our operations plan. Pittsburgh City Police
guys are so
provided assets to the
gross.
motorcade, and I believe Allegheny County Police also.
You said that you were in the Incident Command Center, that your agency was in the Incident Command Center with the Secret Service.
Yes, sir.
Well, all the
title's
other
wrong.
agencies in that command center?
This title's
I
wrong.
believe that some of those agencies were represented, but I can't definitively tell you.
We need to find the answer to that. It was Butler ESU in that command center?
That's what I
was told
figured.
at one point that there was a representative in there. How
YouTube
long
does
and
have some
over
great
what period,
videos.
I'm not sure. I'm aware of three.
So the agency that's in charge of the outside perimeter, actually the agency in charge of the greatest threat, because when you stand at the podium, and I stood there, and when you look, all you had to do is look around. There's the greatest threat right there. It's 100 yards away. It's
All
elevated,
right.
direct line of fire
Okay,
to the president.
calm down.
I stood on that roof.
Calm
no
down,
problem
dude.
standing on that roof. And yes, I am 70 years old. Okay. So the timeline is very important here. If in fact
Hey, Paul J.
they thought that
Hey,
Mr.
Paul
Brooks
J.
was
How are
so
you
suspicious that they
doing?
actually pulled the ESU counter snipers away, because there were counter snipers, what I understand, in that window.
Yeah, I don't think I
A way
can
to
do
look
it.
for
And
him.
probably not a good.
From what I understand, the
hobby to
timeline, it's
pick
about
up.
20 minutes before the
I've never
president
been good
came
at it
out.
either.
Was that information relayed to the Secret Service, that they were looking for a suspicious individual, and that people had been pulled away to look for that suspicious individual? Was that relayed to the Secret Service?
I believe that it was.
And was that relayed to the Secret Service, the team
As a
that surrounds the
suspicious
president
person.
himself?
I can't answer that.
Well, if it wasn't,
And apparently, according to
that's another
protocol,
big
the
mess up.
Secret Service,
And I can tell you, this
the
is
level
just
of threat
one
from
of
a
bunch
suspected person is not
mess ups that I've seen.
um,
One of them,
not
question that I
something
have
that
is,
causes
why in the
them to
world was
stop
that team from ESU
process, which
in
is
the
kinda
building to
weird.
begin with? Why weren't they on a rooftop? And it was a hot day, right? And so that's another question that I'm going to, why were you assigned inside a building when you have a little window, it's like this big, right? And your line of sight out of that window, unless you stick your head out of the window, is pretty limited, your view. So why were you inside, not
Oh,
outside?
that's
Who
okay,
said
Paul.
for
I'm
them to be
glad. I'm
inside
glad
and
you're
not-
here.
Not outside.
Thanks for saying
What
something.
did the Secret Service tell you were inside the perimeter, right?
Yes.
For the most part.
You're saying
You were
yes.
inside the perimeter.
Me personally, or the?
No, I'm saying your agency was inside
Yes.
the perimeter. But actually the biggest threat was outside the perimeter.
Then why aren't we talking to
So
those people?
who developed the plan to
Needs a golf cart
protect
version of the
outside of the
Pope-mobile.
perimeter? There's only one
Pepper.
agency. That's the United States Secret Service.
Trump will have a
'Cause
couple
you
more
really
rallies
can't
at his
ask the
properties
local
so he can
agency to do
charge
that
rent
because
and
they're
pocket
not
the
in
cash.
business
That is
of dignitary protection. They
spot
don't do it all
on,
the
Jim.
time. You don't do it all the time. They do
he
it all
builds
the
a
time.
Trump car, but
So,
like the Pope.
Mr. Chairman, we're
'Cause
going to
he's
need those other agencies.
You knit, but
to
I
come
don't
in.
enjoy it.
We need a timeline. Who said what to who? and what the action that was taken.
That's
You know, one
funny.
thing that I
That's
noticed
funny,
in
butterflies.
another video, and I've got to find out if it's true, and it appears to be true, is that the snipers on the south side
He does have a golf
reposition
cart, but he needs to
look
put
to the
bulletproof
north
glass
side.
on it now.
And I want to know what
You
the
know,
timeline
he better
for
make
that
sure
was.
his
How
like golf
far in
courses
advance
are like
were
fucking
the
protected.
snipers,
You know what
the
I
counter
mean?
snipers on the south side.
Like if he
told,
doesn't make
"Hey,
sure
we
that
need to look at a
if he
threat
doesn't make
on
sure
the
that
north
his
side."
properties are protected, he can't just be
And how
walking
much
around
time
a golf
was there
course.
between that and then
I mean,
the
this
shots
changes
being
his life,
fired?
I
Do you
think, a
have any
little bit.
information on that?
GA, congratulations, a little
those are the
baby.
that's the information
Oh, that's
that we need.
nice. Hey, yummy little baby.
It's not unusual to have
Congratulations.
people on different frequencies.
It's not unusual to have
Actually, you
people
have to
on
because you have so many people.
frequencies.
But you have to have everybody in the same place. So they communicate with
Congratulations.
each other.
A week old, little baby.
We need to know if everybody
Oh, he's a
that was
baby. Everybody
in
doing
charge
okay?
or had responsibility
Everyone
for
healthy and
protecting
happy,
not only the
exhausted.
interior perimeter, but outside
What
the
a joy.
perimeter.
What a joy.
If they were all in that incident command center, and if they weren't, that's a huge problem too. Thank you. Now you back.
Gentleman yields. I
Gentleman
now recognize
yields.
Mr. Magaziner for 5 minutes from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, I just want to join my colleagues from both sides of the aisle earlier who recognized the tremendous legacy of our colleague, Sheila Jackson Lee, who I feel very fortunate to have had even just a year and a half to work with on this committee. She always came prepared. She was diligent. She brought empathy and was a great example to us newer members. So I'm very grateful for her legacy, and I know it will live on for a long time to come. And I also join my colleagues on both sides in condemning the assassination attempt on former President Trump.
He has the
and
mob
condemn
and
all
Secret
acts
Service. He
of
shouldn't
violence.
really worry,
Violence
or
is not the
should
answer.
he?
Our
I just think
condolences
he's.
go out to the family of
Well,
Corey,
now I think he's really scared.
Comparator, and all who were injured and
My son and
traumatized by
wife
what
are
occurred that
42.
day.
She was an incredible
I think about
trooper
the children,
immediately after
who
she
were
said
at that
never
event and
again.
had to witness that, and that is something they will carry with
Well,
them for the
I
rest of
don't
their
blame
lives.
her.
We don't know the motivation
It's not
of
easy,
the shooter at this
right?
time, but I remain concerned by the rising tide of political violence and domestic violent extremism in this country, which impacts all of us. This is something that some of us have been talking about a lot in this committee. In 2023, the U.S. Capitol Police investigated more than 8,000 cases of direct threats against members of Congress, a tenfold increase from 2015. And so I ask everyone, take down the rhetoric, remove violent rhetoric from our political discourse. Remember, as President Lincoln said, that we are
Really?
not enemies,
Oh my
but
God, I only
friends,
did
and
it
we have to
once.
appeal to the better angels
It's
of our
not
nature.
easy. I can't even
And yes,
imagine having
we
more
have to
than
make sure that
one.
this never happens again. It
Congratulations.
is welcome news that the director of the Secret Service has resigned, but if we say that that is enough, then we're not doing our jobs. We
I
need to
feel like you have to be a
understand what
little young and
protocols,
stupid to do that.
policies,
No, I'm kidding.
resources need to be
Because the
changed,
pain is so.
if any,
I've
to
never
make sure
felt
this
pain
does
like
not
that,
happen
ever.
again. Colonel, I wanted to ask,
Ever.
I imagine the Pennsylvania State Police deals with lots of events like this, right? You have lots of political events, big events, Secret Service protectees who come in and out of Pennsylvania. So can you just help us understand, is it unusual to have such a small perimeter around an outdoor event like this one?
I would say that we routinely, as a matter of course, exercise deference to the Secret Service to set the perimeter for an event like this based on the protectee.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that Pennsylvania is a state where anyone 18 and above can carry a firearm like an AR-15 without a license. It's an open carry state.
Without a
And
license.
So my second
They're all
question
grown. My
is,
baby is 31.
outside of that
Aw.
perimeter,
No, not dumb.
were there any
beautiful
controls in
family?
place or any
That's lovely, GA.
legal tools that you had
That's
at your
lovely.
disposal if an individual with
Oh,
a
that's true.
firearm
He's
had
a
been
Russian
spotted,
asset, but I
again,
think
within
his
300, 400
usefulness
yards, of the
has
former president.
subsided because
defer to
Peter
the Secret
Thiel
Service
now is like, I'm ready. I'm ready
Right,
to
but you
actually
as-
put
as
my
state
guy
police
in
and then
there.
also the Butler local police
And,
who were responsible for areas
So
outside
I
of
think
the
Peter
perimeter.
Thiel is actually
You know, if
on
this
the
individual
ballot.
had been spotted earlier,
And I
with
don't
a
think
firearm
Trump
because
is
it was an
actually.
open carry state, what legal tools would you have
I
had
don't
at your
think he's
disposal?
convenient
So we would have
anymore.
responded and attempted to make contact and ascertain what
I
the
really
person was
don't.
doing
I
there?
don't think they find him very convenient because they want his base. Now they'll keep him
So a
because
number
they
of
need
us
his
have
base.
asked questions about lines
And
of
J.D.
communication,
Vance
and I think
cannot
that's
win his
important, right?
base, no
Because
matter how hard he
the
tries.
layperson at home, what we're trying to understand is
No matter how
if this
hard.
individual was spotted on the roof, as he appears to have been, well over a minute before the
I mean-
shooting, did the local officers who spotted him know how to radio into the command center?
Oh,
Was
yeah.
that information relayed?
But why
And
are,
then was it
I
in
mean, I think
turn
we need
relayed
someone
to
from
the
the
Secret
ESU.
Service?
We can't just guess. Like, this guy
This
doesn't
question's
know
been
what
asked
the
a few
ESU
different
is
times,
doing,
but can you
right?
tell
I
the
mean,
public
does
what
he?
you know about
I don't think he
whether
does.
local officers outside the perimeter knew how to radio in a suspected threat, whether there was an individual in the command
Hi,
center who was
Muskie.
receiving those calls
Yeah.
and communicating them to the
You know, I kind of figured that
So
was
I
going to
do know
happen.
that, Butler County set up
Pretty
a
much if
command post
everybody
on
says you
the
need to leave,
site
you probably
itself,
need to leave. You know what I'm
along
saying?
with
Like,
the
I'm
Secret
sorry.
Services command post, but they were not
So.
located in the same building. The exact communication.
But someone said last night, and I think it was smart, it may have been Granny, that it is challenging to have a leadership change during election season for the Secret Service. At the same time, I think the failure of that almost requires it, the whole scenario. Granted, it may not be entirely the Secret Service's fault,
so the locals
obviously,
were not included in the Secret
but since
Service
they
command
are
center.
ultimately responsible
police was
and
or was
it
not?
almost
The PSP,
took the
I can
life
assure you the
of
PSP
the
was
protectee, I could see
Additional
where there
people, I
would
was
be
briefed
like
on
no
one
other
occasion
choice
that there
but
was a
to
representative from
resign.
Butler ESU
I
that
mean,
was in there when they were in there, and the
that's kind of
length
like the
is
acid
not really a
test of your
focus at this point
job,
of our investigation into the
whether or not
homicide
you're
and
good at your
attempted
job.
2 homicides as well as the officer
So
involved shooting.
I don't know.
So
I mean,
those
I didn't like the way she
sequence-
answered. I don't
that
think she
sequence of
understands how to
events has come up
position, like
pursuant to us
hold herself in
investigating
a
that,
committee
but I
hearing. But
am
that's
very
just my own
remiss to give you
personal
minute-by-minute timeline on what the
criticism.
communications were.
Thank you.
It's more important the substance behind what happened.
I yield
I
back.
think she could have been more eloquent about what she can and cannot talk
Mr.
about.
Chairman, my deepest sympathies to the family of Sheila Jackson Lee. We worked very closely together on many things. And she
I
was an
like that
excellent
they're
member of this
honoring
committee.
her.
I agree with my colleague, Mr. Carter, when he talked about Americans deserve the truth. I absolutely agree with that. And also Mr. Magaziner talking about Republicans and Democrats working together on the oversight. Imagine if we worked together, the transparency that we
Yeah,
could have
she
on
just
so many
couldn't
other
say
issues
something like,
that are going
I'm
on
sorry, I
right
can't
now.
comment on an ongoing
and I believe that
investigation.
that is
Like, that's what you
possible for
say.
us
You
to
don't
do.
say, I don't know.
Thank you both for being here.
I could get that
Paris,
information for
was it
you.
clear
I don't,
to
you know what I mean?
we
Like,
talked about
no,
rules of
that's not how you
engagement,
answer that question.
Deconfliction plans. the
It just felt dumb to
assignments
me,
of which
right?
law enforcement
Like,
agency will cover which
if that's the case.
section.
If it's not, and it's just
Did
like,
have
you don't
concerns
know, you
prior
actually
to
don't
the
know
president
them.
coming on stage?
I
And
might
if so,
still
did
say
you voice
something
those
like, it's
concerns to the
ongoing
Secret Service?
investigation.
So
You
just
know,
to be clear,
like,
I was not
be
present
smarter
at the
about
venue
it.
on
Not that,
July
it,
13th.
no one should
In the planning
obfuscate.
and the lead up,
Planning, my default
But,
position would be that
yeah,
our commanders
I don't know.
are
I mean,
aware
I
of
think
what their
that's just the way it
responsibilities
is.
are within a unified command structure reporting to
I
the
mean, the guy almost
And
did
do you
get
believe
shot in the
that it
head.
was
I'm sorry.
absolutely
It was
clear that there were
close.
zero
There's
questions
no
of who
faking
was
that.
supposed to cover what areas.
I mean, we haven't seen the bullet.
The venue.
I can
whatever.
only
Or
comment
the
to our
casing or whatever. I don't
responsibilities,
know.
and I believe our responsibilities were delineated to us, and I believe we met or
Right?
exceeded those responsibilities
Yeah.
based on everything that I know.
Secret
as I
and
sit here
Secret
10
Service should
days in.
stand for
I
disappearing.
think there's still a lot of questions.
Right?
regarding
Where's the
plan,
text?
you know.
Let's see the text.
And this is always in any sort of protection assignment. That's always the hardest thing. Who are friendly assets? Who could be a vulnerable hostile actor? Who displays hostile intent, hostile act? I think it's clear there was a failure.
Also, what did the
and we definitely
campaign
wanna get
do
to
or
the
do
bottom
not
of it.
do it? Trump's
President
saying
Yost,
that
do
he
you-
never heard there was a
and
problem.
Do you get the impression
That's what he said
that
on
Secret
some
Service,
interview yesterday.
At any point in the run up
I
to
don't know
this
if
or
that's
other
true or not.
events,
I mean,
has
I don't
been
think
stretched
it's
thin
probably
when it
true.
comes to
I mean, I think it probably is. Sorry. I mean, I think it probably is
just the
true. I
work
think he didn't know
hours that they are putting in, the
because I don't think he's that brave.
resources that they have. Was that communicated in any way?
Well, I can't speak directly to that. I can tell you that law enforcement across this country is stretched thin, just simply due to the inability to be able to attract the best and the brightest at any levels.
Really? Can I see the data on that, sir?
Staffing levels we need. So if that
Can
is
you
the
show me the
case, and
data on that?
we're not meeting those levels in in the Secret Service because of our inability to be able to recruit, then we need to address that.
No,
Or if
I
it's
think
the,
you don't recruit for
alignment
Secret
of-
Service because people don't want to
assets
die for
and
someone
the
else.
assignment of individuals, then that in itself is something as well, and it's something I'm not in a position to be able to speak about.
Yeah,
other
Jamie,
than
he's a
to
liar, and we
recognize
have to
that there's
guess.
two
Yeah.
huge factors here that need to
I
be
just don't
addressed.
know. Mr. Yost
Well,
doesn't
it's
have any
clear that that's the
information for
case,
me.
And God bless both of you for what you do, for the hours that you put in to protect our communities, and we can't do it without
The
you.
guy
We need
runs
you.
a
We will
fucking
continue
cop
to advocate
union.
for you. I wanna
He's
talk
playing
about now, it leads me
poker,
into this next question.
there's
There's
tipping
a piece of legislation,
strippers
HR 8081,
and
called
drinking
the Disgraced
whiskey.
Act.
Give me a break.
It says denying infinite security.
The cop union
and
guy
government
isn't doing
resources
fuck all.
allocated towards convicted and extremely dishonorable former protectees act, which is a whole mouthful of basically taking details away from people that could include those who are convicted. Talk to me about the impact if former President Trump didn't have a protective detail of U.S. Secret Service there.
No one's
Talk to me
taking
about
away
the impact on
his
state and local
detail.
partners
Come on
to
now.
protect them in any of the communities that you represent.
Come on. You just said
And
you
by the
wanted
way,
to be like
he also was responsible
nonpartisan.
for taking
What
out,
happened to that?
al-Baghdadi, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi,
I'm so glad
Qasem
to see
Soleimani,
you.
and the Iranian government
How
wants
are you,
to
my
do
love?
harm
Good
to
to see
him
ya.
and other people like him. So what's
Welcome
the impact
to the nonsense.
if you don't have Secret Service help?
What?
Sorry, I think, we're trying not to become very political in this. I think we
Yeah,
have a
please
president of the
don't.
United States who has, by simple virtue of his position, having served as president, that deserves a certain protection because of his service to the country. So the rest of these things are all things that are not for me to decide, other than
Right,
to tell you that I think we
exactly.
have a responsibility to our leaders.
This is not political. That's not political. He deserves protection. You're absolutely
agree.
right.
No one's
Colonel
saying he
Paris?
doesn't.
I would
Oh
just
my
echo
God.
that my understanding is it's a federal statute that creates the Secret Service and
Yeah.
tasks them with those responsibilities.
No,
So
no, this isn't Cheeto
contemplate
Val.
a
This is
different paradigm. I
the
would
Pennsylvania
reflect
State
back to the
Police Commander is
legislature
the
to
guy in
contemplate.
the
If he was
uniform,
denied a protective
and then the other
detail
guy
in
is
Pennsylvania
represents a
this past
cop
week, the
union.
weekend prior, what would that have done
This
to
is
your
the
local resources to
Committee on
protect him
Homeland
adequately?
Security.
I think the removal of any resource inherently makes the burden on
Cheeto resigned
surrounding
today. The
resources
head
that
of the
would have been
Secret Service resigned this morning.
somewhat additional.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Point of order.
Point of order.
Gentleman's recognized.
So I appreciate the gentleman's questions, but let me put it another way to the witnesses. The reference legislation.
Mr. Ranking Member, I mean, a question to the witness would be someone yielding
Yeah.
to you. A point of order, I'm allowing you to make a point of order.
Thank you. Well, the point of order is, if you read the bill, it says that if you are a convicted felon and found and sentenced by a judge,
Mr. Chairman.
then you would not be, that's my point of order, that you would not have service. You have to be a
She was.
convicted
I don't know about. I don't
felon
know if
and
she was
sentenced.
asked by
Now,
POTUS.
at the time the bill was filed, nobody
Would wager
who was
she
a
offered
protectee
resignation
was a
immediately, and
convicted
POTUS
felon.
asked her to sit through the.
But
Perhaps,
if
yeah.
those who are lawyers here
Sure.
know that once you are a convicted felon and sentenced, you are remanded the custody of that particular law enforcement agency for custody. I think it's an anomaly to try to say that the Secret Service would have to protect a felon in jail, a convicted felon. So this whole notion about my legislation, I just say to the gentleman, if you read it, it says you have to be a convicted felon and sentenced. Now, we're not there. The conjecture, you can do whatever you want. But let me be clear about the bill. Republicans have made a lot of hay about the bill, saying it's about former President Trump and would take away his security. That just is not true. The bill doesn't mention former Trump, President Trump, and it would not have affected security at this tragic event. The bill talks about any Secret Service protectee who is convicted
Well, she
of
was
a felony
subpoenaed,
and
but she
sentenced
offered to come.
serve jail
So
time.
I don't know. It's a kind of weird
And it does
thing.
not take away security. The bill makes clear that when a protectee is sentenced and remanded to the custody of prison officials, the Secret Service is able to hand off the prisoner in an orderly fashion, and that Secret Service agents aren't forced to become correctional officers too. That's the legislation. That's all it says. For the record, we can go back to...
The gentleman will need to get to his point of order.
Well, point of order is the line of question.
It's a
is inconsistent
mischaracterization.
with the legislation.
Right.
And it does not say on that day, former President Trump would have been without Secret Service protection. He is not sentenced. If he's not sentenced, he will still have the protection. Plain and simple.
So you yield on your point of order, Mr. Ranking Member?
Yeah.
You did, okay. I want to make a point of order then as well. And, you know, a lot of times we hear from both sides of the aisle about rhetoric and how rhetoric and the things we do in messaging
Oh, yeah. No.
shapes
no.
discussion.
She actually said she offered to come even though they subpoenaed her. They did subpoena as a show.
My point
it
of
was
order
just a show.
Prison isn't necessarily a safer place. You can ask Mr. Epstein's family about that.
Stop it. Oh, my fucking
And so
God.
to suggest that somehow you'd have the security necessary in a prison,
Can we
I think
not?
is just,
Well, are we
not an
arguing
accurate
this? So
statement.
you're admitting he's a felon?
In terms of, you know, I agree with the
You
ranking
gotta
member
stand
that
up for a fucking felon,
his
dude.
bill did say that it would not
You
apply
are
in this
a
particular
fucking
case.
felon.
But, you know, it's more about what we're
You're
doing and what we're
simping
saying
a
at certain
felon.
times that generates the attitude in
the
our
water
society.
you
And
have
so
to
I
carry
just
must
make
be
that point of
so
order about this
heavy.
particular legislation. I made in my opening remarks a request that he would draw the bill. But,
Mr. You'll just have a second. I just wanted to make a quick comment. I think the chairman was clear that this bill was filed well in advance. So
Yeah.
to connect, you mentioned timing. It's important to mention timing that it wasn't.
Well, we don't want to debate the bill. We're here to hear from witnesses that are
Yeah,
here. So
well,
I'm
then
gonna
don't
go
bring
ahead
it
and
up.
end this
How
now,
about not
and
bring
we're
it
gonna move
up?
on. And I think
How about
actually,
not bringing it
Mr.
up?
Ivey is up
Yeah,
for 5
prison
minutes.
is hard on the elderly and gout.
Thank
and
you, Mr.
toilet
Chairman.
wine is really bad.
And I want
Let's
to
ask
associate myself with the remarks of our members here with respect to the loss of Miss Jackson Lee. It's with deep sadness that I feel her loss. I share not only this committee with her, but on the Judiciary Committee as well. And she was insightful and inspirational in the way she handled herself and her role here in Congress. I also want to join with the comments about sympathies to the
That's a good point,
comparator
Teresa.
family.
Well, this is a
and,
new bill, I think.
the individuals who were injured on the day of the shooting. And I want to thank the chair for taking us up to Butler yesterday. My only regret about it was that it was too quick. And I think that, and I didn't know it was going to be like that, frankly, until after we got there and had a chance to talk to people in the community. But when we got there, they were very anxious to talk to us. In particular, I had conversations with Angela Flieger, supervisor for, and I hope I don't butcher this too bad, Connequenessing Township, who was extremely helpful, and Sam Zerzolo, who was a commissioner from Butler Township. And they were able to provide information on several fronts that I think we need to pay attention to, not just for this particular event, but going forward. Could you hit a video for me there? I think Ms. Flieger tried to produce this and send it to me. The red building is the one that was directly behind the stage. The building in the center there was where the shooter was. The reason I'm asking for this to be shown is that as you get past the middle of it, and look to the opposite side of the field from where the shots came. Oh, you can stop it now. I counted about 12 rooftops there, just sort of standing at the front. I'm a former federal prosecutor. I don't have a background in protection, but my thought was, why would we pick a spot where you had that many rooftops that were available?
Yeah.
And
right?
my colleague, Mr. Crane, definitely defer to your experience.
I think
as
it was
a
multiple
sniper in
failures, by the way,
military,
that did this.
and
It
your
was
point about
pretty much
picking
multiple
the water
failures.
tower as a higher point would have been a good one, I think, to consider. And I'm curious about finding out what the Secret Service would say about that. But I just thought that this was a bad site to pick, no matter where you put them. There was just too many openings The field was totally open, and one of the things that Ms. Flieger pointed out was that the road that went to the side of this spot here, the stage was right in front of those two buildings. The snipers were on top of those, I believe. They didn't shut down that road. And she also showed me a photo of her husband going in on that day through a fence that wasn't guarded in the perimeter area.
Oh, shit.
Another point that she made was that the night before the speech was done, she and 50 or 60 other people from the community came to decorate the stage and, you know, put up the red, white, and blue blending and the Trump signs and everything. But the point she had there was that none of those people were vetted before they went into the area.
Oh my
Were up at the
God.
stage and,
Oh my God.
could have done anything.
No,
I
I
think
think
was
the
point that she
campaign, right?
made, and also noted that apparently the shooter had hidden the gun somewhere on the site by, I think, where the I hate to call the name of the business, but the business where the shooter ended up taking the shots from. So I think there's a variety of concerns here that I look forward to getting a chance to hear from.
That
these
is so
individuals.
terrible.
I don't know if it's going to be in the context of this committee or the oversight committee or the
This is
task force
unbelievable
that's been
failure
proposed.
of
Whoever does
everybody,
it needs to go talk
frankly.
to these folks, because the ones that I talked with had not been interviewed by the FBI, Secret Service, or local police. And they have
Wow.
key information that I think we should have.
What?
Especially in making decisions about going forward. And then just a couple quick points before my time runs out. I think it came
Wow.
up with respect
This
to the
is
communications
crazy.
piece. I appreciate Mr. Yoy's comments there, but we need to figure out not just what happened on that day, but when we do these at other sites across the country going forward, what's going to happen with the communications? And if they're not using the national bandwidth that was set up, how can we make sure that that happens in the future? And then with respect to the local police not reinventing the wheel
had rallies there before.
every time, one of them suggested, you know, maybe some kind of clearinghouse or information.
Yeah,
where,
hindsight is a hell of a drug.
local
Well,
police
evidence and
departments,
data
local
is a hell of a
elected
drug
officials,
too.
Who, for example, in
I
this
like
instance,
having that.
didn't
I like
find out
having
the
data.
president was coming until a few days before.
I have to pee again. I'm sorry.
And therefore had to
I
scramble
drank
to
too much
catch
coffee,
up.
I think.
believe she called your office,
I have to
Congressman
pee.
Kelly, to figure out what was going on, and you hadn't even been told about it yet. So we need to get to a point where we've got better communication, that we're giving elected officials and law enforcement at the local and state level more lead time and more information so they can prepare for these events. And I know that the director has resigned, but I think it's critical to make sure that we go forward with the investigation of the Secret Service, whether she's there or not. And then the last point, I apologize for running over, is that to the Secret Service and to Homeland Security, I know there's going to be a process now to replace her, but that cannot get in the way of us sorting out what happened on that day, and more importantly, what we need to take forward, because we've got other events coming up in the very near future. We got to make sure we take those lessons quickly, and so we can move them forward. And I thank the chair for his deference for giving me a little time to run over there, and I thank you again for taking us up to Butler.
You were making an excellent point, and I didn't want to stop you, Mr. Ivey. I now recognize Mr. Garbarino, the gentleman from New York, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Colonel Paris, there have been conflicting reports about the location of state and local law enforcement. Secret Service Director, I believe, said that, former Secret Service Director said that local police were in the same building that the gunman fired from, while other accounts indicate that local law enforcement was in an adjacent building. Were any Pennsylvania state troopers, state police assigned to
I would think the campaign chose the
where the shooting
location, but I could be wrong.
There were no state
I don't know.
troopers, to my knowledge, assigned there, sir.
Do you know if any other local law enforcement were assigned inside that building?
I only know that Butler ESU were assigned. When
Poor
you say
Butler
that building,
ESU.
I'm
They're
referring
like,
to
fuck, man, we didn't need
there's a
this
series
shit.
of buildings there that have covered walkways or second-story walkways that allow you to, almost like a pole barn type configuration, a modular type building. But to my knowledge, there were no troopers assigned to that location, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Yos, as technology has evolved, drones have become widely available to both law enforcement and the general public. For a large event with this level of security, would you normally expect law enforcement to use drones for surveillance and deploy counter-drone technology?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Would you normally expect law enforcement to use drones for surveillance and deploy counter-drone technology?
Well, obviously, as I mentioned earlier, I just, in my experience at this location is there are a number of elevated locations that should have been secured. There are a lot of ways to secure that. They could be with individuals assigned to it, but certainly an overwatch to be able to get a good visual of those locations is paramount.
So it's been reported that the Secret Service apparently did not use drones for surveillance, but the shooter was able to fly his own drone over the area earlier on the day of the rally and get aerial footage of the site. Do you know if that's true?
I have no direct knowledge.
Were you, okay, so, and you know if whether or not local, state, Secret Service enforcement was aware of any drone use?
I've heard the news reports, but I have no direct knowledge.
Would you consider this a major security breach?
Absolutely.
Now, it's also been reported, Colonel Paris, that the local law enforcement spotted the shooter outside the AGR building and on its roof minutes prior to the shooting. Did local police alert the Secret Service that the gunman was on or around the AGR building roof? Do you know?
So this goes to my earlier qualifier about the timeline, but my understanding of the sequence of events is that he was determined to be suspicious
God,
as a result of behavior
Chuds
that
are
he was
so dumb.
exhibiting,
Like,
milling around that area in front
Chud
of the AGR
trolls on
building.
Twitter are so fucking
There was a
stupid. They just
text thread
open
that was
themselves up
going,
to the worst
been briefed
comebacks.
between the ESU members. They identified, they took a photo of him at some point when he
when was the
utilized
photo?
the rangefinder. The suspicion was heightened. So I know at a certain point in the command post, a member of PSP received a phone call and a text message from members of ESU, and I know from an interview that that was immediately relayed in the command post to the Secret Service.
And what happened? Yeah. So that was my next question. So what happened?
Oh,
what
God,
actions
is that
were taken
Marjorie?
after it was
Oh,
relayed to
fucking
Secret
So
Service?
when the PSP member
God, I
received that
forgot she was on all
information
these
and
committees.
verbally turned right
Crazy.
around, gave it to the Secret Service. Our member was provided with a number to which the picture that had been taken by the Butler ESU members, or that was on that group thread, to which that should be sent. Our member did that, and our understanding was that was some element of the Secret Service.
So this was all reported. Yeah, this was all reported to Secret Service, and they gave him, Secret Service then sent him back, one of your officers, a number back to send the information back to. Is that what you just said?
That's my understanding.
When did that happen?
Again, the actual timeline, I'm very remiss because I know these timelines need to be hammered out exactly to the minute, but I would say, that the overall timeline is about an hour before is when he became suspicious to ESU. What I want to say is, if we know that former President Trump was shot at 11 hours, it was probably in the vicinity of 25 to 30 minutes, but I want to make sure that's a very...
So it was before he went on to speak?
But at that point, just to be clear, he was determined to be suspicious. There was no
there's
information
different
that
levels of
possessed
alert.
a weapon. He was outside of that building where the ESU was posted.
This is important.
They were being vigilant. It's, I think, relevant that there were other people at the venue who were suspicious and reported likewise in a close temporal nexus to that as well.
But just to confirm, the Secret Service had this information that there was a suspicious individual. He had used a rangefinder, which made him even more suspicious.
Did he
And
at that point,
This was all
though?
reported to them prior to the President Trump being allowed on the stage to
But
speak.
suspicious doesn't mean that
I
you
believe,
stop the
again,
event.
I'll
They have
defer to
different
when the president came out.
definitions.
I know that was probably
threat
20
levels.
to 25 minutes before 11 hours. And steps were taken by
Weird.
the municipal officers over in that area to they were actively looking for crooks. You saw the building yesterday. That's a pretty wide footprint. They began looking for him. There were scores of people
Oh, so
making their
basically,
way
this was
across
like a
that,
cartoon where the
facility.
bad guys
Again,
running
just for
around the
some
building
context, there were
and
over 100
evading
people that day that
the cops,
necessitated
the
or-
Keystone
and,
cops. Is that what we're
requiring,
is that what we're
medical
talking
attention
about
due to the
here?
heat. There was a missing 6-year-old. This individual was deemed to be suspicious because he was walking around and not moving into the venue. The rangefinder obviously heightened that, and they were attempting to locate him.
But it could have
as,
been binoculars
people
or
were moving
something. I
across
thought.
that
I don't know.
space who were attending the event to the secure perimeter.
Was he the only one determined to be suspicious that day?
The gentleman needs to
No, he
wrap
just
it up.
said
and
no.
Perhaps somebody else will yield to
Idiot.
you or me
I yield back,
on this topic. I recognize Mr. Goldman now for 5 minutes.
Or we'll just pick up the questioning here.
There
That
you
sounds
go.
great, prosecutor.
First, I do want to mention how sad it is to see Sheila Jackson Lee's empty seat there. What an incredible inspiration to so many of us, and a member and advocate, community presence, and we really are sorry to miss her. She would be very eager to be asking questions here today because there are a lot of unanswered questions, and I sat through a 4.5-hour hearing yesterday with the director of the Secret Service, and we got no information. So I'm going to jump on, piggyback
No,
off
you
of
got
Mr.
some.
Garbarino.
I mean, you know. You got some.
Where you left off is that you relayed, or PSP relayed the photograph to the number that the Secret Service directed your officer to. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, did anything come back? Any instructions or directions come back from the Secret Service?
So again, that is left to the after action. We're trying to come up with a sequence of events that led to crooks on top of the building.
No. There's a no. That's a question.
Right, but you said
No,
I'm
yeah, I
trying
wanna hear this.
find
This is good.
Just I don't need the specific timeline. I'm trying to just figure out
What
the
did the
sequence
Secret Service
because
say back?
You said that many of your officers or Butler ESU officers were looking for crooks. That was after that photograph was relayed to the Secret Service?
My understanding was after the photo was relayed to the our trooper in the command post, and yes, Crooks was in that area around the building. My understanding is 2 additional municipal officers who were on a different post responded to that area, and they began actively looking for
2?
Crooks. They circumvented, or they circumscribed the building to try and locate him. It became apparent at some point that he was up on the roof.
When?
Those 2 municipal officers who responded then,
What?
to their credit, actively, once they realized that he was on the roof, one boosted the other one up, hanging from the ledge of the roof. By the time that officer was boosted up on top of the roof, Crooks was on it, almost in that final position that you saw. He had the AR out, and he pointed it at the municipal officer who, suspended from the roof, was not in a position, feet dangling at that point, to draw a weapon or continue hoisting himself back up on the roof. He drops back down from the roof, and at this point, I believe that's when the video that's been widely circulated with people filming Crooks up on the roof,
okay.
saying there's somebody up on the roof. There were other law enforcement around the building running, but their vantage point on the ground did not lend a clear line of sight to where Crooks was at the top of that building. One of our
time was
troopers on
that?
roving patrol also was notified. That word went out, and he responded about the time that the municipal officer was
Yeah, what was
boosting
the Soleil
the
at
other
this
officer
time?
up onto the roof.
What was he notified of?
Where was
I don't
the
know
Soleil?
specifically. That's going to be part of the
Did he
the after action. But we obviously knew that he was,
circumambulate
Crooks
the
was
circumference?
suspicious. He had not gone
He
into the venue, and
circumnavigated
they were
the
actively
building.
doing
Isn't that what it
everything
is?
they could
No,
to try and
circumscribed,
locate
that's
him.
not the word,
So
is it?
the
not
local officers who were
The ladder
outside of
didn't
the
go to the top.
perimeter in
It wasn't a
charge of
ladder.
securing
He
the
boosted him up.
outside perimeter area.
There was no
One
ladder.
way or another
hanging
understood or
from
got
the-
direction that they needed to try to
the
find
leaf
Crooks,
drain, whatever those
presumably
are called.
to
What are those called?
ask him questions, interview him. Is that
What are those leaf
the
drain
protocol is?
things on
Clear about-
buildings
I don't want
called?
to speak
Gutters.
I haven't seen the Secret Service
He was hanging from the gutter.
operations plan, what their responsibilities were and what their
Crazy.
understanding of those were from the Secret Service. I don't want to comment on it.
But somehow they got the message
Somehow
that
there
they
was
knew.
information that he was suspicious. By the time that municipal officer was hoisted up onto the roof and saw him, he had the weapon out.
Do you know how long?
'Cause he shot
it
right
was
after that,
before-
right?
Between the time that the
believe.
photograph was relayed to the Secret Service and the time when the officer was trying to hoist himself onto the roof.
Yeah, what's that timeline?
That's a critical
Yes.
detailed salient question. I would answer it from the reverse time period from if the first shots rang out at 18:11 hours. The hoisting up of the officer occurred probably no more. Again, I'm going to give you a time, but I want to just put it in
We
the
understand
context
it's
of
not specific.
of a sequence of events. I would say at most 2.5 to 3 minutes before that first shot rung out.
Probably
And
less.
when
What they
he-
were notified in the interim still remains under investigation.
Right, and when he fell off of he let go?
The municipal officer, when the briefing that I had was the municipal officer saw Crooks saw him, and Crooks turned and leveled the gun at him in a position tactically of extreme disadvantage, suspended, in the air with your legs dangling after somebody had boosted you up.
And he let go, right?
He let go and he fell back down.
And was there at that point any communications that there's a shooter on the roof from the municipal officers?
He got a moist hoist onto the joist.
That's all part of the after action. We're just trying to get a sequence of events up to the point when.
Okay, well,
Crooks then
we still
fired
have
the
questions
weapon.
about
So
that.
that's been the focus of our investigation.
But wait,
there was
no.
at least, you said you thought 2.5 to 3 minutes between the time when the municipal officers
It's not 2 to 3
tried
minutes.
to
It has
hoist
to
on
be
top
shorter.
of the roof. Crooks pointed the gun at them.
Musical
they
officers.
dropped, and then between that time and when he fired the shots.
I don't want to give you an exact.
I think
period
it's
of time,
less
but
than
was-
2 to
was
3 minutes, it
was a
sounded
very
like,
short
but I
period of
could be
time.
wrong. I
Even
mean, what do
for
I?
his
I wasn't
ability-
there.
But not seconds.
I'm sorry. I'm
I
going
would
to
say
shut up.
minutes. But I can't, I would be remiss if I gave you, and I want to be very clear on the record. When you do an
gonna be
investigation like
quiet
this,
now.
the timeline is critical. You're
The
asking
property
me,
is privately
I was
owned. It
briefed,
is also
I'm
an
answering to the
airport
best of
there.
my ability right now.
These
And,
kind of
and I know
places
my
around
time
the
is up,
country are
Colonel
run
Paris.
by
I
board of
want to
directors.
thank
I
you
bet there is a
for
connection there.
providing us with this
Might be.
information. It was incredibly
point.
disappointing that the director of the Secret Service did not provide any of this information yesterday. I think
Well
it is
said.
good that we're going to have somebody new at the top, but
Hey, yeah.
just having somebody new does not answer the questions. And
Couldn't
so,
agree more.
Mr. Chairman, I know you
Shut
are
up,
working
Chairman.
diligently to try to get witnesses here. This is not an academic exercise. This is not something that the American people can wait 60 days for. With these gaps in information, there are conspiracy theories, there is disinformation, and all of our safety is at risk. Political violence is escalated, and we need to know these answers. I thank you for bringing these witnesses here, and I yield.
Yeah, absolutely. And I appreciate the tag team between two sides to get to the details on this, because this is poignant, very poignant. I now recognize Ms. Green for 5 minutes.
Because it's us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh,
Colonel
God.
Paris,
Speaking
I'd like
of
to
which-
carry the dialogue on about these,
Speaking of
the
low
specific
gravitas.
timeline. I have a timeline that
Oh,
was
shit,
given to
she's
us on the
loud.
Oversight Committee yesterday when we questioned former Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle, as she has resigned today. But the timeline
God,
that I'd
woman,
like to talk to you
you're
about
busting out
is
of your
exactly
mic.
what you were just discussing here. 18 minutes before President Trump took the stage, it was at 5:45 that
God,
the
I'm
Butler
sorry. She
County
just won't
Emergency
lower her
Services
fucking volume.
noticed Thomas Crooks on the roof, took a picture and reported it. You stated just a few minutes before in your testimony that that police or PSP were given a phone number to the Secret Service, and that Butler County
you can't be too
Emergency
top-heavy.
Services texted or sent
Gotta
the
keep that
picture.
center of
Was that a
gravitas below the
text? Was
IQ
that,
or
a
risk to
digital
being over.
platform?
Good one,
Was it an email? How did they send
That's
the
a
picture?
good one.
So just to be clear, at that
Just to be
period of time, at
clear.
18:45, I don't believe the testimony was
5:45 p.m.
17:45, 5:45 p.m. Yes, ma'am. I don't. He was not up on the roof at that point. Is my
No. Emergency Services noticed Thomas Crooks on the roof. This is the timeline that we have. Took a picture and reported it. Who did they send that picture to?
Just to be clear, they were posted in the AGR building and took a picture of him. That's what you're.
Yes. Who did
that
they
is my
send the picture to?
So I only know from interviews what I can confirm to my knowledge and belief here today that a member of Pennsylvania State Police inside of the command post received that information telephonically and by text, relayed it to the Secret Service, and then was given a number to follow up on. And that was based, again, heightened suspicion.
How did they relay it to Secret Service?
I believe that they verbally turned and said in the command post, this is information that I just received. And then in follow-up to that, as directed from the interview that I was briefed on, that was forwarded by text as requested by the Secret Service.
Can you give us copies of that communication and that phone number that was given to them was for Secret Service?
So that's part of the ongoing investigation, and I would defer to the legality of.
Can you find that information and provide it to our committee?
No, it's not his purview.
We'll look to see if legally I will consult Chief Counsel within the state
Don't
police, but it is
stand
an
up to
ongoing criminal
her.
investigation at this point.
So after it was reported, President Trump
Sorry
took the
about her
stage
mic.
at 6:03 p.m.
Mm-mm. Turn
All
to
of this
person
took
next to-
place. This was 18 minutes before President Trump actually took the stage at 6:03 p.m. President Trump was shot in the face at 6:11
Well, the ear.
p.m.
That's not really the
This has all been reported.
mean,
These timelines.
distinction without a
Why do
difference.
you not have a timeline?
He does.
Because it's
oh
not
my
our,
fucking God.
the
This
timeline
woman
is
is
gonna be
nothing.
critical
There's
for
no
the after-action
substance to this
report.
person.
Obviously, we're
No
conducting an
substance to that
investigation
woman
with the FBI.
so fucking ever.
We have been deferential to the FBI. in
She
terms of
cannot even
what has been released,
pull her shit
to
together
the
for
media.
this.
I was present for.
Yeah, my ears
one
are
press
not on my
briefing the
face.
night of,
Okay, I don't know about
Saturday night,
her.
July 13th, and we've been deferential to the FBI on that. So I would refer
But
you
my ears
to the
are
FBI.
not
The
on my
timelines that you're
face.
quoting, I just want to be clear on the record. To my knowledge and belief, I don't have a minute-by-minute timeline. I've had multiple briefings about what these interviews have gleaned, but they're from the perspective of PSP investigating the homicide and the 2 attempted homicides.
Thank you, Colonel. During the event, at what point in the day was someone from your team first made aware that there was a potential suspicious person or possible threat?
So based on my knowledge and belief, that information relayed to the command post from Butler ESU, in terms of crooks, was the first time that I'm aware of. Again, keeping in mind, I've heard estimates that there were 13,000 people there. There were multiple people identified as suspicious, several that were identified in that area.
Yes, thank you. Now, you stated before in your questions that you haven't seen an operation plan, but didn't your team participate, and why haven't you seen the plan?
So as my answer prior on the record, I've asked for it. The state police has asked for it. We have yet to receive it. And my understanding is that our walkthrough with our commanders and our area commander was to delineate what our responsibilities were, and we endeavored to fulfill those responsibilities.
Who was the Secret Service agent in charge of the advance team?
I don't know the name of
How
the
the
agent.
fuck would he know? God, you're a
How
cow.
was PSP supposed to
fucking stupid
communicate
cow.
with Secret Service on the advance team?
You mean in the planning leading up to the, so my understanding is, as is typical, we're notified. We were notified by email on July 5th. The meeting on
This is
July 8th,
dumb.
Monday, was to get all of those
13,000?
partners
I know.
together
He
to
said
exchange
25,000.
information, how they could communicate
Can't
with one
stand
another,
her.
and then
I'll
the
say it
planning
again. Got to be
took place
difficult to
from
pick
there.
a potential
Could you
shooter
provide our
at a Trump
committee
rally.
a copy of all those communications?
I know you said that earlier,
Volunteers?
Max. I missed
So,
reading it out. That's
I
a
will
good one.
check with our.
I mean,
legal
really.
counsel
Come on
in
now.
Pennsylvania
Where's the
has,
lie?
Multiple state statutes.
I mean,
cover
they're all
investigative
obsessed with
plans,
their guns because they
law
have no
enforcement sensitive
working
information.
penis.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, one more thing, if I may.
I'm just saying a thing.
Trump's Secret Service protection could be removed under Benny
Oh, the
Thompson's
Clarion
proposed
Ledger?
legislation. This
not
legislation was
true.
introduced while the politically weaponized government
That
was
is not
prosecuting
true.
former
Shut up.
President Donald Trump. This
In the
would
middle
leave
of
him at
Pennsylvania.
risk.
Yeah,
I'd also
exactly.
like to state for the record for this committee that over 140 inmates are murdered in prison
Oh,
every
stop.
single year. This is a dangerous
Is she
place.
doing prison reform
prison
now?
is, and of course, an
Wow.
8% of
Well, she can
violence
tell
in
time.
prison leads to
I just am amazed
murder
that she's
of
standing up
inmates.
for prisoners.
This
That's
legislation
fantastic.
is reckless.
I hope I
and,
can-
and the
I hope I can,
minority ranking member needs to withdraw this legislation that would lead to the murder of President Trump.
Oh my
The lady's time has
God.
expired. I
Fuck
now
you,
recognize-
cunt.
Well, we're not going to debate.
What a fucking cunt. Well, no, you're not going to let that go unanswered.
Here, so he can at least address it.
You're not going to let that go
He made his
unanswered.
point earlier about his bill. There's a difference of opinion, I suppose. But we're just,
Oh my fucking God.
y'all are out. Okay.
Is this
I now
bipartisan
recognize
shit?
Mr.
Is that
Lolo for
is that
5
what
minutes.
you're so
Thank you,
proud that
Chairman.
you guys
10
are
days ago,
working
Mr.
together
Goldman.
and then you let
10
her
days
say
ago, a
shit like that?
20-year-old with
Good
no
job,
military or
Chairman.
law enforcement training, with no more than about $1,000 worth
8%
of equipment,
of violence in
apparently
prison leads
working
to
alone
murders of inmates.
for the
Yeah, I'm going to
United
need a
States Secret
citation
Service,
on
an
that.
agency with a $3 billion budget
gonna need
and
a
about
citation on
8,000
personnel.
Girl, don't worry
In the early
about it,
phases of this
okay?
investigation, the Secret Service.
Oh my God,
it's
isn't
clear
that the guy
Secret
from,
Service exhibited poor tactics,
Isn't
including
he from Toy
substandard
Story
two-way
2 or something?
communications
What
with
is
state and
his,
local
what,
PD. They displayed
who
a
is that
lack of
guy?
strategy,
Isn't he an
including
actor?
not employing drones to
Yeah, she's
surveil the
expecting
risks
him. Well, she
to
has to
President
say
Trump
that.
and the
Otherwise,
crowd.
she's going to go to
And
jail, I
since July
think.
13th,
I'm
the Department of
confused.
Homeland Security and the Secret
Oh,
Service,
I'm going to turn him up a little
evidenced
bit,
by
sorry.
them not being here today, has avoided accountability by,
Wait,
among
no,
other things,
the Secret
avoiding
Service
hearings like this.
Testified yesterday.
The attempted
I
assassination of
can't.
former President Trump, the leading candidate for president in
can't.
2024, shocked the conscience of nearly every American.
It didn't
regardless
shock
of
my
party
conscience.
affiliation.
Okay, Sid.
We, the members of the Homeland Security Committee from
Yeah,
both sides
Sid.
of the
He
aisle,
looks like
are
Sid,
here today to
right?
ask questions.
Like an old Sid.
And about those who are in charge that day to hold the Secret Service accountable, but more importantly, to
Or
ensure
there's
this never
another
happens
guy
again.
he looks like
Chairman,
Patton
thank you for hosting
Oswalt,
this hearing. Colonel Paris,
but not
you're
nice.
the commissioner of the Pennsylvania State Police Department?
Yes, sir. I
Maybe
am.
Patton Oswalt.
And your
but
testimony,
I'm sorry,
sir, is that
Patton, I know you
approximately
don't.
25 minutes, I
don't
won't
agree
hold
with
it to
him.
the exacts, but approximately 25 minutes before the first shots were fired, that local law enforcement officers identified Crooks as suspicious?
Well, there's a lot of suspicious people
And what
apparently
was it that led those
at your
officers to
rallies.
conclude that Crooks was suspicious?
My understanding was that he was milling about and he stood out to them because he never made his way to a point of ingress to the venue. In defense of possible hypotheses, could have been waiting for somebody, could have been delayed.
Exactly.
But he stood out to them and they, from their vantage point at the AGR building, identified him as suspicious.
That was in 62 minutes prior, as I understand the timeline. That first one, it was 25 minutes prior for the rangefinder.
Thank you, Chairman. And Commissioner, with respect to him being suspicious, were there other folks who were also in the crowd identified as suspicious by law enforcement?
I have been briefed that, yes, there were multiple individuals.
Paul Scorvino, yes, Paul
consistent with,
Sorvino. Thank you, Muskie.
normal
Evil
operations
Patton
for a
Oswalt,
detail
Paul
like this that are
Sorvino.
identified as suspicious.
He did
Can
not
we
have
take
enough
that as
flags.
a single-digit number of other
Those
folks?
he did have. Did not have enough.
The number that I was briefed on was single
swooping
digit,
eagles
but I
on
can't
them,
say
or we're right
definitively
side
that,
up.
that I was.
What number were you briefed on, Colonel?
Also, hat,
What
not
number
red.
were you briefed on?
I believe
Definitely
I was briefed on an
suspicious.
additional
All
3
of them.
individuals.
Okay, so Crooks plus 3.
All of
My
them are
understanding is you had about
suspicious.
30 Pennsylvania State police officers at the time of the rally?
That were assigned to the detail, the both responsibilities of the detail, yes, sir.
And
This
were
guy's like,
all
I
of
don't
them
get paid enough for this.
assigned to your area of the perimeter,
Well, look,
not
his
the
watch
interior
strap
where the
matches
Secret
his
Service
tie.
held
That's
the most
kinda
jurisdiction?
interesting.
I'm confused by your question, sir.
My understanding, and what the committee has been told, is there were 2 layers of defense of President Trump. One, the interior, which the Secret Service held the most domain over, and 2, the exterior perimeter, which had ceded a lot of authorities to state and
Where's
local.
the lie?
Is that your understanding as well, Colonel?
So I don't want to get convoluted with different perimeters. I'm familiar that there was a VIP seating area up front. When I refer to the secure perimeter, I'm talking about the fencing that goes around the Butler County Farm Shop.
Oh, yeah,
All of our
no.
people
Carla, you
were
did.
detailed
We
at
didn't
various
have 'em.
locations, decided
There
by the
were
Secret
no
Service
hearings on
inside of
Uvalde.
that.
Thanks. It leads me to the next question. If staff can cue up the Eli Crane video at about
Were there even
second number 1 or 2.
were there congressional
This
hearings
is
on
the AGR
Newtown?
building. I and several of my
Newtown,
colleagues were
Connecticut?
there yesterday in Butler. Kudos to Mr. Crane for getting this good video. My understanding from your prior testimony is there were 2 officers stationed or assigned, I think was your testimony, to this building?
I'm aware of 2, but I don't want to say, again, not having seen the Secret
And they were assigned, sir?
My understanding is
didn't
that
do it,
the
so I
Secret
wouldn't
Service
answer it.
And Butler ESU had some sort of collaboration, and that was to be covered.
What was their assignment in the building, sir?
I cannot comment. I'd be remiss not.
Were they assigned to be in the building?
I can't
What were
comment.
the qualifications of the people
He
assigned
didn't
to or
hire
around the building?
them.
ESU guys, SWAT guys, long guns,
He
good
didn't
tactics?
hire
They
them.
would be, as the name implies, but I defer to their exact training. I'm not aware of it specifically.
But your understanding is through the duration of the incident, to at least the first shots fired, they were entirely within the building, not on the building, sir?
I don't 100% want
He
to say
doesn't
where
know
they
that.
are, where they were the entire period.
But
He
you don't
doesn't
have an
know that.
understanding as to whether they were assigned to be in the building or on top of it?
I don't.
Are they
I
the
would need
ones
to see
that
the
went and
Secret
looked
Service
for the
operation.
suspect?
And would that have been left to the
Are they the ones that
discretion
looked for the
of state and
suspect?
local, or would that have been left to the discretion of the Secret Service? It sounds like you're saying that would have been left
I
to the
wish I
discretion
was a
of the Secret
police
Service.
investigator sometime.
I
I
would
don't
say
want.
it's
I don't
Secret
like the
Service is
police
the lead
either. I mean, I
agency,
think
just like they
policing
told
is
us.
is
Here's the
slavery.
post we want you to
I think
staff.
policing
This
is a
the motorcade we want.
slavery
I would
relic.
defer to the Secret
Thanks,
Service.
Colonel. when in
I want us
when
to
in
do more
Butler
wraparound
yesterday,
help
we
for
asked the
people.
question,
So,
why weren't the two
In a bit,
well-qualified
I'm
ESU
pretty
officers
much
on top of the
that
building rather
mind.
than in it. And what would you say if we were told the explanation
ACAB
is, well,
mind,
it was a hot day in
because,
Butler, and there was
slavery.
air conditioning inside the building and not on the building? What would be
However,
your
I
reaction
wonder
to that assertion,
if these
Colonel?
guys, like who...
I can't respond to it. I have no
like,
firsthand knowledge about
Was it a hot day
they should be
in Butler
protecting
that
this
day?
area, and I don't know what the fuck
And-
happened.
but you have no knowledge of whether or
Waiting
not
on your
the Secret
ride.
Service or
Yay,
anybody else
Carla.
assigned these two officers
I'm
to
glad
be in
we're
the
with ya.
building and not on it.
No, sir.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
He
Gentleman
doesn't
yields,
know.
and
You
we're going to
need
go
the
out of order
ESU
because
guy
Mr.
there.
Luttrell has to
The hell?
get to his committee, so you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you pull the video back up, please? Just
Oh,
for
look, they have to sit at the
clarification, that
kids'
is
table.
the exact point where the shooter was positioned, correct?
There's like a
Looking
little
through
kids'
that window
table.
in proximity to, if you give a range fan, if you was to expose yourself outside that window, is that the shooter's position? No?
God, that seems really close.
in
If the
relation to
if
that
the
video,
rally
where is
stage
the
was in
shooter's
front of the
position at?
red building,
Just further
I
on the
don't
left
think you
side.
can see it.
And Mr. Paris, can you clarify something? There were ESU agents internal to the building or in proximity to the building.
Sorry, I
in
should have done that
location,
earlier.
correct?
I apologize.
I don't know to that specific location, but they were assigned to the AGR building.
And once the call went out that you had a bad actor in, the agents in the building left their position to try to find that individual?
My understanding
That's
is
what I wanna
he
know,
was
is-
on the ground, moving around the perimeter, and they moved to actively aid in the search along
So the
with
people in
additional,
that, so that's the
municipal
point.
officers who were-
Does it make
The
sense
people
that
in
ESU
that
agents be
building
positioned
were the
inside
ones who
windows
went
so they'd have a
downstairs
better
to look
vantage
for
point
him.
out
Oh my
into
fucking
where the
God.
X is, where the asset is
I mean-
located?
Could you ask that question again,
And
Congressman?
it makes sense to me that the ESU agents would be positioned in these windows, the windows that they're talking about in this building, so they could have better eyes on the asset, the president, instead of internal to the building milling about. Is that a fair assessment?
But we don't
I'm
know if they
remiss
were
because
milling
I don't know
about.
what the conversation
Was
and what the
Scorvino or
responsibilities
Sorvino?
I think my
Oh,
concern is
was
if
he
we did
the
have
evil
agents,
bear?
let's just
No,
speak
that was Ed
hypothetically, if
Asner.
agents were positioned in these
That was Ed
windows
Asner.
in order to provide cover.
I think.
I'm sorry,
I'm
protection
pretty sure.
for the
Maybe not,
asset.
but I think.
And then they were
I think.
released.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming they work in pairs, correct? There's only two of them, or is there four of them in the building? Do we know
His
the answer?
daughter,
From
Mira
my briefings, there
Sorvino,
were
has
two.
gone
There were
insane
two. But,
and is
to me, it would make
right-wing
sense that
now.
one would stay behind in order to cover the X. Or
So
cover
no
the
more
asset,
Roby and Michelle, although it
and
is a
then one
great movie.
Would engage in activity to find the actor that they were trying
Romy
to
or Michelle. I can't remember which one she
identify, correct?
was. Michelle?
I think my concern is the individuals may and I hate to say this out loud, but if we didn't do due justice and we left that asset exposed because both ESU agents went to look for a bad actor,
Right.
we just gave the shooter a bowling alley.
I don't know what their responsibilities and their rules of engagement were.
Yeah,
not
see,
having seen
that's
the
the
Secret
thing.
Service, operations plan.
We would need
And
to
I'm
know if those
reluctant to
people were
to
actually
speculate at
on
this point, 10
left
days
the
out, sir.
building to go down
I
and
would
look for
rely on
him.
the reviews yet to come.
When
Right.
it comes to Secret Service, talk comms matrix here real quick. When it comes to Secret Service and the local law
Emergency
enforcement, the state law
service
enforcement,
units. So it's like different law enforcement
understand
units
that
from
they
the
are housed in the
local
same-
area.
is
So
there
probably
a common
sheriff,
communication
constable,
channel?
whatever the
And
local
if so, does
police and
each
fire
agent
and
and
shit.
each officer
They're
that's working to
collectively
then have-
referred to as
I'm going to use
ESU.
old terminology. Do they have an avalanche call? Do they have a no joy? When they see something that raises the red flag, can any officer radio in, go, no go? We are not, hold the asset in place. We have somebody that
No,
we're looking for.
I don't think they can.
Or, and if they do or if they don't, how many people does that have to go through to get to the right actor
is a
in
good
order to say,
question.
stop?
I don't know.
Okay, we need to figure that out.
Well, that
Because
was
if I'm-
yesterday.
if
Did you
I'm
pay
an ESU
attention
agent
to
in
the
this window
Secret
and I have to
Service? No,
radio
you didn't.
A person who has to radio somebody, who has to radio somebody else to get to the main person.
Secret
then to
Service
call it.
told us who has the ability
dishes
to
are
act
done.
independently
I'm
of
aware
any
of 3
order.
radio systems in operation, PSPs, the Secret Service, and Butler counties.
All communicating on different channels.
Technically, yes, but the integration occurs, I can only speak from PSP, our integration occurs by us having somebody inside of the Secret Service.
So you
command
didn't
post.
have any
Again, for
ESU
an
inside
incident
the
of this
command post?
magnitude, in theory, the more people you have on the same channel, if there was a medical emergency or lost 6-year-old,
Yeah,
and
you don't
everybody
want
keys up at
one
once, it
channel. That's
paralyzes
not-
your communication.
That's
I
dumb.
understand that, but if there's one specific channel that you can go to call an avalanche and say, which is freeze the asset, I think that would be necessary. Now, you mentioned something earlier. You guys done about
Well,
20,
but at the
20
same
events this year
time,
in
you don't want
Pennsylvania.
some
So,
fucking
and you spoke-
Yahoo
It's common. Now,
being no,
the military
that
folks in
doesn't
this room are
work,
going to
sir.
understand it's the first month of deployment and the last month of deployment are the most dangerous times to be in combat. One, because you get there the first month, you have no idea what's going on, and then you're there and you get common. You get complacent. And
What are
before
we
you
talking
leave,
about?
that last month,
They had to play a game.
situational awareness kind of
which
dies
they
down a
did,
bit, and that's
and
when
that's
bad
not
things
good.
happen.
But
There's absolutely nothing common in protecting a president
former.
ever. And as we move forward,
Really? Did you feel that way about Paul
that to be
Pelosi?
a term
I'm just
that we
wondering.
use. Because common just got our president, our former president, shot.
Well, are you going
And
to cry?
If these assets would have been
Are you going to cry?
on
You know what I'm going to
high
cry
alert.
about? That fucking tie shirt combo.
And I'm not
That's
saying
what
that
I'm
they
going to cry
weren't.
about. The Russian
When
asset?
things become common, we get complacent.
I've instructed our commanders moving forward if there is any, my expectation would be that through the collaboration and the planning of these events, you want more people there, you want people voicing issues and everybody operating on the same page in a unified
They're so
command. But I have
quiet. Some are
instructed our
quiet and some
commanders,
are loud.
the ops plans get reviewed prior to this up through our Deputy Commissioner of Operations, Lieutenant Colonel Bivens, seated here behind me today. But as a result of this, if there are any issues that our people see, we are ordering them to flag them, and we'll work collaboratively moving forward for the remainder of the season and moving forward.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, that's
Thank you,
good.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields.
That's
And
responsible.
our witnesses, at any point where we're going to probably go at least another hour here. If you need to take a break,
Wow.
just let me know and just give me the high sign or a thumbs up. Y'all are okay right now? Or are you
Yeah, we can take a break.
I don't know. What about you?
take a break?
Oh.
All right, we'll do
Somebody's got a
5 minutes and
prostate
5 minutes
issue.
only.
No,
The
I'm kidding.
restroom's right down the hallway to your
I
right.
knew it.
Adjourn.
All right. So 5 minutes. Okay. No problemo. So yeah. Oh wow. This is so interesting, isn't it? I mean, it really. The details of this are interesting to me, mostly because I think that one of the issues that we have in this country is that we haven't investigated in public ways, if you will, or we haven't discussed the results of investigations in ways that are appropriate. Prime example, I don't know if the FBI ever investigated J6. I think, well, they did. And then I don't know the report. I wouldn't even be able to recall for you what the FBI report on J6 was, right? Like it was either non-existent or unremarkable to me. So that's interesting. And I really wonder why, I just think there are so many missed opportunities to really educate the public on what is happening behind the scenes. And it's just, I guess, I don't know. It's I don't know where the real gap is, although I would imagine there's a big gap in investigative journalism, I think, in that the large voices in media, the Carol Lenigs, what's that other idiots? And there's a bunch of idiots. Jonathan Carl, the glitterati of corporate media and their book writing over the last 8 years, I think 9 years, is absolutely disgusting. And I remember calling it out, and many did, about the fact that you would sit on information about someone, about the leader of our fucking country, that you would sit on information so that you could then write a book 6 or 9 months later. That is disgusting to me. And I always had a stomach turn when it came to the fucking books and the fucking interviews and the fucking tapes from said books, from said interviews, that literally could have helped us dispel some of the disinformation sooner and more loudly than us on Twitter or whoever, right? Going, hey, that's like patently false, whatever. The kid that shot Trump had 2 offshore bank accounts. Are we sure about that, Jim? I would need to see a source on that. I'm not really here to say that this is some grand conspiracy. I think we have very many questions, and they should be answered so that we can protect people who are trying to lead. But I'm telling you right now, I think more of us need to stand up to people in the media and say, do your job. Do your job. Woodward, totally destroyed. Bob Woodward should be ashamed of himself. Peter Baker, that's the one I fucking hate. Fuck, man. Help us out. Do your fucking job. Do your fucking job. So I think we should be very loud right now, especially with journalists, and I use that term loosely, who are taking advantage of our fragile democracy for their personal gain and ego. I'm sick to fucking death of it. Ann Nelson should be fucking on every channel, right? Ruth Ben-Ghiat should be on every fucking channel. Timothy Snyder should be on every fucking channel. Many other historians across many diverse disciplines and backgrounds should be amplified instead of these fucking morons. Peter Baker, fucking asshole. Lolo, I felt the same about all the books after the fact of dangerous behavior in the office. Thank you, Oren. That is literally what I'm talking about. It is literally what I'm talking about. We should have been I was like, excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? What? What did you just say? We should have been like, no, you sat on that information? I would like to see Gal's work uplifted like that. You're right, Max. I really want there to be anyone. I want many people to say, no, listen, this is how we got here. I mean, that Bad Faith movie to me, plus Ann Nelson's Shadow Network book, really fucking bring it home that the manipulation and the takeover by the Republican Party of the Republican Party by Tea Party extremists, etc., however, MAGA extremists, to create complete self-preservation of wealth and power and control populations, that they have literally systemically been building towards this collectively, right? And in their own silos, but still connected through the CNP and other things. And I heard in her book, she mentions
I
the
now
CNP
recognize
was founded in
the gentleman from New Jersey.
1981.
Mr. Menendez for 5 minutes.
I just think that we need to have much more uplifting of the voices who actually research and create have the receipts and create the summaries that we can all kind of wrap our fucking brains around. Media literacy, hashtag it.
She was tough, but she cared about her district, cared about this country, and perhaps my favorite thing was her taking the 5-minute clock as a recommendation as opposed to a hard set time. But to the matter today, I just want to ask Colonel Parrish, how many times have you worked with the Secret Service on events like this in Pennsylvania?
So year to date, we're in the low 20s.
So low 20s just this year?
Yes, in an average year, it's about the same number, but given the election year, there's more.
And I'm sorry for not knowing this, but in your entire career, that would make it roughly how many times?
Dozens, I would say.
Okay. And do you find that there's, for each event, despite whether it's in Philadelphia or Butler, a standard process and set of procedures that are followed every single time?
In terms of the planning
The
of it, or the
consistency of the
Thanks,
planning.
Val.
of
Enjoy
Yes, I would say there is a
Wyoming.
consistency of the
Beautiful.
planning based on my experience, yes.
Schumer's announcing his support
Not much
for Harris.
variation. There is a set plan that
Can't
the
stand
Secret
Chuck
Service
Schumer.
administers with its state, county, and local partners.
That's been my experience,
Yay,
yes, sir.
Lee!
Was there any
Oh,
change or
yay, you're
deviation?
here.
Not to my knowledge.
Kind of silly, so sorry.
I benefit from so many of my
Some
colleagues on this
details,
committee who,
some details,
served in law enforcement,
lots of more
served in the
questions.
military. I did not want to ask you a question.
Woodward is complicit in the
From the
COVID
time that a
fucking
law
disinfo
enforcement
and deaths.
officer
Yes,
was hoisted up,
yes,
was
Val.
identified by the
Yes.
shooter,
Agreed.
shooter turns his rifle on him. How long between that encounter and the first shot?
Do no harm.
So I'm glad you asked me that question, Congressman. I'd like to clarify. So it was a matter of seconds.
Okay. Because I think earlier it might have been minutes.
Correct, and I appreciate you asking that question and allowing me to clarify it on the record. When I assigned that number, which again, I don't want to get locked into a timeline of 3 minutes before, that's probably a total amount of time that he was on the roof. When the one local officer hoisted the other one up and subsequently falls, releases himself after being faced with that
Shooter
deadly
shuffles
threat.
across the roof, takes his first
He's already, I believe, close to being in his final position there.
Okay.
And I'm told it's, again, sequence of events, not a timeline based on the prior criteria laid out, but seconds after that
Okay,
is when
so
the
the
first
other
shots rang out.
people
That's all
lied.
the chairman and I were conferring on that because it would have been an absolute.
The
There was many
Republicans were
failures
trying
on
to
that day.
pin
There
that
would have
as
been a critical
some
failure
massive amount of
if
time between the
a
time the guy
gunman had
saw him on the
turned
roof
his rifle
and the
on law
time he shot.
enforcement And no one had pulled the president
And
off
it
the
wasn't.
stage.
It was
It was
seconds.
a matter of minutes, but seconds.
He turned and
Thank you for
pointed
allowing
at the
me to
guy,
clarify.
and the
Of course,
guy
thank you,
fell or whatever.
for answering the question.
And then
Just
he
going
turned
back,
and he started shooting.
To the general process that you've
They're
seen over
going to
your
try and
distinguished
lie about
career.
every goddamn piece of this.
Were there any specific challenges that you
Yes,
and your team faced
Obama
during
needs
this
to come
event?
out right now.
None of which
I
I'm
haven't
aware,
seen it.
to my knowledge. The planning on the PSP side, as per our interface with the Secret
Yeah,
Service,
that's what I
was
thought
routine.
too. So.
Okay.
They're trying to lie.
And you mentioned earlier that
Yeah, but I hope I
there's-
see Obama
that in
out
your experience
soon for
and
her.
the standard protocol, a Secret Service comes, engages with its state, county, and local partners. They have a plan. They work with their partners.
I
to
wonder who
implement
she's
the
gonna
plan
pick
in
for
the
a
lead up
running
to
mate.
The event, the day of the event. Is there an opportunity for the state, county, and local
I was listening to
partners
Pete,
to provide
Mayor
input,
Pete the other day,
given that
actually,
they have
or
more
yesterday.
familiarity with the area?
He's
Butler
warming up
Police,
on me a little
you
bit.
yourself have more familiarity with the area. Is there an opportunity for you to provide any feedback?
You're kidding,
to the
really,
plan that
Lee?
the Secret Service comes to you with?
In my past experience, yes. And
Man,
in my
subject
past
to the
experience, I found the
donors.
Secret Service very open
Bend
and
into the
collaborative. We enjoy a
donors.
very strong working relationship with
Or
them.
maybe not. I don't know.
And again, there's that
Maybe
fine
it's
line where
strategic,
the deference
whatever.
is that they're the top com under a unified command. It's their incident. But
What
certainly
about
we would
Clinton?
endeavor to give them any local nuance
Really?
that would
God,
make
I
the
would
planning
think-
more successful and
I
more
guess
safe.
you guys are right.
I appreciate
What
that.
about Clinton?
One of the things we touched on multiple
Did
times
Hillary
today
come
is,
out yet?
is the multiple lines of communication, 3 different signals.
What about
that were
Jeffrey
being
Katzenberg?
used,
Did he
command
make a
center.
fucking donation yet?
In your experience working with the Secret Service, have you seen
That's
a
the guy that
better
pulled his support
implementation
initially
of
to
a
force
more
Biden to do his thing. I
streamlined,
hope Mark Kelly. Oh, Lee, that's a good
communication
one.
setup
Would appeal
that
to the center
allows
and
the different
undecided.
actors, the
That's a
local
good
PD,
idea.
the county PD, the state police, to directly
Not a bad idea.
communicate to the command center, and then once there's
He's
a
an
clear chain of
astronaut.
command.
Everybody likes
I have not.
astronauts.
The Secret Service comms is a very complex operation.
I know he's a
because
good
of
guy too.
The worldwide
I
environment
think
in
so.
which they work.
I think he has
in no
some
way an
issues I
expert
don't
in it.
agree with, but I can't remember
I
what
think
it is
from the
off the
state
top of my
and
head.
local perspective, our job is to try and integrate communications, and it doesn't have to be a super high-tech solution. We have people who can get a message, turn over their shoulder, and report verbally. We have radios that we can exchange, or we have a trooper with a radio assigned to another partner, be that a federal partner or a municipal partner, and those 2 radio communication systems can interface because of the human interaction.
And I'll wrap up real quickly, Mr. Chair. And it sort of makes sense in a way because you're going to have people doing traffic. They're going to folks who you mentioned, a child went missing. You could have firecracker. You could have a multiple number of things that don't need to rise up, which is why some level of siloing makes sense. But we need to look at how we make it a clearer chain of communication to ensure that really important pieces of information, like identifying the shooter on the roof, doesn't get delayed in moving through those channels. So thank you both for appearing here. Thank you both for your service, and thank you, Chair. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Congressman Ezell for his 5 minutes of testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, we also want to thank all of you for being here today and for Speaker Johnson for putting together a bipartisan task force to try to, so we can get as much information and find out what happened here. Today's conversations regarding the attempted assassination of former President Trump is a critical one that I pray never happens again. Throughout my law enforcement career, I held many leadership positions. And through those roles, I've coordinated with the White House, advanced teams, state and local law enforcement, and doing some of these very same similar type events. And we have one goal in mind, and that's to keep people safe. Because of a massive failure in communication, President Trump was shot from a little more than a football field away. And because of the failure of former Secret Service leadership, especially the former director, spectators were forced to do what the Secret Service failed to do, and that was protect themselves from bullets. Ultimately, this led to the death of Corey Comparator, who gave his life while bravely shielding his wife and children during this terrible thing.
Can I just say
Colonel,
something a little bit spicy?
Today, and I've
in the
said
video
from the
of Mr.
beginning, if you want
Comparator,
answers,
he
you
was
gotta talk to the
standing at
men
the
and
time
women
he
who
was
were on the ground, the law enforcement officers who were out there and who were taking directions and commands from the leadership of Secret Service and various other leaders. You testified that 32 members of PSP were assigned to various roles to assist the Secret Service. Is that correct?
Oh, the Clintons
Yes,
have
sir, I did.
endorsed? Okay.
Your officers were assigned to various roles, but they were not
Thanks, Scott.
responsible
Good
for
to see you,
securing the
Scott.
building or property at
I don't know if
AGR. Is that
Katzenberg has
correct?
begun contributing again a lot of.
Former
Okay, well,
director
I'm gonna
testified yesterday that the
personally
building was
protest outside
the
of
Secret Service
Katzenberger's
security
mansion
perimeter.
here then and say,
Did
cough it
the
up.
U.S. Secret Service
Cough it up,
leadership
Jeff.
direct local or state police?
It was a topic on
that
Daily
was their
Beans.
job to secure the building, and if so, did they provide any guidance on this?
So as I stated earlier, aside from the briefing that I
144
received
million on
about
Act
the
Blue
walkthrough,
raised.
when the question was raised.
That
and
has
the
to be a
response
record,
from
right?
the advance team of the Secret Service, the agents on the pre-plan.
I know.
That was going to be
I
the
think it's,
responsibility
you
of
know,
Butler ESU. I have no
don't know.
firsthand knowledge about any interaction between the Secret Service and any other entity, really.
I want more.
Secret
You know
Service
what?
established and managed the primary
like
command
J.B.
post for
Pritzker.
communications in
I mean,
the
that's a
office
rich
of
family.
the Butler Farm Show.
But
Is
I
that
like
correct?
J.B.
That's my
Pritzker. He's a
understanding, sir,
pretty cool dude
Preliminary
of the
findings have
Pritzkers. There's some
concluded that
shitty
communications
Pritzkers too.
Siloed
I can't remember
and
what
local law enforcement were not infrequent
their
radio
empire is.
contact
What's the
directly
Pritzker
with
empire? Is
Secret
it some
Service.
hotel or something?
Local
I
SWAT and
can't
sniper
remember.
teams were on a separate radio
Are they
channels
like,
for patrol.
what are they? I'll have to
Colonel,
look
do
it
your
up.
radios have the capability to be programmed
That's
to be in
fantastic.
contact with other
Wow.
agencies? And do you
I
know
guess
if
she
the
can raise
officers on
money.
the ground that
I mean,
day
hello?
had communication capabilities with the Secret Service that was on that duty that
Let me
day?
see what Pritzker.
You're asking me a
is
very
involved in.
specific question that I would defer to our Bureau of Communication and Information Services. I can get you an answer as to what those
Business.
specific capabilities were.
What's the Pritzker
You know if the
business?
Secret Service provided any guidance on combined
Oh, so
communications?
wait.
I do not, again, referring, I have not seen their operations.
Oh, Royal Caribbean. Okay.
At
So they
5:45
own.
PM,
Oh my
a
God.
local law enforcement sniper
Oh, have
observed
included. I want to know
a
what they include
suspect
now.
with a rangefinder and reported the suspect to command and the U.S. Secret Service. Colonel, how would you have responded to that?
Oh, Hyatt. That's what it is. Hyatt.
So again,
Hyatt.
I certainly wouldn't
What do you mean,
articulate that
Badger?
at that point, a rangefinder
What
which
comment?
could have legal and
Oh wait, John
legitimate
King
use.
said on CNN it would be if it would it would be a risk if she picked Shapiro because he was Jewish. My mouth dropped open. The only people
addressed.
it would offend are right wingers.
Mr. Woes,
Exactly. The thing is that
you testified clear and
I
constant
think Josh
communication
Shapiro's a
is
bad choice
crucial
because he's a coastal
to ensure the
person, and I
security
don't.
of the
I think you want
protected
someone who isn't from
and
the
that
coast.
local law enforcement should be part of the command post to facilitate
I don't know.
real-time information sharing and
I
rapid
mean, I think
response to
definitely,
emergent situations.
you know, there is anti-Semitism,
As
and
we
I
all
think that's
know,
what that
separate
comment is bringing up, is
communications are
that
necessary and
anti-Semitism
effective
exists
during a large-scale event like this.
in
There's no way
many
everybody
on many
can
levels.
be on the same channel. You talk over each other, you won't ever get anything done.
Yeah,
there
I don't
must
know.
be
Well,
some
I don't
clear
know. I mean, I think they
understandings
would.
through
I don't actually
communications
think that that's
at the
what's holding
beginning
Josh Shapiro.
so that split-second
you know,
decisions can be
but I
made,
think it's
so there
the
won't
fact
be
he's
a
from the
lapse in
coast, and
time
he's
and
kind
these
of,
terrible
you know,
things
he's kind of a
happen.
metrosexual kind
like
of
to say
like,
a few words
you
about
know,
that?
city guy, city boy.
So there's
so
no doubt.
I think
when you
they,
look at how many
you
people
need.
are involved
I don't know.
in an
That's my.
operation like
That's
this,
just
having
my
everyone on one
fucking
channel is
worthless
difficult. But
sense.
there are people within contained areas, and their ability to be able to communicate as things change across platforms is crucial. In this case, we know that in
Well,
seconds things unfolded. In
I don't.
seconds,
It's not the Midwest.
getting meaningful
I'm going to tell you
communication
right
out to
now.
people who might be able to act
He's
on
not.
that communication.
I don't perceive.
is
I
vital.
perceive him as
So
like
I
a big
think
city
there's
guy.
avenues here.
You know what
I
I'm
agree,
saying?
that not everyone should be on the same
So-
channel, but there are certain people within certain areas and perimeters that should be having
That's what I'm
communication or the ability to communicate a little more.
I don't think they're going to vote for.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield
I
back.
think they would vote for
Gentleman
Pete
yields.
before.
I now recognize
So,
Mr.
yeah, I just-
D'Esposito.
Because he's more of small town, you know.
representing, the New York,
Same with Andy
law
Bashir.
enforcement
He won in a
community
red
as well,
state twice. That's
for
pretty
5
good
minutes of
fucking
testimony.
street cred.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. Thank you both for your
Not that I want to
service.
take anything away from Kentucky.
On July 13th, we witnessed the Secret Service fail to secure a Pennsylvania field and keep the former president of the United States
this
of
guy
America
took it
and the Americans
personally.
that were gathered there safe. While President Trump thankfully survived this horrific attack, Corey Compatore,
Sir, you don't have to
a volunteer
yell.
fire chief, a father,
Sorry.
and a husband died while shielding his family from the assassin's bullets. Two others, David Dutch and James Copenhaver, were both struck by bullets and are still recovering. The Secret Service failed. Quite frankly, they failed miserably.
I got sunburned
Colonel
the other day,
Paris,
and I think I'm starting to
Yo's,
peel. You know how your skin starts to
Mr.
peel.
Ezel, myself, we could
I mean,
probably
PA does not
combine
touch
our
the
law
ocean? It
enforcement
doesn't?
experience and have no question that there was failures that day. We could probably ask someone who just graduated
I
from a
guess it
police
doesn't.
academy or
It's
a
still
veteran.
the East Coast, though. Come
40
on,
years on the
girl.
job,
You can't disagree with
agree.
that. That's the East Coast.
So my first question is
It's
to
not the
Colonel
Midwest.
Paris.
And he's
I
not
know
a
that you mentioned
yinzer.
over the last year you've had close to 20
whatever that is.
interactions with the Secret Service.
I know, but it is coastal. I'm sorry.
During his presidency,
It's East Coast.
Pennsylvania has been the second most visited state by President Biden.
YouTube
If you could
took
go
my
over
comment,
again,
LOL. I
what
had to
is your
get rid of,
coordination with the Secret Service? What does it normally look like
Oh, he
ahead
said
of a
a
visit
naughty
from the President
word.
of the United States?
Oh, ugh.
So I would say the basic timeline is the same. We are
Hmm.
notified at some point that there's going to be a visit of
Okay. Is Alabama?
Kentucky or the president. and
That's a good
everybody
one,
in
Max.
between. The venue is ultimately secured, the logistics, and then there's planning at the request of the Secret Service.
That's
And our
funny.
default position is to attempt to partner and give them all the support that we can.
Okay. Now, I know that Mr. Menendez had similar questions, but I just want to reiterate because I think it's critically important. Of the dozens of times that you've dealt with visits from the President of the United States, and I'm sure you've thought about this dozens and dozens
God.
of times at this point.
Does Biden
and
get
read
more
through
than
emails
Trump
and
does?
Thought about different incidents.
Jesus Christ.
Compared to the incident on July 13th.
Here we go.
Was there anything different from the way that this was handled?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Okay. So at approximately 5:51
So there you
p.m.,
go. Nice try,
Pennsylvania
Skippy.
State Police notified the Secret Service of a subject with a rangefinder.
I mean, I
That was
don't. I
20
can't think of a
minutes
reason to
before the
disagree with you,
gunman
Max.
shot President Trump and two others.
All the facts and evidence point
This
to
is for
the
either
fact
one
that
of
you're
you.
correct.
What should have happened next?
So
Heard that
ideally, I would
Kentucky
say
isn't
that,
an issue because of losing D governor that
Mr.
might
Crooks
not be replaced
could
by.
have been
I mean, that
encountered
makes
and
good sense,
intercepted.
Lee. I wouldn't want to take that away from Kentucky.
ideal.
Mr. Yos?
Well, I have no direct knowledge. I want to make that clear. But
Yeah,
I
please.
think also
You
we
don't.
you need to assess the threat and determine whether there's a need to withhold the asset from the stage.
So I think we all know what should have happened, right? 20 minutes passed. There was someone who eventually took a shot at a former president of the United States and killed 2 innocent Americans. So we know what did happen. We know what should have happened.
One.
What do you say to those
Hobbs would get to replace
that
Kelly
are saying that
until
local law
2026.
enforcement
That makes
failed
sense,
to
Lee.
provide
Okay.
adequate security at
I mean,
this
I
rally?
don't really care as long as the administration does the policies and there are people that are,
As I stated earlier,
have similar
based on everything I know up
worldviews,
until day 10,
which I believe Mark Kelly would have
I
a
only am gonna
somewhat
comment
similar
on the Pennsylvania
worldview.
State Police.
Yeah,
It's my
no
belief
wire
as I sit
hangers. That's
here,
right.
Based on all the information
That's
that I
right.
have, that we met or exceeded
Rose
our
gone.
expectations for that event.
I want
Am
people
I
that are going to
saying
bring
that,
back
the event was
rights
a
for
success?
people.
Obviously, it was not. And our hearts go out
And
to
I want
those
voting rights secured. And I want money out of politics.
I will
And I
echo
want
the
an
fact
expanded
that,
Supreme
that
Court
local
to
law
fit
enforcement
the
plays a huge role
circuit
and must. I
courts.
don't think the federal agencies have the ability to be, with bandwidth to be able to have this event without coordinated effort with local law enforcement. To my knowledge, local law enforcement did what their responsibilities and directions were.
And Mr. Yost, we've corresponded about this prior, but I just want to,
Oh, really?
in the last
You
20
did?
seconds I have. The United States Secret Service established and managed the primary command post. Would you agree, Colonel, that in the United States of America, we have a serious issue when it comes to law enforcement and communicating through multiple jurisdictions and agencies at a
No,
singular
that's
event?
a really huge generalization.
I would say the short answer is it depends, but communications are always a critical piece to any successful
Right.
operation.
So I agree it does depend, but I do have a concern when some people's lives are on the lines, when we
Really?
are supposed to be protecting an asset, regardless of who it is, but especially someone who was and it was the president of the United
Yeah,
States.
that's all you need to
The
say,
fact that law
shithead.
enforcement agencies are communicating at such a critical time via text message
President
is
Harris
a
was
problem.
SCOTUS
And it's one that I
immunity.
think this committee and other committees
I don't
need to take
know.
a
I
real
feel
hard
like-
look at. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I still
Gentleman yields.
depend
I now
on
recognize
this party
Mr.
to do the right
Strong
thing
for 5 minutes
forever and ever.
Thank
kind
you,
of
Mr.
thing,
Chairman.
you know,
Thank you for
not
being
just
here
for the
today.
short term.
I think we all agree that none of us ever wanted to be holding a hearing like this. As we have covered,
like
the Secret
Lee is.
Service relies on federal, state, and local partners to coordinate and secure events to ensure the safety of its
Oh my God.
protectee. As both of you rightly
It's like a-
emphasized in your testimony, Secret Service is
I don't
the
know what
ultimate is the ultimate responsible and the final arbiter
The ultimate
of any and
responsible?
all security matters affecting their protectee. Full stop. Mr. Yos, you also went on to highlight the
Mrs.
importance
Joes.
of mutual
I
respect,
like the-
trust,
I like the
and shared
captions.
commitment in the relationship between Secret Service, the state, and locals. I was pleased to learn that Director Cheadle has tendered her resignation. This is the first time we have seen real accountability from the director following July the 13th. It is my hope the truth will now come. Her lack of leadership following the assassination attempt has not only impeded the ongoing investigation and
It
eroded
has?
the public's trust,
How
but
do you
it
know
has
that?
also the potential to
How do
erode
you know
the
what she
mutual
said had
respect
anything to do
and
with the
trust
investigation?
that are
What?
fundamental to this relationship between the Secret
could do a
Service
lot of
and
official
partners they
acts.
rely on. Colonel Paris, I understand that state and locals were the ones that first alerted the command center of a suspicious individual some 20 minutes before he started shooting. Is that correct?
As I said before, I would agree with the sequence of events, but I don't want to go on the record with the exact time. So that's my understanding of the sequence of events. Yes,
Does
sir.
the Pennsylvania State Police use a digital radio system, whether it be the P25 or something of that nature?
Yes, we do.
And it has unbelievable technology. I know we've utilized it throughout the state of Alabama, 40 years.
There you go.
As a first responder, to go from UHF,
and it
VHF
feels so
to a digital system changes the ball game. Does the Secret Service also use a digital radio system?
I would have to get you information on that. I don't know, sir.
Okay, so the communication between the agencies, you start looking at it, the communication with a digital radio system, you can change frequencies, you can make a mutual frequency. Every radio you can have hundreds of different
True,
frequencies.
Teresa, I believe
But as
that's,
far as
she's
you're not
legally
sure
savvy
if
not
they
to
have a digital radio
overstep her
system,
power.
or if they're
Totally. I
using
think she knows what
another
would hold up
conventional
in
UHF
court
or
kind of thing, and
VHF
what's right,
frequency or something of
hopefully.
that
I mean,
nature.
that's what we want.
In answer to the first part, I'm not an expert on radios. I can't
So he's saying the Secret Service is on an analog radio? Did they have baby monitors?
My understanding is
Sir.
there are certain encrypted capabilities that the Secret Service has to maintain that may provide
Yeah.
difficulty
How
in
about
what
that?
would otherwise be.
You can't just have
if we had a
open
regular
communication
incident,
from the
we were able
Secret
to set up a
Service.
patch to
Hello.
communicate across
Hence the term secret.
Thank you. Colonel Paris, as you just shared, after state and locals identified the shooter as suspicious, they relayed that information to Secret Service and were given a number to send their concerns to. Is this standard operating procedures to be left a phone number to give your information to rather than direct
Baby monitors
communications
with
through
video.
radio?
Thank you very much.
I don't want to say that it's standard operating
$59
procedure, but
at Target.
if
No,
it
I
was
don't know.
a system that,
I'm just
or
guessing.
a
Now I'm just
measure that
guessing.
worked to push that information to the people who needed it in the most expeditious means, I wouldn't be averse to
Yeah,
going away from
Max.
standard protocols.
We
You
need
said that you
Senate.
had
We
done
need
this,
Senate and
type of
House this
event
fall.
with,
Okay,
other
please,
presidents
so we can
or,
get some shit done.
in your state. In past history, is this how it usually was done?
Period.
I can't say that I have had a personal experience about.
I know. Maybe
I've
that's the
obviously
issue.
been
Maybe they
present
should
when
stop
there were
using baby
suspicious people
monitors
that
with
came out over
video.
the radio and law enforcement was seeking them, but I can't say that I have a frame of reference exactly on point here, sir.
Did the Secret Service provide rules of engagement for state and locals? Did y'all have to authorize a green
Hey,
light for
sources and
fire,
methods,
or do
okay,
you
babes?
go
Come
by
on,
your
sources and
day-to-day activity
methods.
where
We
they
would go
have-
by
Use
our-
a little
we would go by
decorum.
the,
I think we can
policy
agree we
and
never want
regulations
another
and,
GOP-led hearing in
state law
2024.
covering Pennsylvania
That's
state
for
police.
fuck's sake.
Another thing
sure.
that stood out to me with a
That
background
alone
in
would be
emergency
worth the
medical
price of
services
admission.
is when the president was brought off, you saw his SUV move about 20 feet, and then it sat there. We watched as a lady in a skirt walked in front of the SUV. We watched as other law enforcement, people, spectators, whatever. Did you notice that seemed to be a long time for the president to be sitting?
I think those were guests of the president. I'm not saying that's right, but I'm saying I remember seeing those people walk across where the SUV was.
Gentleman yields. I
And
now
they were
recognize
guests
Mr.
from the
Crane for 5
VIP
minutes for questions.
backstage.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I mean,
I'd
whatever.
like the staff to go ahead and play the video that I took at the site yesterday.
All right, guys, I'm up here on the building
Yeah.
where the
Ah.
supposed sniper took his shot. It's not that steep at all. We just had a 70-year-old man back here climb up on the roof
Roz
easily.
alerts.
See that water tower
Some
behind me?
fucking Russian op,
Had
right?
Secret Service or anybody had
Fucking
sniper
Russian
teams up
media
there.
kinda shit.
This guy wouldn't have made it 5 feet up this
Oligarchy.
roof. He would have been taken out. Behind
That
me,
seems like
you
a
see
strange place. The water
windows
tower doesn't seem like a
that, Secret
place to shoot
Service
from.
was supposedly in the second floor of this
No,
building
they weren't.
behind.
It was
Makes you
ESU.
wonder
Liar.
Why they
Fucking
were able to
liar.
quickly dispatch the individual. And then behind me, back over here where those red roofs are, that's where the...
Can you guys cut it right there,
the
please?
president was giving his speech from. A lot of questions here in Butler.
Cut it.
Stop the
Thank you.
video.
All right, Colonel Paris, did you notice when you showed up on site
Burner phones, yeah.
what the tallest structure on
Track
the site
phones.
was?
They were using their jitterbugs.
I can't say at the moment that I arrived that I did, no, sir.
Okay. Now that you've had a chance to go back and
Yeah,
look
the
over
face
it,
is
what
too
is the
close.
tallest structure on that
If
site?
I can see your nose
water
hairs,
tower, sir.
that's a problem.
Absolutely. Colonel, do you know how far the water tower was from the roof where the shooter took his shots?
I do not.
160
God.
yards, sir. Who made the decision, Colonel, not to put a counter sniper team on the tallest structure by far on the site with 360
Well,
degrees
but apparently the
surveillance?
shooter
Do you have
didn't
any
need
idea?
that
I do not know,
structure.
sir.
Okay, we'd like to get
Okay.
that answer.
Sit up
Did you see
straight,
the
please.
video that
Listen.
showed me sticking my phone out the second story
Apparently,
window? Did you see that?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's him?
Okay, exposing the
You were
coverage of the
lying,
window of
by the way.
entire roof.
You were lying.
Are you aware that local law enforcement and Secret Service had full access to that building in that room?
My understanding is that they did.
Yeah. Why weren't security teams, sir,
Christ.
on site able to spot
This guy-
a 20-year-old kid with zero
Who was not in the
camouflage
water tower, by the
crawling
way.
up a white roof with an AR-15?
Well, they did.
that
That's when they went to get
Several rallygoers
him.
were screaming and yelling and pointing
Well,
out,
they weren't
and they
standing
noticed
in the
him.
building,
and they
were
weren't
they,
even there to
sir?
conduct security. They were there to watch the president.
This is
Do you
how
have
you
any
lie
idea
without
why
like
the security teams couldn't
lying
find that
about
guy?
facts.
I do not, sir.
Would
You
the gentleman
gloss
yield
over
for just a
certain
second on that?
facts.
So, just for clarification, it was the ESU
Yeah,
guys
totally,
that were manning those
jitterbugs.
buildings,
Yep.
and
It's all
they
the rage.
left because
think
of the
they're for
call of the
old people,
suspicious
but actually,
person. So they
the fucking
left
Secret
their
Service uses
post there to go look for him. They're the same individuals
these
who
guys-
attempted to climb up the building and were
Scott,
scared away by the shooter
Brilliant,
pointing
winner.
a gun, right?
All these guys
Clear my
playing
tab.
fucking
Thank you.
air.
Okay.
I'm just wondering why. I'm just wondering why they
Cosplaying.
weren't able to find him, because even while they were looking,
These guys
they
are
could
a
have still
bunch of
looked out
white
that window
women
that they had access
listening to a true
All right,
crime podcast right
Colonel
now.
Paris,
Okay,
I'm just going to say it. Are you aware,
This is
sir, that many
basically a
Americans
bunch
believe
of,
this was very likely not a lone shooter, but a coordinated
true crime.
assassination attempt?
Have
you been getting those
amateur
messages from people like I have?
investigators.
You haven't? Well, there's a lot of people in this room that have been getting the same messages. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that a lot of Americans are like, this doesn't add up, this doesn't make sense, guys? How could this many things have gone wrong? Right? Like the things I pointed out, a 20-year-old kid, 150 yards of the President of the United States with an AR-15,
Look at
flew
all
a
these things I
drone
have on my list.
to conduct
Look at all these
site
things I have on my
surveillance,
list.
was spotted with a rangefinder
It is. It's a
ranging
bunch of
targets,
ladies
then
that
lost,
listen to true crime and
had
then get together and
advanced
try and
explosive
crack the
devices
case.
on him with no military training. Nobody was
Sweet.
placed in the
They're
most
gonna-
obvious
these guys are gonna start
spot
a
to conduct
podcast.
counter
I
sniper
fucking guarantee
operations.
it.
I was a sniper in the SEAL teams, Colonel.
Really?
As soon as I got out of the SUV and I saw that
God,
sniper,
I'm scared.
that water
I'm
tower,
glad
I
you're
was like,
not
"That's
anymore.
exactly
Let's put
where
it that
I'd be."
way.
Put me right there. So obvious. After partisan
Well, then he
attempts
didn't do
to
it,
bankrupt
okay? It
him,
wasn't his
imprison him for
fucking fault.
750 years, and countless depictions
Oh, my
as a
fucking
modern-day Hitler, are you surprised, sir, that a lot of Americans are like,
What?
maybe there's more to this story?
I
Nope.
wouldn't begin to speculate about what the American people think, sir.
Yeah, exactly.
Colonel,
Not
did your
what he's
team
there
make
for.
entry and conduct investigation at the suspect's home prior
No.
to this shooting?
No.
Excuse me, sir? I asked that question.
Did your team make entry and conduct any investigation at the suspect's home?
I believe we had people that participated in that securing of it. There were bomb assets that we provided.
Mr. Chairman, can I have 30 more seconds?
Yeah, I'm letting everybody kind of.
Okay.
On the night of. Since then, none.
Did you get any reports from any of your agents of anything fishy at the home?
I was briefed on.
Was there any silverware found in the home or trash?
I have nothing in the briefing that I was given, sir.
Was it extremely clean, almost like a medical lab? Were you given any of those reports?
I was not giving any of those details, sir.
Okay, that's what I'm hearing.
Would you
Interesting.
agree
The last thing I want to enter into the
Mr.
record,
Plum
Mr.
did
Chairman,
it in the
this is,
study with a candlestick?
article, opinion
Max, that's the
from,
best.
I
Trump's
believe, the
VP pick
Washington
is the one who
Post
called him
by
Hitler.
Robert Kagan.
It's
A Trump
true.
dictatorship is increasingly inevitable.
can't
We
make
should
this
stop
shit up.
pretending. This
You cannot
this
make
article
this shit
compares
up.
Trump to Caesar and attempts to justify the assassination of President Trump. And I think even though we want to dodge around it and not make this partisan, I think we all know that a lot of this has to do with the rhetoric, the very
Voting
violent
for Trump is
rhetoric
voting for
that has led
everyone.
up to
Benson
this.
put it.
Thank you.
Olivia
I yield
Benson
back.
from SVU
Gentleman
put in
yields,
jail.
and so ordered on the entry of that into the record. I now
It's true.
recognize Mr.
We need Olivia
McKean for 5
Benson to
minutes
come out and
testimony or
help
witness questioning.
those
Thank
right-wing
you, Mr.
crime
Chairman.
ladies.
I'm Alexander. Would you mind moving that just a little bit forward
Hey,
here? so I
JD
can-
said it.
Colonel
JD
Paris,
fucking
can you
said
see
it.
that, or am I obstructing your view?
JD
believe you
fucking
can see it.
said it. He
Alexandria,
called
would you mind-
him
I'm sorry. Can we
America's
shift it
Hitler.
just a
He's going to
little
be
bit,
America's
to your
Hitler.
left, Alexandria.
We just
There we
played
go.
a little bit
Okay.
of that
Better?
earlier.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is
That's
a
cool.
picture I took yesterday on the grounds, looking out of that second-story
how
window
scared you look.
that has the corridor that connects the AGR building, the American Glass Research Building, with where the shooter's location, and I'm going to stand up and I'm going to point to the shooter's location as we were made aware.
Okay, good.
From that X is where the shooter was shared with us. His body was found. From this viewpoint, there's some videos that make it look like he's more this direction, but from the perception, it kind of is confusing. But he was more towards that opposite side.
Crooks was a
this
conservative
window,
gun nut. He wasn't influenced by anti-Trump
second
rhetoric.
story,
They had Trump
it's the
signs in their
second
yard.
window
Yeah.
from the right side.
A Republican with a pencil.
That window has
not a
this
Sharpie
view where they
or an
could clearly, those
pencil.
ESU officers that were
everyone can
stationed,
see
given
that
access
pencil
by the
mark,
property
right?
owner to that window, could see the shooter had they stayed in that man position. This is their moving towards the location of President Trump
So
with the
why
red
don't we
barns
talk
back
to
here. His stage is
ESU
right
and
in front of
find
that.
out if
And you can
those
see
two
a
guys
window
that were
here
watching those
that is
windows were the
absolutely gonna
ones who
obstruct the
ran
view
down to look for
to
him?
be able to look to the 20 or
That's
30
my
different
question.
barn structures, the cattle
Yes or
building,
no?
the sheep building, the hog building,
I know, I need
the
more
rodeo
coffee,
arena
too.
by the pond.
I'm all out.
The
Well,
many
wait, I've
structures.
got,
There's
like,
50 buildings
1/4
within a
of a
500-yard
cup.
radius of where President Trump was at. So many vulnerabilities.
But then I've drunk the whole pot.
Do you see a problem with that window being in the way of someone being able from this position to be able to take care of the asset?
A casement window would
Okay,
present
listen.
a tactical concern for full field.
And
Did
I
the
understand
ESU
potentially,
agents
this was air conditioning
from
on
that
top of the
building,
second story
from
building
those
wasn't, so
windows,
maybe
are
that was a
those the
consideration.
same
But
agents
ultimately,
that left
Secret
that
Service is the
building
one who made
to
the
then go look
determination
for
of
the
placement
suspect?
or
That's my question.
contacting or making sure the
That's the only
plan
question I have.
was in coordination with the
Law and
property
Order,
owner
showrunner,
for
and legal
allowing
counsel have been
gaining admittance from the property
training
owner
this
for the second
panel
story
on
window. Is
how
that
to
correct? That was
act
Secret
like they
Service's
know
plan.
what the fuck they're doing,
Correct. Ultimately,
right?
it's on the
It's on Secret
I
Service for
blame
that
it.
plan.
Stop mixing up
All right.
asset and protecting.
My
Yeah,
question
that's true.
is,
That's a good point.
if it's their plan, did they
'Cause he's
not
really not an
indicate
asset.
that someone had to stay manned
sir,
in
your
that
sign is
location?
crooked.
Because we're being told that when the two officers, local PD, were trying to lift themselves on the opposite side to get
Your
a look at the
sign's
gentleman,
crooked, sir.
and he turns his gun and they dropped off the building. This would have been a perfect opportunity. Someone to be on the radio. They could have taken him out from this location.
I know, but that's our question.
Did the Secret Service plan
Dorcas.
not include directives from staying in those positions?
I don't know, sir.
Hello. Well, then.
All right, here's another
the
question.
protectee's a
With
liability.
the 2 minutes that
He's
you
not
said
an
that there
asset.
was an opportunity from the
He's
time
in
that
the
they were
liability
hoisted
column.
up, looked at the shooter,
And he's.
are you all, you're given the responsibility, as just as delegate in the outer perimeter, to secure the area.
It's
Why
not
weren't
his
they
fault.
able to immediately call their supervisor, who would then be
He doesn't
authorized to issue a hold on the asset or a get him off the stage call? Why does
Because
it
you
have to
can't
be,
just
as your
have any
testimony says,
rando call
they were,
and
so they
stop
took a
the Secret
picture,
Service. That's
sent it to
actually
Secret
the point
Service,
of a chain of
20
command.
minutes before the
He's
incident of the
Philo
shooting,
of FAF.
and they have to wait for a response. Why is not the line of communication?
First in,
I understand they're
last
on different
out.
radio frequencies.
Yeah.
Why were they not empowered to say, if we send something that's suspicious, then state police, local law enforcement, sheriff's department, each one, the head official of each one of those departments, if we entrusted them with enough responsibility to secure that environment, then we ought to give them the responsibility to issue a hold call
No,
because
you can't. That
of
sounds
something
like
that they
so
see as a
dumb.
threat.
Last
Are they
in, first
empowered to
out,
do that, or does it have
first
to
in,
all go through
first
Secret
out.
Service to
That's
issue a
another
hold?
one.
I can only say what
Those
I
are
know
also
about
things we
the state
used in
police,
the brokerage industry
operations
for which
plan,
shares you would
and
sell.
I do not know the answer to your question, sir.
Depending on what you
I
wanted
do
your
not know
tax
the answer.
treatment
I
to
don't
be
know
for
what the
your
protocol
capital gains
would
or
be
loss
to
or
issue the
whatever.
hold order. And just as a point of
We would do
clarification,
that.
I tried to
You'd have
clean
to
up
do
with the congressman
what,
from New
first
Jersey
in, first
before,
out, last in,
when the two
first out.
municipal
No.
officers
Yeah, last
were-
in, first out.
one was
Can
hoisted.
I jump on
FIFO.
that 2 to 3 minutes, because I got limited time here. That's
Just to make
two.
sure that was seconds before.
He's no FIFO.
That was seconds
He's no first
before
in, first out.
Crooks started firing.
Not,
JFC
okay, you had said
Peter
earlier
is
today it was 2 to
so
3 minutes,
I
but
wanted to
you
make
were
sure
saying
I cleaned
seconds
that up for
before.
the second
Or
time. Yes, sir.
Lilo.
Okay.
Oh, that's
But
a cute name.
even if they're hoisting, your
Let me get my shoes.
testimony
Yeah.
today,
Let
if
me
I
get my
understood you correctly,
shoes.
it was two
Right?
different officers that were hoisting to get a look at
Keeping
him,
all those agents
not the
there to
ones
be
who were
shot.
manned in this view.
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay, so had they remained in there, they immediately
Sir,
would have seen the
hey,
incident taking
stop
place if they were on the
yelling,
same line of
okay? He
communication,
didn't do
and they
it.
could have taken the asset out.
This guy didn't do it.
I'm remiss to say that because I don't know what their general rules
Exactly.
of engagement and assignment were.
Not his
from the Secret
officers.
It just looks to me like a
Not
major
his
breakdown of
responsibility.
communication. This
Maybe.
procedure looks to
You
me
don't
like
even
it is
know.
lapsed with the ability of someone who, if they entrust them with the ability to secure these
Congratulations on
perimeter,
your new
they ought to
campaign
be
ad, sir.
empowered enough to be able to give the authority on their comms to issue a hold.
The
I don't
average
understand that. With
two-story
that, I yield,
roof
Mr.
is
Chairman.
18 to 20 feet high. That's what I
Gentleman
wonder.
yields. And I
it's
just,
pretty fucking high.
I'm going to say this because I have thoroughly enjoyed both of your testimonies testimony today. And there are a lot of guys up here on both sides of the aisle that are charged about this, that their emotion is not intended to communicate a lack of trust in the Pennsylvania State Police.
Well, you should fucking
you're
control
being
your
incredibly
dog.
helpful today. Some of the things that we've discovered from your testimony have brought some frustration to our folks, and I hope you'll understand it in that context. That
Well, maybe you need to contain your
The energy
dog.
is not directed at you.
You should,
The
they were
failure
actually.
to set up
God
appropriate
damn.
communication systems.
Hoist and foist.
And to make decisions when they
Hoist
become
and
aware
foist the
of
moist.
someone pointing a rangefinder
Joist.
is
Hoist and foist the moist joist.
is what's got people upset. And that's on Secret
Thanks,
Service. So
Mr. Green.
I just
I
wanted to make
appreciate
sure
you saying
y'all
that,
heard
but
from me.
why don't you
Yeah.
control your
Chairman,
dogs?
If I was amped up a little bit, I concur. So
Yeah, you should
I greatly respect
apologize.
what you're doing.
Yeah. I now recognize Ms. Lee for
hate
5
it.
minutes of testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having this hearing and for organizing this committee's
maybe
trip
don't be
to
assholes.
Butler,
Yeah,
Pennsylvania.
right?
For us, being on the ground in Butler, Pennsylvania yesterday
He
made
stayed in a
clear
Red
the
Roof Inn.
severity
Get it,
of
Ruth?
the security failures on Saturday, July 13th.
I hate this girl.
Those failures that
I hate
almost
this
allowed
woman.
former President Donald Trump to be assassinated. Unfortunately, what has followed that failed assassination attempt is an erosion of public trust related to those responsible for keeping the president and the attendees of the rally safe. We've heard that because of a sloped roof, law enforcement was not able to safely secure the area that day.
We don't know.
We've
that.
heard reports that certain officers abandoned their posts due to weather
Nice
conditions.
tussle, though,
We've
for
heard the Secret
tussle?
Service attempt to shift blame to
Tousled-
state and local
tousled
law
look?
enforcement,
Really? 'Cause
asserting
I
that
was
they
kinda
failed
like,
to
I wanna
secure
move her-
certain
I wanna
areas
move her
in the
hair out of her
perimeter.
face.
Secret Service Chief Cheadle's resignation this morning is the first of many steps that need to be taken.
I mean, it
and
is
today's
lunchtime,
hearing
to be
is
honest.
just the
She's-
beginning of
or no,
our
it's not. What
process
time is
to
it?
get clear,
only-
accurate
it's not even 11
information
o'clock.
about this issue,
Are you telling me
about
her
the failures
hairspray
associated with that
let her
day,
down
and
this early in
ensure
the
that
day?
not only Congress, but that the American public
unfortunate.
get the answers that they deserve about these events.
FIFO and LIFO,
Mr. Yost,
first
I'd like
in, first
to start
out,
with
and last
you.
in, first
The
out, or
Secret
last
Service
in,
is
last out.
always the lead in providing security for these types of events that involve
used
one
to
of
use
their
it in
protectees.
regards to selling
but they clearly
shares
rely on
as a
their
broker
partnerships with state and local law enforcement
control the
as they move to different
taxation of,
locations
depending
around
on
the
what
country.
the customer
Are
wanted their
you
tax status on
concerned
those
that
shares
former
to
Director
be.
Cheadle's comments to
take a
ABC
loss
News,
or-
which
you know what I
many
mean?
people heard as blame shifting to local law enforcement,
it's a long
could
story.
undermine the level of
It's almost
trust
2 p.m.
between
Well, I
state
mean,
and
it's
local
almost
authorities
11 here. Oh, it's
and
almost
Secret
2 p.m.
Service
Wait a
when they
minute.
come to communities around America.
Yes, I
Okay.
absolutely do, and our organization
All right.
actually issued
All
a
right,
press
I'll give her
release,
that. It's
stating
fine.
just that. Our relationship, it's
Yeah, no
impossible
problem.
for a federal agency to do their function without including
It depends on when you
local
buy, like,
law enforcement.
first
a
in or
given.
the earliest shares
and
you
that
bought.
relationship is built on trust.
And they,
And
you know,
when comments were made, like what made
you
on
can
ABC,
get to a point
then
where you
we
don't
felt the
pay
need
capital
to-
gains and
to,
shit like
call
that.
her
So
out.
it's like the
And do
holding
you
time
believe
matters
that the federal
when you're
government's
selling
statements
shares
to the public, to the American
the
people,
IRS.
after this attempted assassination,
to
have
everybody.
helped or harmed public trust in law enforcement overall?
You know, I'll say this. The very powers that we have are the ability to do our job
Yeah,
as law enforcement
inventory,
officers
yeah.
is directly
Yeah, I'm
related
sure
to
it's
trust.
like across
And in an
industries.
investigation, there's a fine line between what you do in order to protect an investigation and also be accountable to the public you serve. And when you don't walk that fine line, then it does
that's,
create distrust. And it does cause a lot of confusion. A lot causes people to fill in their own blanks. And as a result, this is what we see. Sharing
That's
accurate
what
information
you
is
witness
important
on a daily
to keep
basis.
everyone informed.
A
So that it doesn't
demonstration.
run in different directions.
And
Fuck
as
around
the
and
American
find out.
people wait for an
A
after-action
demonstration?
report, what can
I'd
or
rather
should
not.
law
I'd
enforcement
rather not
agencies
fuck around
at
and
any
find out.
level be doing to address
I try
concerns
to avoid
about
that
transparency
at all
and protect that
costs.
public trust?
If I
Well,
can.
I'll start right here. I mean, you have the Pennsylvania State Police it filled in a lot of gaps that should have been filled in a long time ago. This is information that should be known to everyone.
Well,
it is
I understand
you know,
needing
essential
to
facts.
have
It
your
doesn't
fucking
change.
shit together
It
before
is what
you
it
come
is, and
out,
sharing
but
this
it has been a
information lets
minute.
everyone know
So
exactly
I get it.
What occurred.
I get it.
And gives
I
us some
definitely
insight of
want the
things that we need
information
to
out because
correct.
the conspiracy theories are
And
fucking
you've
maddening.
been here now throughout this day, throughout questioning from a number of members of this committee. As this committee continues to investigate the failures that resulted in this shooting,
Sappho happened
what are
in
some
Delaware
of the key
just
questions
recently.
that you believe should be asked about the assassination attempt, as well as the management and organization of Secret Service more broadly?
What happened?
Well, you know, again, I have to
Oh,
you know,
an
be
illustrative
upfront in the fact that I have no direct direct knowledge to this incident or things that unfold. I'll just speak in just general terms. The first question that I think we all
Steve
need
Bannon
to
is kind of a
ask
walking
is, with so many
advertisement
elevated
for fuck around and
positions
find
available,
out.
what steps were taken to protect
I don't
those
know.
assets?
He
I
seems
don't
like
know
a
the
really
answer to
good.
that,
He
but,
provides
there were a lot of
multiple
places.
sub-examples of
we
that
learned a lot of lessons going back to
per day.
to President Kennedy. Higher locations create unique problems.
Did you guys see the
and as a
Chris
result, they should have been
Fleming
part of any
video I
action
shared
plan. I'm
on
not
Twitter?
saying
It was
they
like a
weren't.
week ago. I
I'm
think
just
it was a
saying that
long time
we
ago.
see the end
But
result of
anyway,
what happened here, so
he
obviously we'll be able to
parodies
tell you.
60 Minutes when
Thank
they
you, Mr.
interview
Chairman.
Steve
I yield
Bannon.
back.
It's so
You know,
funny.
the gentlelady yields back and
I
now
love Chris
recognize
Fleming.
the gentleman in whose district
not
this tragedy
problematic, is he?
occurred.
I
Fine
hope
representative from Pennsylvania,
Grocery
Mr. Kelly.
stocking, FIFO, always take from the back as a
Thank you,
consumer.
Mr. I
Thank you,
appreciate
Muskie.
Chairman Green's allowing me to be here,
Appreciate
and then
the tip.
also to be in Butler yesterday, where it's my hometown. I'm 4 miles
I
from
try to
this
be nice about that. I
location.
try to be nice. Aw, Scott, thanks
my
so much. I
concern
really
actually
appreciate it. I know
started
you share stuff too. Everyone
July
on
the
here
5th
really
when I
shares
was
my
told
stuff. I really
that
appreciate
President-
that. Thank you for doing
Former
that.
President Trump was coming to Butler,
I know
and
not
I
all
said,
of
that's
them
great.
hit.
And they said, yeah, and he's going to
But
be at the
some of
Butler
them are
Farm
really
Show. I
good.
said, you must mean the big Butler Fair. They said, no, the Butler Farm Show. I said, who did a site visit? The answer is, we've already made our determination.
Who said that, sir? Who
My
said
question
that?
was, so then what you just told me is nobody's been to that site. I will just tell you right now that what you are planning there is not proper for the crowd that's going to show up. At that point, the person on the phone said, Mr. Kelly, there'll be 6,000 or 7,000 people there. I said, well, that tells me even more about the fact that you have no idea where you're going. And historically, what has happened whenever the President Trump had come to Butler, we got 55,000 people at that rally. He said that was before, when he was president. He's no longer president. So being there, not only just myself, but also my wife, 3 of my grandchildren, and 1 of my sons, and so many friends that were there that day, I think it all comes down to the same question that we always ask when we get to these situations. What did we know and when did we know it? And I think forever now, people are going to look at what happened and say, we knew there was something wrong. We could see it.
Oh, thank you, Warren.
I would just put to you that had we acted quicker, Mr. Compratore would still be alive today. President Trump would not have been wounded, and 2 other people who were that day would not have been wounded. And in a greater sense, the American people
Came a
have
little
been
close
wounded
to
in a
home
way
for
that they
him,
have
didn't it?
lost faith, trust, and confidence in how we protect
Maybe, Clark.
certain people.
I do want to complete this.
This
though.
goes far beyond that, and I appreciate you both being here, and I'll tell you what, you really have given us testimony based on what your whole careers have been about, and that is protecting people. For some reason, on July 13th, we knew something was wrong.
No, Warren.
Every person I've talked to that was there that day or responsible for protection says, we did our job. And I said, so then you're saying that somebody else didn't do their job? And the answer is, well, that's to be decided later on. So I would just say, first of all, I meant what I said. I think the American
Sir,
people
I would
now
say you're
are
still in
deeply
shock.
wounded, and the faith, trust, and confidence we need to have in our government has been fading for too long.
Well, fomented by you, but neither here nor there.
I was there with the Pennsylvania State Police. I've talked to the Pennsylvania Police since that. Mr. Yost, thank you for your career. But at the end of the day, we don't have the answers we need to have. And I said it earlier, and I mean it. There is no reason for Corey Compratore to be dead today. There is no reason for President Trump to have been wounded, or 2 other members in the
using
audience
that
that
man's
day to have been
death.
wounded,
Stop it.
had we done what we knew before we let it go any further than that. That could have been stopped early on. Nobody can convince me that when people see somebody on the roof of a building and pointing to him and yelling, there's somebody up there, it needs to be taken care of. And other people who were there, that eyewitnesses said they watched him go onto those grounds, and every time they said there's something wrong, somebody is going in the wrong direction and shouldn't be there, and the answer comes down, you don't know what you're talking about. There's nobody there.
What?
So as we
Okay.
continue
now we're just
looking at
creating
this, and I think
shit,
that
okay? Now
we
we're
have a
just
lot of
making
testimony
shit up.
today, and again, I thank you
Fuck
for being there,
you.
but
You're in
I just
shock,
submit to
sir.
you
You need to
that,
go Take care of yourself.
the victims of that day,
Let's roll. Yeah.
innocent people.
Yeah.
None of
Only
it
Roy Cohn.
had
That's a
to
good
happen.
point, Scott.
We knew beforehand.
As far as I
and we
know,
could have
nobody is
prevented
able
it,
to rein him in.
but we
Or
failed
that
to
totally
act when
makes
we should
sense.
have acted.
Totally.
So I appreciate your careers and everything you've done. And
Who did
Chairman,
he
I
say he
appreciate the
talked
fact
to
that
about
I've been
the
able to be
venue,
here
though?
today and that you came to our town yesterday.
Wouldn't be surprised to
in a
hear that
town that
I
have
wouldn't
lived.
be
This spot
surprised
is a
either,
place
but
I've
I
been
don't
at
know.
many, many times.
We're not there yet.
I just cannot understand why we didn't act when we knew there was
You don't
something
understand
wrong.
because
At the very
your
least, they could have taken
grandchildren were in
President Trump
danger.
off the podium, and some of the other activity after that never would have taken place. So thank you for
Okay,
for
well,
having me
you know,
here, and,
I want to
thank
know
you
who you
both,
talked
Colonel.
to ahead of time
Rose, thank
that
you
you
so
had
much for
such
being
great
here.
concerns about this
I
place.
appreciate it, but there is far, far more we have
How
to
do you
learn.
know?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I agree.
We're going to
Not
do
all of it might be in the
another round of
Republicans' best
questioning,
interest.
And I don't know, Mr. Gray, if you're going to want to ask any other questions? Or, I'll have a couple. Okay, sounds good. So you'll
If
follow
the
me.
U.S. Secret Service
and then we'll go
functions, we
around.
should have.
I just want to get
We
back
should
to
never
this
hear that.
text
That's a good
message
point,
that was
too.
sent at about 20 to 25 minutes
That's a good
prior.
point, too.
That text message was a picture of Crooks. Was it a picture of him pointing the rangefinder or of him just looking suspicious?
Chairman, I have not seen the picture that was sent, so I
Yeah,
don't know.
so he wouldn't know.
But
my understanding is, to the best of my briefings, it was the pictures that were
Oh,
initially
there'll be
taken by
books.
Butler ESU.
Okay, so that was the 62-minute prior.
Be books.
Okay. At 20, 25 minutes prior,
There's
though,
always a book.
someone saw him pointing a rangefinder and taking range
They're not
estimation
here to
or
hurt
range
me. Take
readings,
the
right?
fucking mags away. That's right, Max.
I think I
Thank
don't
you for
want to
reminding
speculate
us
as to
that
what he actually was doing with
That
the rangefinder.
is on the
but
record that he
rangefinder,
said
my
that.
understanding is was the heightened suspicion. Yes, sir.
And he was pointing it. I mean, because a rangefinder.
So was he on the ground?
I guess you
I
can
don't- I
have
don't
it
get it.
digital and do it like this, but
I
there
guess
are
he was on
also
the ground.
rangefinders you look through and you have a reading. Do you know description
I do
of
not
the rangefinder?
specific. It was not briefed to me. I can't
Okay.
Teflon.
But there was
dome.
concern, and that was
No,
relayed.
And I think he's outlived
to
his usefulness.
the command post.
So he's especially vulnerable.
And that was a PSP guy.
Oh, good.
In the
Well,
Secret
that's good.
Service
Gold bar
command
Bob.
post
Gold
via a
bars in
text
your
message
pockets.
20-something
You must
minutes
be
before,
Bob
and
Menendez.
you'd think it included the fact that the guy had a rangefinder.
Agreed. It won't be released, but leak from someone on the ground. Yeah.
Then you
I agree,
mentioned
Lee.
that the
And
two ESU guys that were
although they will write
in the
books.
second story, it's honestly, in truth,
So will
to
that
me,
guy,
it
the guy
appears to
down
be a
there, you
second
know, the guy
building behind
that
it
brought
got
his entire
joined by
family
all
to
these
this
different-
shooting
the
match that he
breakup
was
of
so
that whole
concerned about that he
complex
brought his grandchildren.
and the
That one.
intricacies of
You know what I
places
mean?
to hide and move around, all the little
He was
alleyways.
so concerned
is
about the
because
venue
they built
that he brought his
tunnelways,
grandchildren.
or, not tunnels, but
I
hallways.
don't think
that
I'd
were
bring my
covered
grandchildren to a
between each
place
of
where
these
I
different
had
buildings.
already
So it's actually a
expressed
separate building with a
concern.
amended. Yep.
That sounds
So
pretty
there are
stupid
two
to
guys
me,
in that
sir.
building.
Maybe I'm questioning your
leave to go look for
grandparenting
the guy.
skills.
The suspicious person.
My understanding is yes.
Gold
according
bar
to
Bob.
interviews.
So they were not manning. They did not have oversight on that rooftop because they were out looking for the guy.
Well, we don't know.
Correct. My understanding is it was the grounds around there.
So we
to
do
see
know?
it photographed now or on your tour yesterday without scores of people traversing from different parking areas to make ingress into the secure perimeter, that there was a concerted effort to try and identify and make contact with him.
Sure.
In conjunction with other, I was briefed that there were two other suspicious individuals that simultaneous to this, not terribly too far away distance-wise. I don't have the specifics, but
those
this is all occurring contemporaneously.
But one of them, Crooks, had a rangefinder, and so they leave and they go, look, he's suspicious. That leaves that
So
building.
they do leave? Do we
with
know
two
that,
sets of
though?
eyes that could have observed it, granted, by exposing themselves.
I hate
And
this
by the way,
show.
I would
I hate this
think they
movie.
could stay in the building as opposed to being on top of it for their own
I hate
sort
this
of
movie.
defilade position. I get that as a sniper works.
That's
but, you
kind
know,
of
you
what
gotta
I
be able to
heard,
see it.
Lee,
So
but
anyway,
I'm
they
not. I'm
leave.
kind of questioning what I heard.
Did they know? Was Secret Service notified that they were leaving to go look
I
for
think
this
he
guy?
said that
and
at the
thus
beginning
those
of his little
eyes on
speech
top of the
about how he
building
brought
not-
his
I do
grandchildren.
not know.
Maybe I'll
and the
run
other
it back.
thing that I do not know is where else Butler ESU sent that information. I have not been briefed on that.
Who told them Who told them to go look? Do you know if they were told to go look?
I do not know, sir.
We just know that they did go look.
Yes, sir.
Do we
like I
know
said, a very
they-
concerted effort with all of those
Okay.
alcoves and all of those buildings
I'm just
was
like,
made. There were two
this is
additional
a detail that
officers
I
who-
think is important.
Again, I don't know the specifics of the timeline. I don't know the specifics of the logistics.
He was
of how
concerned
that
about the
information was
rally
relayed, but
site before. Oh, yes.
I'm briefed that they came
yeah,
and they
I
made
need
a
to
very
go back.
concerted effort to
I
try
need to
and
go back.
locate crooks.
But I'm
But it
pretty
seems
sure
to me
that's what
that
he
that
said.
was leaving that extra set of eyes on top of the building. You know, it would be something if I were the site commander at that, you guys are leaving a post where they have observation on a building, and that somebody relayed that to me so that I would know, oh, wait a
Well,
minute,
sir,
now
that's
two sets of
conjecture,
eyes that
and
were
I
on the
think
building.
you
You know what I'm
need to
saying?
ask
It's like
the
if you pull
ESU.
security, if you pull your lateral security in an ambush or something. I'm talking like an Army guy now. You know, the commander's going to know that guy's moved away from there and now he's got a blind spot, right? So I just want to make sure, I want to dig into that a little
know.
more.
Good
Obviously, you don't
question,
have
Teresa.
the
I
answer, so
hope
we'll
quickly.
dig elsewhere. But I find it interesting that they leave, this guy is so suspicious, has a rangefinder, they leave their post that they are manning to go look for him. Yet Secret Service,
They must
and
have
they
left
get
their
told
post,
about it
I
20 to
guess.
25
I mean,
minutes
I
beforehand.
just would like to hear that as someone
But
who
Secret
actually
Service still
knows
lets
and
the
has
president go on
firsthand
the stage.
knowledge.
I'm just totally blown away by that.
If I'm gonna believe
But,
that as a fact.
Again, there's more details to be had. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. I'm going to turn it over now to the ranking member for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Gentlemen, thank you for being here today.
Man, they're going long. Wait. Aujourd'hui
Commissioner Paris,
nous sommes security
Mr.
experts.
Yost, we're looking at a rearview mirror of what
Today
happened.
we are, wait.
A lot of
Today,
good questions from both
we are
sides of the
all
aisle.
security experts. Is that what that means?
Commissioner Paris, you don't have the luxury of time.
Aujourd'hui, nous
You're
sommes
protecting governor,
security experts. I don't know
and you'll
how
be
to say that.
protecting
It's fun, but I don't know how to say it.
high-profile candidates.
I don't say it that well.
In your battleground state,
Oh my God.
like right about now.
Everybody's screaming in their microphones.
I'm trying to figure out how we
Please
help you
stop
do your job a whole lot
screaming in your
better.
microphone.
Mr. Kelly, his line of questioning was interesting. And I considered it important because that's his background, that's his backyard. And he asked, who decided the site of the event? It's a good question. Bigger question is, who okays, who approves the site of an event? And I come back to what I said earlier, which is one of those officers on the ground said, Lou, he said, who's in charge? The Secret Service says good or bad. Does the campaign they then say good or bad, or does the campaign have the ability to override the Secret Service at an event? And I say, and I ask this question from you, Commissioner Paris, you're going to have to make these decisions here real soon. Because if I'm here
Kamala's current
where you're
sweet.
at today,
Oh, Midas touches live with it.
today you've learned some lessons.
She doesn't have Montana.
The 13th to today, we've all learned some lessons, and you have to execute, sir. And
Let me find
it's not
her.
your
Let me
responsibility.
find
It's not our
her.
responsibility. It's all of us our responsibility. And I want to know how we can help you clarify these lines of command, so to speak, to make sure that we minimize the possibilities of this happening again. Who makes the decisions? Who's in charge? What are the lessons we've learned today, gentlemen? Sir, what is it that we can do to make sure that it's not going to be on your shoulders? You're not going to be able to resign. You have to execute. Please.
I appreciate your comments very much. I can say that through the governor and the legislature in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we are very supported, and we have the resources, I believe, moving forward to rise to the occasion.
It hasn't
Secret
started
Service
yet.
remains the agency with the most experience, traditionally, when you talk about organizational knowledge to carry this forward. Responsible for
Yeah.
the
sorry,
Pennsylvania State
Montana.
Police.
Yeah, they
I
still have a
pledge that
chance.
Any and all support that we can give to keep all Pennsylvanians safe, which is what 6,400 civilian and enlisted Pennsylvania State Police show up every day to do, we will do. We want a robust republic, and we want to secure people's ability to express their views, and we have worked diligently and will continue to work diligently to make sure that that happens, sir.
Commissioner
I
Paris,
know.
you
I
are
thought
the
everybody was
thin blue
supposed to
line.
resign.
Keeps us safe.
thought
Secret
everyone
Service
was
is an
supposed to
even
leave.
thinner line. It keeps, in many ways, our democracy functioning,
The
protecting
candidate
us.
chooses the venue,
They
Lee
have to
says.
score
GOP wants small
100%.
government, but then wants
They
to have an
cannot
agency
let
to blame when
one
things go wrong.
bad thing happen
Bingo.
as they did on the 13th.
Bingo.
I want to make sure that we know that we give the Secret Service the ability to make those decisions when it comes to the safety
Yes,
of
they
our
are live,
candidates
though.
and
You're
elected officials.
correct. Midas Touch is
And
live.
for the third time, I'm going to repeat those
I
words
have the
that
Washington
were
Post thing
told to me by
brought up. Sorry.
an individual, law enforcement individual
I
on
think
the ground, and he
Midas
said,
will
Lou,
strike me.
who's in charge? Is it the campaign or is it the Secret Service? And I'd like to get to the bottom of that and make sure it's the Secret Service that's in charge. I don't know
Where are
who
they?
is in
Where's
charge,
the
and I
FBI to
hope
blame?
God
Oh,
that
that's
we
right.
do
We
find
closed them
out.
down.
And I hope it's a Secret Service, and
I know I have the tabs open.
if it is a Secret Service, that reaffirmed that they are in charge, because the buck stops somewhere, and it's got to be here. This committee, the government, with us in Congress. Gentlemen, thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Colonel Paris and Mr. Hughes, I appreciate your patience in being and continuing through this questioning. And I would submit that I think your candor, Colonel Paris, has been very refreshing, and it paints a clear
He doesn't
contrast
have anything
from
to
what
be
was
weird
the
about.
testimony of the
Like
Director of
his
the Secret
folks
Service
that
yesterday,
didn't
who's
have
now
as big a
resigned.
role as the other
But her
two
resignation doesn't
agencies.
resolve a thing. And in fact, the criminal investigation that your department is undertaking,
Try
that
telling
presumably
DJT that he can't
Butler
have his
authorities
rally
may
where
be
he
involved
wants.
in,
Would-
FBI is
I
undertaking.
know. Would Secret
those
Service
don't really resolve
be able to
anything.
overrule
they
it?
affix criminal
No.
liability of someone who's presumably,
I mean,
if
I
they
think
acted
this
alone,
is just a
dead.
cavalcade of failure.
What is the
frankly.
most important issue is we have a national security crisis. We have right now.
We should use it to
the only
power
person
all the
who's been
Bitcoin.
inactivated, as I
You
understand
mean
it,
the
is the
rage?
sharpshooter who
We should
took
farm that rage.
the perp out. The people who made what appear to be unbelievably horrendous decisions. You can't even imagine. It boggles the mind, the decisions that were made.
Okay,
They're
all
still
right,
in
Drama
place.
Llama.
And we have
Okay.
multiple protectees moving around the country
Listen,
every
Drama
day.
Llama. Oh, from
and
the
those
buck.
same people,
Okay. Yeah,
I don't
fair
even know
enough.
if they've changed
Fair
anything
enough.
about what they're doing. Presumably you would think so, but we don't know that. So I think we need to learn as much as possible from you. I will say as a note of departure, I don't think, from what I've
hi,
heard,
butterflies.
you've made
Oh,
pretty
well,
clear
pretty much
the
more the
Pennsylvania State
same,
Police
and
didn't
they're
do
going through a
anything
last
wrong.
round of questioning.
I don't know whether Butler County ESU
And
might have done something wrong. So
then
let me
we're
bear into
probably
that.
going to switch
Okay,
to Kamala because
But
she's
it's
going to
clear
do a
to
little
me as a
campaign
bell
stuff.
that Secret Service, and that's everyone
it looks like,
characterizes as a colossal
in
failure because
Milwaukee.
it's obvious to everyone concerned that
So
that's the
we'll
case.
go to that. She's
two
got a
who
speaker
were-
up there.
I'm
It's
gonna
not
give one thing. I
her.
understand
Kamala
had
being
transpired
introduced,
while I was
right?
absent
She's
from
not
the hearing for a
speaking as
bit.
of yet.
Do
I
I
can go ahead
understand
and
that
do
the
this,
two
though.
Butler ESU
We'll
officers
go to it.
who
We can go to
one
it
hoisted the other to
and
the
leave
roof
this,
line
because
where
frankly,
the,
this is like
crooks turned and leveled the
whatever.
rifle at him. Those were two different ESU officers than the ones
Yeah,
that
were you
originally
here for the hoist,
spotted
Joyce, the moist
crooks
Joyce?
from the second floor. Is that correct?
Hoist,
Just to
hoist
be
and
clear,
hoist
my
the moist
understanding is
joist.
the two officers that responded and one hoisted up the second one were not part of Butler
She's here for
ESU.
it.
They were two separate
Now you're caught
municipal
up.
officers who were tasked with a different responsibility.
Okay.
I would speculate as an example to say a traffic post or a
Understood.
And they responded. I don't know, again, the specifics as to how they
All
were
right,
alerted.
you're
but
right.
just to
We've
be clear,
actually
they were
already
two
seen
separate.
this,
Yes,
so
sir.
we're going to go ahead.
The ESU,
Sorry.
the Butler ESU officers.
Sorry,
who spotted
everybody.
crooks.
I need you to stop, and then I need you to go away. Oh, shit. I'm not the best person in the world. Beep, beep.
And we do not have a minute to waste. This is an all-hands-on deck or a make-or-break-it moment for our democracy here in the great state of
Can you
Wisconsin.
hear it? Okay, wait. Hold on.
Because here's the truth about two guys in this race. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are a dangerous threat to our,
I know.
to
Sorry.
our country and to our democracy. They're not running to help others, they're running to serve themselves. They're not capable of being honest or telling the truth. And Donald Trump and J.D. Vance have a radical agenda, and they plan to pursue it if they get into the Oval Office. So if you haven't seen it, Google Project 2025. It looks like you already have. Look it up when you get home and send it on to others. It's extraordinarily horrible. And we all know that they'll work hard to enact a national abortion ban. Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that loud and clear, and I'm serious. Look it up if you don't believe it. Vance said he'd like abortion to be, quote, illegal nationally. We're going to stop him. He called the U.S. Supreme Court's decision overturning Roe historic and, quote, put a new era of society into motion. We have to stop that motion, folks. I'll tell that to Wisconsin women who spent a year experiencing what it's like to live in a state that bans nearly all abortions, even cases of rape or incest. If that's the new society Donald and Vance want, they're going to have to sell it someplace else because we don't want it here. And we're going to let them know that next November. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance's path, seizing power, destroying our democracy, and taking away our freedoms, runs right through the state of Wisconsin, and we are going to stop them. We have a choice between this November, between the choice, it's never been clearer. We have a choice between those who want more for themselves and someone who wants better for all of us. We have a choice between those who want to conquer by dividing and someone who wants to build by unifying. We have a choice between those who want to turn back to the past and someone that wants to go forward into the future. So here's what we're going to do, Wisconsin. We're going to work hard for a battle-tested leader who's not afraid of the truth. We're going to work hard over the next 100 days for a person who puts people first. We're going to deliver Wisconsin for a woman who has never forgotten where she came from or the state that helped raise her. And we are going to help elect the first woman as President of the United States of America. And her name is Kamala Harris. Whoa. Today is a brand new day, Wisconsin, and we've only got 105 days left. Let's make them count. Let's get to work.
We are
and
fired
let's
up.
win this damn thing.
That's right.
Let's go. Thank you.
Let's get back on track. Or let's get on track. Let's get on track to do the things to make this a more
Please
perfect
welcome
union.
United States Senator Tammy Baldwin.
I mean, I'm a little behind. Do you guys want me to skip ahead? Here, I'll just go ahead and stay with it. I don't want to interrupt Ms. Baldwin. I like Tammy. She's cool.
Hello, Wisconsin! Hello, Wisconsin! I am so proud to be here today, and I want to start by thanking President Joe Biden for his incredible act of patriotism this weekend and for a lifetime of remarkable service to our country. You know, today people are paying less for their prescription drugs. Our state is back to work fixing the damn roads, as our governor likes to say. And millions of Wisconsinites with pre-existing conditions have affordable health care coverage because of the work of this president. And as we stand here today, we mark a new beginning for our party and for our country as we welcome our soon-to-be presidential nominee, Kamala Harris, back to our state. Now, as California Attorney General, Kamala Harris was the top prosecutor for the largest state in our nation, standing up for the rule of law and taking on perpetrators of all kinds, which is the kind of experience that we may find come in handy these days. As a United States Senator, it was riveting to watch Senator Harris hold the powerful to account. And as Vice President, she has fought fervently to restore reproductive freedoms that were lost when the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. I am so proud to support Kamala Harris for President of the United States. Now, and you know what? There's a reason that she's kicking things off right here in Wisconsin, because we are the battleground state. Wisconsin will likely decide who occupies the White House and which party controls the United States Senate. No pressure. And Wisconsin, for that U.S. Senate seat, I am being challenged by a self-funding multimillionaire by the name of Eric HOB. Now, let me just tell you a little bit about him. Eric HOB owns a $3 billion California bank. He owns a $7 million Ocean View mansion in Laguna Beach. And he's actually been named one of Orange County's most influential residents 3 years in a row. Folks, we have a green county.
How does that work?
We have a brown county. We do not have an Orange County, Wisconsin.
That's pretty good.
And you may laugh at that.
I know,
but the stakes
Oren.
in this race are high. Eric HOB celebrated when Roe was overturned. He said he's 100% anti-choice. Meanwhile, I am the one leading the effort to restore reproductive freedoms with my Women's Health Protection Act.
I know it's embarrassing. It's terribly, terribly. Ventura County is also pretty red. You know what I mean? It's weird. Weird pockets of red in California.
On health care, my opponent wants to repeal the Affordable Care Act and kicks millions off their health insurance. Living without health insurance throughout my childhood due to a childhood illness. That is why I got into this fight in the first place. I wrote the provision in the Affordable Care Act that allows young people to stay on their parents' health insurance until they turn 26. And I will never stop fighting until all Americans have the quality, affordable health care they deserve. And on the economy,
Sky,
Eric
you should
HOB
not
wants
do
to cut
that.
Social
Oh my
Security
God.
and Medicare while giving,
you're such
get
a
this, while giving
love.
new tax breaks
Wow,
to the
thank you so
ultra-wealthy and
much.
well-connected, just like
That's
himself.
very sweet of you. I would play a song, but I don't
As your
want. I'll play a
senator,
song
I will
at the
always
break.
fight to bring down the costs
Thank
for
you.
working families and make sure
A bit
that
earlier, I
multimillionaires
started
like
voting.
my opponent pay their fair share.
It's just crazy. This is the craziest vote we've ever cast. Crazy.
So,
Crazy time.
Wisconsin, in
Thank you,
just
Scott. That was
105
incredibly
days,
generous and
you will have a choice.
not necessary, but
A choice
incredibly
between
appreciated.
Kamala
Thank
Harris
you so much.
and Donald Trump.
That's very
a
nice of
choice
you.
between me and my opponent, and the stakes of
All right,
that
Oren, I'll
choice
see you later.
could not be higher. So, if you're with me in this fight, I
See you
ask you all
later.
to
Bye,
join my
Oren.
campaign at TammyBaldwin.com.
See you later. Thank you, Scott. That was really kind.
Text Tammy to 24007. I am looking out over this crowd, and I am so encouraged. I know that we will not only fight, I know that we will win. Thank you.
I'm going to have to turn the music off, which I love Jill Scott. I think. Did Jill Scott do something problematic? I can't recall. I'm telling you, I can't keep up. Anyway, wow, that was really amazing. Oh, wait, I got to play a song. Hold on. Wait.
He didn't get out of the cock-a-doodie car!
That's not the song. Thank you. I can't get up because I'm not wearing a bra. Otherwise, I would have stood up and danced. But as with Juan earlier, nobody needs to see me naked. Anyway, I just got a fist bump from my African-American neighbor who was a Navy SEAL. Oh my gosh. Thank him for his service. If you know more for MVP Harris. Yes, Madam Vice President. This is going to be great. This is, you know, we have a chance to really, you know, like move forward and just create something better in this country. And we have to keep, I know, I'm sorry. It's very hot, okay? It's like extraordinarily warm, and I don't do air conditioning. So, right, in this house. So, in this, where we don't have air conditioning. And so, I know, I'm sorry. That was so much more information than one needed to have, I guess. I'm sorry. But this is great. Wow, what a nice crowd. They got a big crowd. I wonder where they are. Do we have Secret Service here? Please. How about the Secret Service here? Earlier, my mixed ethnicity, African-American presenting neighbor about the joy of having a black woman as our next president. Kamala was Lee's first choice in 2020, so you're very cool with it. My friend in New Mexico swears by their swamp cooler. Is that like? Is that a vestment? Is that a vestment? We all need progressives. We all need the progressive move forward, not going back. I mean, really, we need something better. We weren't perfect in any way, shape, or form, and are not. We are flawed, but you know, we always have a chance to do better. I live in a low-income building, so we have a real diverse group of tenants. That's really cool. I like it. It's nice to be in. I grew up in a diverse city, and I just felt really lucky always for having that. Oh, in lieu of air conditioning. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Swamp cooler. Okay, I'm gonna actually. Oh, is that don't work well in humidity? I don't think we have a. I mean, I guess we do have some humidity. I don't know. We're kind of lucky where we are because we get a breeze. If there's something coming off the ocean, we'll get some of it. So far so good. But we've been here a few years, and it's been okay. Biden boarded a flight back to D.C. He looked good. Oh, that's excellent, Teresa. Thank you. I know, Scott. I'm thrilled. I'm really thrilled. So okay. That's why I said I need to make a recording of my neighbors. I think it's great. It would be fun if they're willing to, you know, like everybody kind of like, yeah, and create like neighborhood videos. That'd be so cool. So do I, Oren, federally. Yeah. Oh, my AC is a heat pump. It works great. Oh, okay. Is that a wet towel on a? That's what I thought it was. Is that what it is? A wet towel on a fan? I mean, my fan's actually great. I love my fan. My fan's really good. And I like having the windows open anyway, so I like fresh air. Scott, congrats. Our housing list has been locked down. I'm telling you, yeah. It is so challenging for people to find affordable housing. It's absolutely something. Let's hope that Madam President helps us get, you know what I mean? No pressure. No pressure. Frankly. Do it, do what you can. I know there's other issues too, but let's do it all. Scott, let's see. Oh, a swamp cooler is the window AC units. Oh. Same principle, evaporative tech. Oh, I used to eat ice trays set ice trays in front of my fan. Really, Teresa? Does that work? Does that work? I'm going to try that. I wonder, when it gets really hot. Because, in California, what I notice now is it's there was always a hot September, but now it's super hot, almost hotter than July. So I feel like August, September, and sometimes into October, it's almost the most unbearable here. So, I don't know. Those folks look like they're a little warm, too. No. My AC is a promise to myself for growing up poor. Hey, listen, I'm not going to begrudge anybody their AC. I'm not taking a righteous position on AC. Not at all. Because there's times when I have needed AC. But I would imagine fall planting is very challenging now, given that the fall seems to be quite warm, really everywhere. But no, I'm not anti-AC. First of all, we have a wall unit thing in the living room. It broke and then we never fixed it and we figured out how to live without it. So it didn't really, and I just don't like the quality of the air inside if I'm always closed in. But I've lived in Florida too, so I know the value of having constant air conditioning, or at least being able to escape to air conditioning. 80% humidity, that blows. That blows. Come on, climate change. What the fuck? Come on. Hey, they need some AC in that room because I'm feeling bad for these folks that are really warm. Oh, your building is a tax credit kind of thing. Okay, interesting. I miss the diversity of Oakland. I used to work in Oakland. All Blanco where I live now, but my nerves can't handle city life anymore. Yeah, I don't know. I really love Oakland. I fucking love that city. But it also has changed since when I lived in the Bay Area in the 90s. And I don't really, and now it's all rich people. It's like Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz is fucking ruined for me. And I kind of grew up there. And so it's sad. It makes me sad. San Francisco, the same way. I used to live in San Francisco, and now it's not the San Francisco that I remember at all. It's just a bunch of rich people who aren't from there. Who are from I don't know, Philadelphia or whatever. And it's God, why are all you rich people here? Go away. They have beautiful tax credit properties in Virginia and Maryland. I was raised with water coolers. The humidity was awful. Oh, man, I can only imagine, Teresa. I heard Harris fans are so zealous. Uh-oh. Sorry.
The next president of the United States of America.
Who's this woman?
Vice President Kamala Harris. As an educator, I am so proud of the work that I do to serve our state and teach the next generation of leaders. But if it were not for the Biden-Harris administration, I would still be obligated to student loan debt and unable to unconditionally serve the scholars I love. But thanks to the Biden-Harris administration's commitment to public service, I had almost all of my student loan debt forgiven, giving me the opportunity to serve the scholars I love without being burdened by debt. This policy has changed my life, as well as the teachers, counselors, social workers, psychologists, and many, many more with whom I serve our students in the state of Wisconsin. That
She's a
is
teacher.
the kind of change we will be voting for when we elect Vice President Kamala Harris this November.
It's so cool that people are excited. I'm so
Vice
glad.
President Harris has been standing up for ordinary Americans her entire career. From her service as a prosecutor to her time as district attorney, attorney general, United States Senator, and Vice President of the United States. She has always stood for the people. As Attorney General, Vice President Harris stood
I'm
up
here
for
for the
students who had
Flintstone
been
do.
taken
Totally.
advantage
100%.
of by for-profit colleges. And Vice President Harris, and as Vice President, she fought for student debt relief. I know that when we elect her President of the United States, she will be fighting for us. And just yesterday, she won the support of the delegates needed to lead our party. And now it is my distinct honor to introduce the first woman elected Vice President of the United States and the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
That's Beyonce. I got it. Well, hold on. Sorry. I'm so sorry, but Beyonce is a strike. Like, take your stream down. So we'll just let them hug it out. Imagine a lot of cheering. Oh, phew. I'm going to get on the wrong side of Beyonce. No way.
To be back. Thank you all very much. Can we please hear it for Leah and her extraordinary story and leadership? And I do believe our teachers do God's work. They teach other people's children, and God knows we don't pay them enough. Let's thank them. And it is so good to be here and be back with so many extraordinary leaders, including my friend, the great governor of Wisconsin, Tony Evers. He's here somewhere. My dear friend, Senator Tammy Baldwin. And you know, I had the privilege of serving with Tammy when I was in the United States Senate, and she is always fighting for the people of this state, and I know that the folks that are here are going to make sure you return her to Washington, D.C. in November. Yes, we are going to elect her back to Washington, D.C. It is so good to be here also with Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez, Attorney General Josh Cole, Wisconsin Secretary of State Sarah Godlewski, County Executive David Crowley,
I love her laugh.
Mayor Cavalier Johnson, and the great state party chair Ben Wickler, who I have worked with. Ben, you and I have been working together for years, and I can attest he knows how to build the infrastructure that delivers wins up and down the ballot. Thank you, Ben. So it is good to be back in Wisconsin, and it is great to be in Milwaukee. As many of you know, our state campaign headquarters are in this city. Yes, and there is a reason for that. The path to the White House goes through Wisconsin. Yes, it does. And to win in Wisconsin, we are counting on you right here in Milwaukee. And you all helped us win in 2020. And in 2024, we will win again. Yes, we will. So, Milwaukee, I want to start by saying a few words, and I could really speak at length, but a few words about our incredible President Joe Biden. It has truly been one of the greatest honors of my life to serve as Vice President to our President Joe Biden. Joe's legacy of accomplishment over his entire career and over the past 3.5 years is unmatched in modern history. In one term, think about it, in one term as president, he has already surpassed the legacy of most presidents who served 2 terms in office. And I know we are all deeply, deeply grateful for his continuing service to our nation. And it is my great honor to have Joe Biden's endorsement in this race. So, Wisconsin, I am told as of this morning that we have earned the support of enough delegates to secure the Democratic nomination. I am so very honored, and I pledge to you I will spend the coming weeks continuing to unite our party so that we are ready to win in November. So, friends, we have 105 days until Election Day, and in that time, we've got some work to do. But we're not afraid of hard work. We like hard work, don't we? And we will win this election. Yes, we will. So as Leah told you, before I was elected vice president, before I was elected United States Senator, I was elected Attorney General of the state of California, and I was a courtroom prosecutor before then. And in those roles, I took on perpetrators of all kinds. Predators who abused women, fraudsters who ripped off consumers, cheaters who broke the rules for their own gain. So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type.
I love this. Embrace it. Embrace it. Here comes the fire. Don't hold back. More, more, more.
And in this campaign, I promise you, I will proudly put my record against his any day of the week.
Bitch! 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 Yes!
As Attorney General of California, I
Suck
took
it.
on one of our country's largest for-profit colleges that was scamming students. Donald Trump ran a for-profit college that scammed students. As a prosecutor, I specialized in cases involving sexual abuse. Well, Trump was found liable for committing sexual abuse. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big Wall Street banks and held them accountable for fraud.
The difference
Donald
is,
Trump
in this
was
case,
just found guilty
he was also
of
found
fraud
guilty.
on 34 counts. But let's also make no mistake, this campaign is not just
I think we have a
about
long way to go to
us
November, so I'm not
Donald
counting
Trump.
my chickens right
This
now.
campaign is about
But we're going to work
who
hard
we
to
fight
make it happen.
This is about who we fight for. Just look at how we are running our campaigns. So Donald Trump is relying on support from billionaires and big corporations. And he is trading access in exchange for campaign contributions. A couple of months ago, you all saw that a couple of months ago at Mar-a-Lago, he literally promised big oil companies, big oil lobbyists, he would do their bidding for $1 billion in campaign donations. On the other hand, we are running a people-powered campaign. And we just had some breaking news. We just had the best 24 hours of grassroots fundraising in presidential campaign history. All right? And because we are a people-powered campaign, that is how you know we will be a people-first presidency. And Wisconsin, this campaign is also about two different visions for our nation.
Is she talking about the Act
One-
Blue stuff?
Where we are focused on the future. The other,
Oh, well,
focused
definitely
on the
they put out the message. But people had to make the donation,
believe
right?
in a future where every person has the opportunity not just to get
I want to pull the
by,
open
but to
secrets
get
on
ahead.
it, you know, the records of who made the donations. Because I'm sure there's PACs in there. I mean, let's not act like there's not
A
PACs on
future
the
where no
Democratic side.
child
So
has
we
to
still
grow
need to be
up in
vigilant.
poverty.
Is that what grassroots? Ah, I see what
Where
you're saying.
every worker
Understood.
has the freedom to join a union. Where every person has affordable health care, affordable child care, and paid family leave. We believe in a future where every senior can retire with dignity. So all of this is to say,
Amen.
building up the middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. Because here's the thing we all hear, Wisconsin.
Yeah, I think the
When our
question
middle
is
class
it
strong,
grassroots
America
if it is asked
strong.
for by the thing, you know, by the campaign. But yeah.
But Donald Trump
no.
wants to take our country backward. He and his extreme Project 2025 agenda will weaken the middle class. Like, we know we got to take this seriously. Can you believe they put that thing in writing? Read it. It's 900 pages. But here's the thing. When you read it, you will see Donald Trump intends to cut Social Security and Medicare. He intends to give tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations and make working families foot the bill. They intend to end the Affordable Care Act and take us back then to a time when insurance companies had the power to deny people with pre-existing
62% of her $100 million raised on Act Blue was first-time donors.
Children with asthma.
That's pretty fucking amazing.
Women who survived breast cancer.
Thank you, Teresa. That's pretty fucking amazing.
Diabetes. America has tried these failed economic policies before, but we are not going back. We are not going back.
Wait, what's this about Pritzker?
In
fact, push forward.
Because ours is a fight for the future. And it is a fight for freedom.
I actually don't donate to I don't actually like Act Blue.
Generations of America's
I know that's bad, but
generations.
I don't donate through that either.
The shoulders on which we stand.
I don't get a lot of
Generations
texts.
of Americans
I got a couple before the debate.
Led the fight for freedom.
Sorry, I'll be quiet.
And now, Wisconsin, the baton is in our hands.
I've done small donations. I'm never a really big donor.
We'll make sure every American
I love
has the ability to
MSF.
cast
I really
their
love them.
ballot and
So
have it
Medicine Sans
counted.
Frontières. Really good organization.
We who believe that every person in our nation who should have the freedom to live safe from the terror of gun violence will finally pass red flag laws, universal background checks, and an assault weapons ban.
She's taking your guns. We're gonna take your assault rifle.
Who believe in reproductive
Maybe
freedom.
That's cool. Oh yeah, local elections. That's a great idea.
Will stop Donald Trump's extreme
I should focus more on that. We don't have a lot of competitive districts right where I am,
we
though.
trust women to make decisions about their own body and not have their government tell them what to do.
But I should do some research on like local candidates that are struggling in red areas. That's a good idea.
Reproductive freedoms as President of the United States, I will sign it into law. So, Wisconsin, ultimately in this election, we each face a question. What kind of country do we want to live in? A country...
Wait, what did they say?
And to your point, do we want to live in a country of freedom, compassion, and rule of law, or a country of chaos, fear, and hate? And here's the beauty of this moment. We each have the power to answer that question. The power is with
She's
the
really,
people. We each
she's doing
have
well.
the
I mean,
power
I
to
love
answer
it.
that
I love it.
question. And in the next 105
It's a brat
days,
summer. We're going to
then
listen to
we have
that, a
work
little
to
bit of
do.
it at the end.
We have doors to knock on. We have phone calls to make. We have voters to register. And we have an election to win.
Yes, we do. Oh, yes, we do. Yes, we do.
So, Wisconsin, today I ask you, are you ready to get to work?
I know, you've said that before, Max. It's terrible.
Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. God bless you. God bless the United States of America.
God, it's so bloody frustrating. I said the best things. But I love that. Wow, Dem Disarray all this time been rope-a-dope. And it was nicely done. She has come into her own. And the thing is of course she's been on, I know, I'm sorry. She's been on the scene for a very long time. And so she's been, I'm sorry. You know, it wouldn't be a Lolo show without fucking muted microphones for fucking minutes at a time. Now, would it? You all come for the muted microphone moments, I'm sure. Am I muted still? No, I'm not. Okay, good. Whew. All right. I know. Thank you. Sorry. I mean, I should just like fucking tattoo sorry backwards on my head so that when you see it, it's like the right way. It was a few seconds. Okay, good. Well, because sometimes it's minutes. Okay, anyway, I did mute because of Beyonce, but that it's a long story. It's okay. Stay for the low volume. Am I low? No. Okay. Wait, what? Anyway, yeah, stay for the low volume. I'm just going down. Yeah, I know. And it doesn't help. I mean, Max makes a good point about spaces, and it probably, it bothers me on some YouTube streams that the volume shifts between, and anyway, so long story. Anyway, I want to show you what Teresa sent me, which is the direct line. The Biden Victory Fund has transitioned to the Harris Victory Fund. So hold on, let me just see. Oh, that's not it. Okay. Hold on to your love. Got to hold on to your love. You got to hold on to your love. Let me get this up here, and then we get that down, and then we get this up here, and then we get that down, and then we go to double screen, and then we go back down. Okay, sorry, Kamala, sorry. Okay, this is what Teresa sent me. Thank you, my love. Teresa is like the best informed, fast informed. She's like my breaking news. She's like Steve Lookner, but she fucking knows how everything works, and she knows how we got here. Because she's actually an OSINT. So, let me just tell you that Teresa is the real fucking deal. Teresa Carter, that cat _TC on Shitter. She tells me stuff. Oh, Brat Summer, I will. Okay, I will. Okay, but first we're going to look at this. Hold on. First, I want you to see this. Okay, so, oops. Oh, man, this is so dumb. So basically, Andrew Weinstein just said some news, a couple of minor updates left to be done, but the Biden Victory Fund is now fully transitioned to the Harris Victory Fund. Here's a new link to contribute to the Harris campaign. And so this is, I just wanted to make sure we share that link. Let me actually, I don't think I can copy it from there. Let me copy it from my phone and put it in the thingamabobber. Oops. And then I'll do that. But you can watch her. But then I'll go to the Brat Summer. I'll go to the Brat Summer. I love you too, my sister Teresa. You have been my sister for a few years now, and I really value our friendship. Beyond all the beautiful information you give me, I also value our friendship very deeply on this hellscape. So know that it's the real deal. Okay, let me find the Brat Summer. Hold on, let me find this Brat Summer because it's really worth it. It's really worth it. Okay, hold on. Oops. Okay, well that's fine. Okay, wait. We can do this. Okay, wait. Hold on. Ah, why do I do that all the time? XC. Oh, there she is. Oh. Let me see. There was a video down here. I think this is, those are all like live, but I think this. Okay. So the concept of brat is that you're a brat, but like you're like a spicy girl, I guess, or I would imagine it's not gendered, but a brat is just someone who's like super spicy and like grounded and like kind of like, you know, so it's like it's reclaiming the brat word as, and I think there was some I don't know, I'd have to ask Bobo, but I think there was some embrace of that, like she referred to her, I don't know, but anyway, so this is a little bit of the song. This is like 18 seconds of the song, so we should be okay. But let me make sure it's like turned up. This is just a TikTok about it, like a fan TikTok, but still, it'll give you an idea of the song. It's quite a bop.
Hi, it's me, you're all in danger. Never getting busy cause I'm such a hater. Got my finger on the detonator. Crazy girl shit, gonna go spring breakers. Every time I make it so outrageous. Always gonna listen to people playing safer. 4, 3, 2, 1, see you later. Crazy girl shit, gonna go spring breakers. Hi, it's me, you're all.
So it's a bop and a fucking half. Charlie XCX is actually really good. I really like her. And so apparently it's just kind of catching on. I'd have to get the real story, but I think there's some connection now between like, you know, maybe like Kamala's a brat or something like that. But wait, what was I think you guys had sent me, hold on, let me just see if that is not what I want. Camera's going nuts. Oh, here we go. So here it is. Here's the article. Did you send me this, Teresa? Somebody sent me this. I'm so sorry. So Cardi B, Charlie XCX, Barbra Streisand. Papa, can you hear me? More celebs endorse Kamala for president. Hollywood, Kerry Washington, Josh Gad, Sheryl Lee Ralph. Which is what I need Hollywood to do, is to step the fuck up. Oh, fuck you, Rolling Stone. I hate you. Oh, I see. Clips of Harris to the beat. Okay, there we go. Damn it. Stop it. So apparently she was dancing to it. Okay. No! Okay, well, fine. Okay, fine. Fine. I'll go to the other one. Okay, wait. So Kamala Brat. Okay. There's got to be a video of it. Oh, here we go. Oh, is this? No, that's not it. Nope, that's not it. Is it?
You exist in the context.
All right, shut up. I don't know what they're doing with that. Sometimes they fucking clip shit. And, oh my God, where's just the media that's an old clip of her dancing? Maybe this, I don't know.
360, when you're in the mirror, do you like what you see?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I'm so Julia.
You exist in the context.
666 with a princess streak. I'm everywhere, I'm so Julia.
Of all in which you lived and what came before you.
Yeah, 360 when you're in the memory that we used.
I don't know. I don't know if that's it or not. I don't think that's it. Is it? I don't think that's it. Well, anyway. Damn it. I'm really mad I can't find it. All right. Well, let's go back to the story. Okay. So, maybe they have the video here. Oh, maybe it's just the clips of her dancing set to this song? Is that what it is? Oh my God. What did I do? Where did I end up? Oh, here we go. Damn it. Y'all are mean. That's so mean. That's so mean. Okay, well, anyway, now you've heard the song a little bit. It's a great song. Please look it up. When have celebrities ever steered me wrong? Stop it. Stop it. I know. You did. I figured you did. I saw a TikTok explainer with a Venn diagram. Oh, well, anyway, being a brat is not a bad thing. Okay, that's the point of the song. The point of the song is that it's not bad to be a brat, and that we should stop being told how to be and how to act and to smile more. Charlie XCX. Yes, that's the person. Actually, I can go to TikTok. I mean, it's probably on TikTok. Whoops. Well, you can't find my account? What do you mean you can't find my account? Where's my account? I watch a lot of cat videos, so just telling you. This is not what I want. I hate this. I hate TikTok. Okay, wait, what did I want to, what did I want to, oh yeah, Brat, Kamala Brat. Let's see if we can, this should,
Coconut.
oh, it's the coconut remix. Is that her? No, it's not her husband. That was pretty funny. Oh wait, what is going on with, oh, this is Sky News.
The Vice President of the United States has launched her presidential campaign with what looks like Charlie XCX's brat theme, and loads of people on the internet are obsessed. Okay, let's just take a few steps back. Charlie XCX, the young girl from Essex, released Brat in early June 2024. The neon green, the apple dancing, and what it means to have a brat girl summer stormed the internet. And it really feels like she's having her moment with this album. Now fast forward to the 21st of July 2024. President Joe Biden has announced he is standing down and he will not be running in the next election. He endorses Kamala Harris, his vice president, as the next Democratic presidential nominee to take on Donald Trump in November 2024. Kamala Harris then launches her presidential campaign, thanking Joe Biden, saying she will earn and win this nomination. Now this is where Charlie XCX comes in. She declares on X, formerly Twitter, that Kamala is Brat, referring to her album, which I think is safe to say a pretty big endorsement. Around 2 hours later, the Biden-Harris campaign's official account on Twitter rebrands to Kamala's own HQ. A very similar green, a very similar font.
Very
If you've
cute.
never visited Kamala Harris's side of the internet, let
very
me take you
cute.
there. She has a group of online supporters called the K-Hive, who post videos and memes of the Vice President laughing and dancing, and all of her most iconic quotes. One of which is her coconut tree quote.
Think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
It's from a speech where she's emphasising that not all students have the same opportunities to succeed. And then this was basically taken completely out of context and then memeified. Now there's Charlie XCX edits going around on TikTok of Kamala Harris's laugh. People declaring it's a Brat Coconut Summer remix with Charlie songs. And it's just two corners of the internet coming together in a way only the internet knows how. The Vice President of the United States has launched her presidential campaign.
That's awesome.
With what looks like Charlie XCX's Brat theme. And loads of people.
Sorry. Okay. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow. Oh. What a journey we've been on today. My goodness. Such a journey. Wow. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Now you're all up to date. Look at you. You're all going to walk out and be like, oh yeah, Charlie XCX, Kamala is brat, brat summer. We're all going to be so cool and hip with the kids. That's what you come for, right? You come to catch up with what the kids are thinking and doing and saying and talking about. Yeah. I think it's pretty cool. I like it when contemporary artists step up and really kind of, make a stand. That's okay. I think that's great. I'm here for it. I would rather have them do that than be misinformation and disinformation spreaders. So I'm good with this. And Charlie XCX has I just need to, her following on, I think her following on Twitter is pretty big, but I think she has an amazing amount of followers on social media. She has 2.4 million followers on TikTok. And let's see, where is it? Oh, wait. And her followers she has 3.6 million followers on Twitter. Then she's got Instagram and probably Snapchat and probably other things with additional followers. So the amount of reach that Charlie XCX has is not to be underestimated. She's not Taylor Swift level per se, but she's pretty high up there. Butterflies, oh yay, have a great nap. Nap's very good idea. Probably because high water. Oh boy, there probably will be some pretty good entertainment at the DNC. Gosh, yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, have a really good nap. I know I'm biased, but that was pretty strong. I think that's very strong. I really do. I think that not Mr. Oh no, I didn't say not me. Oh, you're not going. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm doing. But that's what you call outreach. That's what you call really reaching a group of voters. Okay, this is really the most important thing to me. The most important thing is there are a fuck ton of Gen Z voters that pay attention to what Charlie XCX is sharing, and it may engage. It will increase civic engagement. And anytime I think you increase civic engagement for young people, we all win. So I couldn't be more excited, and I hope more people like her step up, and Taylor Swift and others, and put it out there. I think that's a great, that's Country Joe and the Fish. You know what I mean? Which is not a great example. That was plausibly grassroots. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. It's a fair point. Everything is fairly corporate. Cardi B, she really pissed me off in the last, but maybe I heard she's come around, so that's great. I'll wait for her drop. We need Megan Thee Stallion. That's who we need. Megan Thee Stallion is so amazing and creating some incredible music right now. So it would be really great to have more Megan. But anyway, it's all good. What matters too is that we get an administration in office that is going to help people. That's what we need. We need it to end conflict, to end genocides, to help domestically, to make good investments, and to follow through on accountability. Oh, it's only because Cardi was like, I'm not going to enjoy, I don't like Joe Biden. Joe Biden should step aside. That's all. Yeah, well, and that happens, artists are not necessarily the highest information voters if they're focused on their career. So, But yeah, Cardi apparently has come on to the Kamala bandwagon, which is excellent. I'm delighted. So ready for childless cat lady to endorse Kamala. Yeah, Kamala, sorry. Yes, all the childish cats on the shitter. So I think, Taylor Swift, I think that I love Cardi B's music. Oh my God. I'm a huge Migos fan. So Offset and like her husband Offset, I love Migos so much. So I definitely love her as an artist, but she's said some really stupid stuff, and she has influence over a swath of the voting, potential voting public. So to share disinformation like that is pretty dumb. Same with Nicki Minaj, who I also love, who shared the dumb story about goddamn COVID, right? Like, I love Nicki Minaj. But at the same time, I don't think she should be spreading disinformation. And, people who insist that this is like a typical political year are spreading disinformation when they say, oh, Joe Biden should step aside. What do you know? And none of us know anything about that. So that's what I think. But yeah, so apparently, who cares? She's in the K Hive. Fantastic. The thing about the cousin's friend who's, yes, she was basically spreading disinformation about, the COVID vaccine or something causing impotence or whatever it was that she was spreading, was really silly. Yeah, you have a good day too. Offset is really good. I love Migos. I'm really sad. They lost a member to gun violence, actually. But they're a great band. And so, yeah, anyway. Oh, you were confused. No. That's actually, it's actually, they've both had problematic statements in not too distant past. So, but, whatever. I mean, people can make problematic statements. I just wish they would think about what their platform is before they make said statements. I don't know. I'm just a baby. Okay. All right. Programming note. Today is Tuesday, right? I thought there might be political advantage for Harris to run as the president, but this momentum, not sure how about need for such incumbency advantage. That's a very good question, though. I mean, it's an excellent question about whether she should run as an incumbent. And I don't know I don't know. That seems like a really sophisticated decision to make. And I just don't know. I don't know what the ramifications are of it. You know what I mean? But I think it's interesting to talk about. I don't know. It's going to be, okay, just strap in, everybody. And I'm telling myself that more than you all. Let's just strap in, take care of ourselves, be gentle with yourself. All those idioms. All those. Yeah. Luckily, luckily I'm not in charge. I actually think you're one of the people that could be in charge. So you've got an advantage over me, but me, no. Nor do I want to be. Nor do I. But if you had been, that immunity would not go to waste. Damn it. I'd be a terrible dictator. White Cheetos for everybody. More white Cheetos. Stop running out of them, but everybody would be high. Biden resigning from office would wrap up the calls for investigation. Absolutely, Max. They're already claiming all of that, right? So that's part of me that goes, oh, well, maybe that's just more trouble than it's worth. Although I don't know if there is a distinct advantage when it comes to the actual election season, but I don't know. But the momentum that we seem to come out of the gate with, at least on her candidacy, is quite good. And I'm trying to really hold myself, and I'm not doing a great job, but I'm trying to hold myself back a little bit because I don't want to I feel what's coming in terms of the slamming that she is going to receive. Now, granted, she's a professional and she knows how to handle it. It's more me that I'm worried about, that I'm just like, I don't want to hear it. But we're gonna. So I guess I'm just kind of like steeling myself for that. And I don't want to get too enthusiastic. I want to just ride the next 105 days and do work that is hopefully helpful and productive in regards to helping secure the right outcome for the election to help democracy. And then we'll have work to do to hold that administration accountable. Right? Because that's what it is. That's what this is. Democracy. All right. Programming note. Tomorrow morning, you had the Secret Service on Monday. You had the Pennsylvania State Police and some rando today. But tomorrow, on the hot seat with little Jimmy Jordan, is the FBI regarding the assassination attempt. So guess what, folks? Day 3. Day 3. That's right. So I'll see you tomorrow morning, same time. I'll try not to be late. I was 2 minutes late today. So yeah, 6:30 a.m. tomorrow Pacific, 9:30 Eastern, everything inside and outside. And I hope you join me. Thank you so much for hanging out. Man, almost 6 hours. This is insanity. We're crazy. We're nuts. Okay? We're just crazy. Thank you again for this super chat. That was just like totally mind-blowing and amazing. Scott, thank you so much. I'll see you guys all later. Val, love you all to go record my 3-month milestone of van life. Fuck yes. I'm so proud of you. Thank you, Val. Thanks for coming, everyone. Butterflies, I'll see you later. Oren, Muskie, Max, everyone. Scott, Paul, everyone. And Pepper, Teresa. Oh my Lord. So thank you so much. You really made and Teresa, thank you for sharing all that information, Teresa. I really appreciate that. I know that's like an extra step for you, and I'm just really appreciative. So thanks for including me on that, because you really are a great partner and almost like a news producer. Oh, it's on if you go to my about thing on my YouTube channel, Val, my email is on there. My email's on my YouTube channel if you go there. So hit me up, girl. Hit me up, girl. Yeah, happy to help you too, Val. Whatever mistakes I've made, I'm happy to help you learn from them if you need it. I don't even know if you do, but I know you're trying to launch, you're working on launching. Badger, working on launch. And Lee, I'm going to miss people, and I'm going to stop saying goodbye to everybody because I love you all so much. I would just fucking smack myself if I forget anyone. So I apologize for that, but I really do appreciate you all. So anyway, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I'll see you guys later. Have a great, great, great night. And yeah, man. See you tomorrow morning. Okay. Lolo out.